The children in this place were very good. Ellie suddenly began to cry loudly, and Rachel leaned over to her and smiled, calming her down. The boy standing next to her also smiled encouragingly. Unlike other children in this world, these children were real angels, and that was why ordinary people could not become their parents. Suddenly, a man approached the group of children, as well as Rachel, who was standing next to them, and, with a cigar in his mouth, announced that he would be their father today. He put his hand on the shoulder of one of the children. Since these children had received a special education, they were destined for special parents, and now the man, having chosen one of the children, walked with him to the car, and the other children waved their palms at him goodbye. Not everyone understood what this special education meant, and the man telling about it confirmed that it was an extremely special education. The children were sad as they saw their friend off, and Rachel suddenly smiled and announced that it was time for them to stop, and suddenly she became much more serious. She said that it was time to start training, and the children immediately took out their weapons, also becoming more serious. Ellie was clutching a fishing line in her hands, and several boys were holding different types of knives. Looking at Ellie, Rachel warned her that when she pretended to cry, it was not necessary to let snot come out of her nose, because parents hated stupid children. Ellie replied that she would take this into account, and blew her nose, frowning in concentration. The man watching them from the window said that for them, such an education was like a gift, because from the very first steps they were trained as living weapons. They were trained by specially selected educators, and because of this, the cost of training each child increased enormously. The person listening to this man's story became curious about the purpose for which these children were used, and the man smiled and replied that they were like computers. It was up to the buyers, that is, their parents, to decide how to use them. At this time, the man was riding in the car with the child he had chosen, and showing him a photograph, he announced that this was his target, ordering him to remember this face. However, considering the danger of these children, their caretakers had taken the necessary precautions, and from childhood they had instilled in them several rules that they could not break under any circumstances. The children sat listening attentively, and the man explained that they called these rules the 3 absolute principles. These 3 principles were intended to enable the buyer to control the child, and this was absolutely necessary to remember. At this time, the boy, distracted from looking at the photograph, looked in the mirror in the car and warned his father that they were being followed by a car. The man asked again in bewilderment, and then, putting his hand on the boy's head, he ordered him to shut up and memorize the face of the desired person. The boy replied that the order had been received and agreed. The first principle was that the parents' orders were absolute. At that moment, the car that was actually pursuing the vehicle in which the boy and the man were riding crashed into them, and the car, overturning, flew far to the side. Because of this accident, the man died, and crawling closer to him, the boy, all bloody, took his hand and put 2 fingers to his wrist. The second principle was that a child cannot use his strength without the permission of a parent. At that moment, 2 men got out of another car, holding weapons at the ready. They were ready to attack, but suddenly froze, because the door of the car opened, and a boy fell out, crying, begging for help, because his dad was not breathing. He continued to ask for this, and one of the men, looking at his comrade, swore, because no one told them that this man would have a child with him. He suggested that they should get rid of him, but his companion asked what the point was. He pointed out that he was just a child, and said that they would simply drop him off somewhere and drive away. As he spoke, his companion came closer to the boy and, bending down to him, called out to him. The man, meanwhile, was about to state the last cardinal principle. The man, apologizing to the boy, declared that they had their reasons for doing so, but before he could finish, the boy, picking up a piece of glass, plunged it into the man's throat, and blood spurted from his mouth. The man, pressing his palm to the wound, coughed, and the boy, hitting his palm, snatched the gun from him. A child could act in a special way when a parent was in danger, and at the moment, noticing that something was wrong with his companion, the second man flinched, and the boy, covering himself with the man's body as with a shield, held out his gun. The child was then allowed to ignore the first 2 principles and act according to the situation, and taking advantage of this, the boy fired, destroying the second attacker as well. After finishing his story, the man asked if it was true that these were good children. Opening a book that showed photographs of children, he grinned and asked what his interlocutor would say about this. He wondered if he wanted to make a purchase. After his interlocutor made his choice, he took his chin with his hand and said with regret that it was impossible, because this child could be called their only shame. He pulled out a drawer in the table, taking out a folder, and opening it, he showed the student's data, declaring that in terms of ability, he surpassed all other children, and was also a real elite. He also liked him very much, but they lost him, and the man corrected his words, deciding that it would be better to say that this child disappeared. They tried to track him down, but without his parents, he would not be able to use his powers, so he would not attract unnecessary attention. The man frowned and clenched his fist in disappointment, saying that by now he could be living the life of a completely normal child, or he could even be dead. Some time later, someone clenched their fist and struck Hwang Hyunho, and he, unable to block it, cried out. Kwon Joseph, looking at Hwang, who fell to his knees in pain, said with admiration that the last blow was just great, and asked if that was true. He tried to say something, and leaning closer to him, Joseph asked what he said. He suggested that it might be a name-calling, and Hwang froze, his eyes widening, and then, raising his head and looking at Joseph, he exclaimed that it was not so at all, and explained that he had said the word 15. He clarified that he could say that the kick was worth 15 points, and, moving closer to his comrades, Joseph cursed, asking again, and declared that this was quite generous. He hit his palm against the palm of one of his buddies, and his other comrades said that Joseph's kick was definitely worth 15 points, and chuckled. Hwang cursed as he stood up, calling these people names, and Joseph suddenly asked how many points would the kick get in that case. And suddenly Park Cheyenne ran closer, pushing Joseph aside, shouting that he wanted to do it, and moving closer to Hwang, he announced that he wanted to try too. Clenching his hand into a fist, he raised his hand and, drawing Hwang's attention, asked how many points he had. Smiling, Joseph shook his shirt but said nothing, and Hwang suddenly called Cheyenne names and sent him away. Pretending not to have heard anything, he asked if he really had 52 points. However, Hwang denied it and repeated what he had said. Another person, hearing this, said that Hwang had just sent Cheyenne away and asked if Hwang's damage scale was that strict. But the protagonist exclaimed that it was not so, suggesting that Hwang had some kind of malfunction. Watching him, Hwang cursed in his mind again, realizing that he was getting into his own again, and thought that he could easily beat him up. Joseph came closer to Cheyenne and called his name several times, then asked what he was doing. He waved his palm, hitting the protagonist, and ordered him to stop showing off, as he was about to hit Hwang, and he asked if Cheyenne didn't see that. He smirked, looking at him, and asked if that was true, that he understood everything? Cheyenne clenched his fist in anger, noting that this was serious, and then suddenly showed an approving gesture, smiling, and exclaimed with admiration that this punch was worth a whole 150,000 points. He was sure that this should be expected from a man who studied abroad, because his strength was on a completely different level. He was curious about how much Joseph could bench press, and he assumed that the weight he lifted was 500 kilograms, but he asked if it was really necessary to talk in pounds if we were talking about the United States of America. Watching him, Joseph smirked, and then, calling him names, turned around, walking away, and told Cheyenne to buy him cigarettes later. The protagonist agreed, remembering that Joseph liked menthol cigarettes. When Joseph left, he straightened up, fixed his hair, and promised that next time Joseph would definitely get some from him. However, he also noted that he seemed really cool when he spoke with an American accent. Coming closer to Hwang, he offered his hand on his shoulder, and Hwang, frowning, asked himself, was he serious? He really thought he could beat him up, and Cheyenne, meanwhile, called up to him and, frowning more and more displeasedly, asked if he didn't think it was necessary to send him? He asked if it was true that he wanted to say 52. Hwang also frowned in displeasure when Cheyenne pretended to choke him, and asked himself irritably, how much more is too much? Cheyenne threateningly announced that Hwang would go with him, since today he had signed his own death warrant. He asked if he understood him? Some time later, Hwang looked at Cheyenne with displeasure, and Cheyenne, eating the food he bought, shouted that he would buy him all the tekbaki here. He explained that he had no money left after shopping for Joseph, and Hwang agreed with this, and in his mind he called Cheyenne a bad name. The protagonist asked Hwang not to say that he thought it was a waste of money, and asked if he thought Joseph was better than him. He explained that it was not that, and wanted to say that it was both, and Cheyenne, understanding what he wanted to say, said that this store, that is, Hyunho's snack shop, has the same name as Hwang's, and asked if that was cool. Hwang said that it was his mother's store, and the woman smiled, placed a plate of food on the counter in front of them, and asked if Cheyenne was Hwang's friend. She told him to choose what he wanted, and offered him a fish cake. While tasting the dish, the protagonist asked if Hwang's mother was the owner of this store. He realized why the name of this was similar to Hwang's last name, and Huang confirmed that it was indeed his mother's store. He thought that he had managed to hide the existence of this before, but out of all the people he knew, he couldn't believe that Cheyenne was the one who caught him. He licked his lips while chewing a piece of food and asked, "Was that really the case?" He smirked, realizing that he couldn't act like an outsider in that case. His behavior made Huang wonder what he was thinking of doing to his mother. He clicked the pen in his fist and mentally exclaimed that if he did something, he wouldn't be responsible for himself. Cheyenne called out to the woman, and Huang, frowning in concentration, swung his arm, about to strike, but the protagonist suddenly bowed, apologizing to the woman for not introducing himself properly. He mentioned that he was Huang's friend and gave his name, admitting that he didn't find it surprising that the store's name sounded familiar. Huang froze when he heard this, and the woman asked, smiling, if that was true. She noted that Huang had always asked her not to advertise this, and Cheyenne looked at Huang, smiling, and said that it was very rude of him, since his mother worked hard for his own good. Huang, denying this, thought that it was impossible for Cheyenne to stay there any longer, since no one knew what they could do. He announced that they had to go, assuming that his friends were waiting for him. The woman asked if that was true. In that case, she wrapped up some bags of food for them to take with them, and asked the protagonist how many children were there. She announced that she had packed them some tteokbokki to take with them, asking them to share it with the others. Huang exclaimed that there was no need to do that, and Cheyenne asked in amazement if it was really free. The woman exclaimed that it was, since she had already sold enough today. Cheyenne, accepting the food from her with admiration, asked if she was sure about that. She said that of course it was, and Huang, watching in horror, mentally turned to his mother and asked her not to do that. The woman, meanwhile, said that Huang's friends were like family to her, and he repeated his silent request again, and Cheyenne, smiling, thanked her for the food. Huang mentally exclaimed that it was not so, noting that the main character was not who he seemed. Cheyenne, meanwhile, opened one of the bags, looked at the food inside, and mentally exclaimed that this was great, confident that the others would definitely like it. Huang placed his hand on Cheyenne's arm and asked him not to tell Joseph or anyone else about this. He was asking for a favor, and the protagonist promised that he would indeed do so, noting that he would figure it out completely, and then, turning around, he told the woman that he would be leaving. She waved goodbye, telling him to bring the rest of his friends next time. He promised that he would definitely do so, confident that they would like it here. Huang clenched his jaw, lowering his head, and as Cheyenne left, he drew his mother's attention to himself and asked why she was doing this. He mentally called himself an idiot, and then yelled, reminding her that he had asked his mother to pretend that she did not know him. He repeated again that he had asked for this, and asked why she did this. He did not understand why he was yelling at his mother, but he also did not understand why she was acting like this. The woman lowered her head and said sadly that she was just very happy to see Huang with a friend for the first time. She apologized to him, and he asked what she was apologizing for. The woman then added that she just wanted him to get along with his friends and, apologizing again, she asked that he not be mad at her. Clenching his hands into fists, Huang mentally asked her to stop apologizing because if this continued, he didn't know what he would do, and he continued to clench his hands tighter and tighter, causing his palms to tremble. Some time later, someone cursed and threw a rag into a plate and then, picking it up, asked what kind of nonsense was this? Huang watched silently and Joseph asked if it was true that his mother sold tteokbokki. He said that he bought one from her and asked what he saw. He didn't understand what that rag was doing in his tteokbokki, and as he started to rub the dirty rag all over Huang's face, he said that he refused to eat it and asked what about a refund? He asked if he really needed to go to Huang's mother and tell her that he was his friend. Mentally addressing Cheyenne, Huang remembered him begging him, and then asked out loud if he and Joseph were friends. He assumed that he was angry and asked if he was serious. He confirmed that they were friends, that it was just a joke. As he dumped the food on Huang's head, he said that he wouldn't eat it and noted that he would have to tell Huang's mother. He remained silent and just bowed his head, looking at the food dripping from his head and clothes. He clutched his pen in his hand, and Joseph suddenly froze. Huang swung his hand sharply, pointing the pen towards Joseph's neck, but suddenly remembered how his mother admitted that she just wanted him to get along with his friends. Her apology and request for him not to be mad at her sounded in his head again, and at the last moment Huang stopped the pen, and Joseph looked at his trembling palm in confusion. Huang clenched his teeth, lowering his head, and then removed his hand, and Joseph asked what he was doing. He leaned towards him, threateningly asking what he was just trying to do. Some time later, Cheyenne entered the classroom, which attracted Huang's attention and asked what he was doing. But suddenly he froze, raising an eyebrow in confusion, and noticed that all the students were sitting motionless with their heads down, and there were several police officers and a man with his head down in the room. Behind them, there was a broken window stained with blood, and on the floor next to it were broken glasses with blood splatters next to them. Cheyenne froze, looking at it carefully. That day, other people beat Huang for 15 minutes. He passed out several times due to pain shock and came back to his senses, and each time he apologized and begged for forgiveness, but no one stopped the violence. While Joseph was beating Huang and blood was flying around, all the students turned away, pretending not to notice. No one dared to intervene, and in the end, Huang personally put an end to it. He looked at the window next to which he was being beaten and noticed an inscription on a stone saying that he would succeed. Some time later, in the old building, someone said that he had an idea. It was Joseph, who, with his eyes closed and a smile, explained that he was talking about Huang, and suggested that they say that other people pushed him during the game. He asked if they understood everything. One of the guys pointed out that they did nothing, but Joseph told them to forget about it, then explained that he talked to his father and it turns out that there is one good law in Korea, asking if they heard anything about juvenile justice. He noted that he was repeating a year, so this law does not apply to him, and that is why he asked his comrades to bail him out. He announced that they need to turn themselves in red-handed and say that it was their doing, and he asked if they understood him. The guy exclaimed that he heard about it, and also heard that he could be sued for damages. However, Joseph said that they do not need to worry, since there is a way to avoid it. He explained the problem and smirked and said that if there was no one to file a lawsuit, that meant there was no problem, and he asked if that was true. He said that even if these guys were caught, they would be protected by the Juvenile Act. The guys still tried to object, but without listening to them, Joseph announced that he was not asking them to do this for free, and opening the suitcase from which wads of money fell out, he announced that he would give 10 million won for each of them and asked if they agreed. After that, he asked if any of them knew where Huang's mother lived. The woman was sitting in her apartment at the time, crying and barely moving. Some time later, walking towards the house, Joseph, slightly lowering the mask that covered his face, asked one of his comrades to tell him again what floor the woman lived on. The guy announced that she lived on the 5th floor and they approached the elevator. However, it was stuck on the 5th floor and the guys were amazed. But Joseph told them to forget about it, offering to go on foot. Gradually climbing up, he hurried his comrades, saying that they were almost there. Finding themselves on the 5th floor, he noticed a fire extinguisher preventing the doors from closing, and this was the reason the elevator could not go further. Looking at it more closely, Joseph asked what kind of nonsense was this. The guy sitting on the stairs a little higher suddenly asked why they were taking so long. Turning around, Joseph took a closer look at this man, and he seriously announced that Joseph made him wait. Recognizing Cheyenne, Joseph asked in bewilderment what he was doing here. The other guy exclaimed that he was just in time, offering him to go with them. As he climbed up, the protagonist said that he would only ask 2 questions and asked how Joseph knew about the diner. The thing was, this was his secret place, and Joseph lowered his mask and asked if he was really talking about that. He explained that he was curious why Cheyenne was eating lunch with the neighborhood kids instead of bringing him cigarettes. Then he asked what the protagonist was thinking. Their dear Huang was just arguing with his mother right outside the store, and Cheyenne realized that it was all because of him, and then decided that he would ask the second question, and warned that he needed Joseph to answer this very carefully. He asked what they were doing here. Showing the rebar he was holding, Joseph asked if it wasn't obvious. He explained that they had come to see Huang's mother, who was sleeping soundly after filing a lawsuit against them. The other guys also prepared the weapons they had brought with them, and Joseph added that Cheyenne was just in time, admitting that he had been annoying him all this time. He asked if the protagonist thought that he wouldn't notice him pretending to bully Huang. He realized that he was actually just helping him out and exclaimed that he really thought he was an idiot. He put the rebar forward and suddenly Cheyenne announced that he had had enough and picked up the fire extinguisher, and Joseph swung the iron and ran forward, telling Cheyenne to come to him. The protagonist pulled the ring out of the fire extinguisher and then thanked Joseph for confirming his thoughts. He admitted that he expected this and just wanted to make sure, and pointed the extinguisher at Joseph and his comrades. Covering his face with his hand, he asked what kind of nonsense was this. He didn't understand why his comrades stood up and ordered them to take Cheyenne. The protagonist swung the fire extinguisher, hitting the first guy, and the force of it sent him flying backwards, knocking Joseph down the stairs as well. He threw his body off of him, ordering him to get off of him, and called him names. Cheyenne, meanwhile, had already gotten into a fight with another guy who called him names. Running closer to him, Joseph struck, but the protagonist held out a fire extinguisher in defense, and turning it sharply, he hit Joseph's leg with it with all his might, and he frowned, and then fell down and screamed that Cheyenne had broken his leg. He repeated this several times, noting that he heard it crunch. He called the protagonist names, and he, going down a few steps, said that he had broken Joseph's metatarsal bones, which are located above the cuneiform bones, warning that he would not be able to walk again. Joseph looked at his bloody leg in horror and asked why Cheyenne was doing this. He did not understand why he was being treated like this, and the protagonist announced that children were taught several principles, and the first principle was that a parent's orders were absolute. After that, swinging his fist to strike, he announced the second principle, and the force of his attack was so great that Joseph flew back, hitting the asphalt. Cheyenne said that a child cannot use his power without a parent's permission. The guys, watching them in fear, asked in bewilderment what he was saying. The protagonist, taking Joseph by the collar of his clothes, said that the most important principle is the third, and grabbed Joseph's finger with his hand. He, folding his palms together, begged Cheyenne to spare him, and asked for forgiveness, and also asked him to stop doing this. The protagonist, sharply tugging his finger, said that when a parent is in danger, the child is allowed to ignore the first two principles and act according to the situation. Finally letting go of Joseph, who had fallen to the floor, looking at his broken finger in horror, Cheyenne said that Huang's mother had said that Huang's friends were like family to her, which meant that they had decided to threaten his mother too. He raised his leg over Joseph, who was still lying on the floor, declaring that nothing could stop him now. As he struck, he asked if Joseph had learned this. Some time later, someone asked for their interlocutor to come in, and Rachel, holding a phone in her hands, turned to the director and announced that someone was calling from Korea. The man asked again, asking who exactly was calling him. She replied that it was the employees of the White Tiger, and holding out his palm, the man asked her to give the phone here. He took the device, declaring that it was the director, and his interlocutor admitted that he thought they had found the very person, specifying that it was the lost legend of the Mansion of the Dead. At this time, Cheyenne stood there, looking seriously at the guys he had defeated, and the interlocutor told the director that this was an object codenamed Cheyenne, who was currently in Korea. Cheyenne belonged to the Mansion of the Dead and had undergone special training, was a multifunctional and weapon related to the Good Child Project, and had the codename Cheyenne. The child codenamed Cheyenne was the best masterpiece among all those created in the Mansion of the Dead. He had stealth, weapon skills, and the ability to kill key figures. It was a product of exceptional quality in all respects, and so there were plans to hand it over to the Japanese Yakuza organization, that is, the best clients of this organization. However, something happened to the delivery along the way, and instead of Japan, Cheyenne was sent to Korea. Cheyenne then extended his palms to a man passing by, attracting his attention, looking quite excited. The director now, intertwining his palms with each other, lowered his head, covering his eyes, and said that 5 years had already passed. They resigned themselves to the idea that the protagonist had died, and he turned to God with a wide smile, and tears of joy welled up in his eyes, as he had not even hoped that God would allow them to find Cheyenne alive. Turning to Rachel, he asked her to bring the protagonist back at any cost, asking if she understood this. She took off the scarf on her head, agreeing to this, and promised that she would begin the restoration procedure immediately. Throwing off her nun's robe, she added that in an emergency, she would use force, and showed the weapon that was attached to her feet, and also appeared in her hands. She was the disciplinary officer of the Mansion of the Dead, and her tasks and specialty were unknown. Looking at her seriously, the director asked if she really understood him correctly. He specified that she should return Cheyenne safe and sound, warning her not to use her toys, as it was too dangerous. Rachel became sadder, but lowered one of the machine guns, knelt down and lifted her robe. Some time later, Kwon Byung-woo bowed, announced that he was Joseph's father, and admitted that he was very ashamed. He admitted that he was guilty of not raising Joseph properly, and said that they would bear all the costs of Huang's treatment and moral compensation that the woman would inform him of. With her back to him, the woman continued to calmly prepare the dishes that the two teenagers standing next to the counter ordered from her, looking warily at the bowed Byung-woo. However, the woman said that what Byung-woo was doing would not change anything, and she was sure that this matter would not end with just an apology. Byung-woo stood there for a while, bowing down, and then raised his head and asked in surprise, was it really that it didn't help? In that case, he straightened up, turned his back to the woman and agreed with this, and then said goodbye to her. She asked in bewilderment, was that all? Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, Manhwa announced that he believed in efficiency above all else, but she refused to negotiate, so he was not going to waste her time any longer. The woman watched him with bewilderment, and he, approaching the car, warned that there were many other ways, including in his specialty. As the car began to pull away, Manhwa admitted that his nose was itching from the dust and stench, and asked how one could do business in such a place. He announced that they would raze the whole place to the ground and build a commercial and housing complex there. Then he asked what happened to the child. He wondered if anyone had taken care of him, and the driver confirmed this, saying that the secretary had gone there, and he assumed that he had finished and would contact them soon. Manhwa thought, looking out the car window. Some time later, in the Hanrim University Medical Center, Joseph, whose wounds were bandaged, lay thinking about someone and called the man names without knowing what had come over him. He exclaimed that he had said something about the 3 absolute principles, and Manhwa, who was standing next to his bed, looked at the nurse who was nearby in surprise, and repeating the name of the 3 absolute principles, he assumed that it was some kind of youth movement. The nurse did not answer, and Joseph exclaimed that he did not know either, and added that then the man suddenly attacked the 4 of them. Manhwa raised his palm and asked him to wait, and the nurse shuddered in surprise, looking at him. He asked if she could step out for a minute. He promised that he wouldn't take long, and when the nurse removed it, Joseph stood up, attracting Manhwa's attention, and wanted to say something, but without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Manhwa suddenly hit him hard in the face, and from this, Joseph's head even jerked. Saying his name seriously, Manhwa asked if he knew what angered him the most. He noted that either they bullied that guy and he jumped out, or they forced him to do it, but he didn't care about it. But the fact that they went to his house in order to solve this problem had to be done carefully. Smiling, he said that the main rule of doing business is not to do it twice, and he warned that this should be a lesson for Joseph, because this is an adult world. Around the same time, someone kicked Cheyenne and threw him aside. He did not resist, and the man, pulling on his glove, ordered his assistants to lift Cheyenne. He frowned and asked who they were. Other than that, he did not understand what they were doing, but without letting him finish the question, the man slapped him in the face, and the protagonist's head jerked. His bag, all crumpled, lay to the side, and soon the men lowered him to the ground, and one of them asked what he wanted. He took off the glove from his palm, saying that Cheyenne had beaten up 4 of his peers, but it would not work with adults. He threw the used glove on the protagonist's head, and then remembered that because of him, the young master lost his leg. One of the men raised Cheyenne's hand, fixing it in a raised position, and he flinched, and the man asked if he should respond in kind. He put his foot on the protagonist's hand, then pressed down, and his eyes widened, and then he screamed, unable to hold back. The man warned that this was an adult world and turned around. A little while later, as he stood up, Cheyenne repeated that this was an adult world and called the man names, then twitched his hand, flexing it, and called all of these people names, then pointed out that a missing limb and a broken limb were not the same thing. He noted that they were a long way from punishing Rachel, then looked at his shaking palm and thought that it was annoying anyway. He couldn't use his powers without orders because of those stupid 3 principles, and as he picked up his bag, he decided that he needed to lay low for a while. He figured that if that didn't help, a new idea would come in handy, and that was what was really annoying. He continued walking, but was suddenly distracted from his thoughts, as someone caught his attention. It was Huang's mother, who asked if it was true that it was Cheyenne. She looked at him worriedly and asked what was wrong with him. He greeted her, thinking that it was another problem. Some time later, he was already sitting at the table, stirring the food on his plate with a fork, and thoughtfully lowered his head. Putting a few more plates in front of him, the woman asked him not to feel burdened, and reminding him that she said that everything was fine, she told him to eat a lot. The protagonist suddenly froze, thinking that she ordered him to eat a lot, and mentally noting that he clearly recognized Mama Huang as his parent, he began to eat the food offered to him. Watching him, the woman cried out worriedly, noting that this could cause indigestion, and told him to drink water. Instantly agreeing, Cheyenne did so, and soon put the empty bottle on the table. When he ate everything, he leaned back in his chair, thanking the woman for the food. She, cutting the prepared rolls, confessed that she was very glad that the protagonist visited her after a long time. He sat a little more straight, bowing his head, and asked if Huang was okay. The woman asked if he was talking about her Huang. She exclaimed that he was okay, and remembered that other people had told her that the operation was successful, and now all that was left was to observe the condition. She asked if it was true that her Huang was very brave. She explained that this was why, although it was hard now, they would get through it. But suddenly her hand began to shake, and she confessed that she was not like that at all. Squeezing her eyes shut, she burst into tears, declaring that such a horror had happened to her son, and she could not do anything. She really wanted to destroy everyone, as well as tear apart that man and everything he held dear, so that he, like her, would eat himself from the inside, shedding tears. She slammed her hands on the board, and the carefully rolled rolls fell apart. Cheyenne listened attentively to the woman, watching her, and after a while, having calmed down, she apologized to him, as she was sure that she should not have put this on him. She turned around, but suddenly froze in surprise, noticing that the table was empty, and tried to call out to Cheyenne, but no one answered. Some time later, in a high-rise building, someone announced that this was the end of Manhwa Construction's performance report. Manhwa, raising a glass filled with alcohol, announced that everyone had done a good job in the third quarter. Thanks to the efforts of his employees, Manhwa Construction was able to achieve success and be where they are now. He also began to talk about their unwavering determination despite the bankruptcy of the parent company, Juyung Construction. Suddenly, a waiter approached one of the employees, asking if he wanted more wine. The man was thinking about drinking more wine, but suddenly the waiter hit him hard in the face with the bottle, and the man was thrown to the side from this blow. It was Cheyenne who confirmed this, asking the man not to refuse himself. He angrily called him names, and the protagonist took 2 mugs that were on the tray and threw it towards the man, who tried to hit him, but it did not hit Cheyenne, and preparing to attack again, the man suggested that he try to dodge it. And suddenly he froze in bewilderment, looking at his palms, on which the mugs were put. He did not understand how this happened, and in the meantime the protagonist swung his leg, delivering a powerful blow, from which the mugs cracked, and the man himself was thrown to the side. After that, Cheyenne took forks and a small knife, which were also nearby, and threw them at the people standing nearby. One of the men, calling him the blonde, also called him names, ordering him to receive, but before he could land any blows, the cutlery that Cheyenne threw pierced him and his comrades standing nearby, piercing their heads. The other employees began to look around, and one of them asked what the noise was about. Another man ordered the others to grab the protagonist, ordering them to shoot, and while looking around in confusion, they asked each other where Cheyenne was. One of the men ordered the other employees to find him, since he couldn't have gone far, so he had to be somewhere here. Watching the commotion below, Manhwa thought about the blonde guy, while Cheyenne, who was hiding under one of the tables, crawled out from under it, clutching a small table knife in his hands. He thought of the good children of the mansion of the dead, repeating to himself the first principle, that a parent's orders are absolute. He ran between several men, cutting their legs, and frowned in concentration. He remembered the woman talking about wanting to tear the other man and everything he held dear, so that he, like her, would eat himself from the inside out, crying. The men behind him screamed, because their legs hurt, and the protagonist repeated the woman's words, but was suddenly distracted, because the men noticed him and began to run up to attack. Cheyenne pulled the tablecloth off one of the tables and threw it, and whatever was on the tablecloth towards the men, and while they were distracted by it, he picked up the table and jumped up towards the men with it to strengthen his blow. One of the men managed to curse, but the next moment the protagonist pinned him and his comrades to the floor with the table, and the men screamed. Cheyenne suddenly noticed that someone had thrown a knife at him, and he managed to dodge it, so that the weapon pierced the head of another man running closer. Pulling on a glove, someone admitted that it was a good blow, but remembered that he had definitely broken the protagonist's hand. This time he was going to do something different, but before he could finish, Cheyenne ran closer, intercepting his hand, and delivered a blow, and then, grabbing the man's hand again, he ordered him to watch, explaining that this is how to break. He yanked his hand and the man fell to his knees, screaming loudly. Cheyenne left him lying there, and suddenly a bullet flew very close to him, grazing his cheek. He turned, noticing Manhwa was standing on the balcony, holding a gun in his outstretched hand. He thoughtfully admitted that he thought he was a better shot, and the protagonist noted that unless he was a professional, it was difficult to hit from such a distance. Manhwa began to descend, asking if this was really true. He assumed that he was well informed, and asked who he was, a child or a professional. He had heard that there was an organization called Crew in Korea, and asked if Cheyenne was one of them. He came closer and closer to him, and the protagonist admitted that he did not know who they were. He noted that if he belonged to anyone, it was only to the Hyanho snack bar. Manhwa tilted his head slightly to the side and asked again, realizing that it was that junk food stall in the stinking alley. Now he understood everything and, placing the barrel of the gun against the forehead of the calmly standing Cheyenne, he asked what exactly the woman said. He assumed that she told him to kill him, but the protagonist replied that this was not so and clarified that she said he had to tear Byung-woo and everything dear to him apart. He asked again in confusion, and Cheyenne swung his arms sharply, knocking the gun away from him and simultaneously striking him. Byung-woo grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, keeping himself from falling, and called him names, asking if this was some old woman from a snack bar taking revenge. The protagonist said that it was neither revenge nor retribution, and then struck again, repeating the first principle. Blood spurted out of Byung-woo's mouth and nose, one of his teeth flew out, and Cheyenne declared that a parent's orders were absolute. Turning around, he began to walk away, and Byung-woo said that efficiency was important in work, so as not to do it twice. Smiling despite the fact that he was badly beaten, he noted that he should have dealt with Cheyenne and that woman right away too. He promised that next time he would kill everyone, and picking up his gun from the ground, the protagonist declared that he was talking nonsense, and remembered the third principle, after which he fired without looking, hitting the base of a large chandelier that hung just above Byung-woo. When a parent was in danger, one could act according to the situation, and the heavy chandelier fell down, crushing Byung-woo, and Cheyenne, leaving, said that their family, that is, both son and father, are the same. Soon, at the hospital, someone asked the patient if he felt any discomfort. Joseph, covering his face with his hand, asked if he couldn't see it. He cursed, and the nurse exclaimed that school violence was very scary these days. Joseph looked at her thoughtfully, and she admitted that it was the first time she had seen such serious injuries. She assumed that the child who did it was good at fighting, but added that this did not excuse it. Joseph replied that he did not know, but admitted that it was very painful. The nurse who took out the medicine reminded him of what had happened earlier, and asked what Joseph had spoken to Byung-woo with. She asked again about the 3 absolute principles and asked if that was really what the child had said. She injected the medicine with a syringe into the 4, and noticing this, Joseph asked what the nurse had added to the 4. He noted that it had a strange color, but she sighed and told him not to worry about it, since in small doses it did not lead to death. She smiled, closing her eyes good-naturedly, and sat down on the bed next to Joseph, and he asked again. The nurse asked if he would answer her question. She repeated the 3 absolute principles and leaned her elbows on Joseph's body, causing him to painfully clench his jaw, covering one eye. Leaning closer to him, the girl asked if he knew what it was. He looked at her in horror, exclaiming that he did not know, and asked what she was talking about. The nurse reminded him of what Joseph had told Byung-woo on the first day, and as she removed her wig from her head, she decided that she would ask the question differently, and saying about a child named Sean, she asked if Joseph meant anything by that name. She was the disciplinary officer of the mansion of the dead Rachel, and her tasks and specialty were disguise, infiltration, interrogation, and torture. Some time later, Rachel contacted the director on the phone and announced that they had a problem. She looked around the hall where there were badly injured people lying on the floor and announced that a child with the code name Cheyenne had used force. The director, standing up from his chair, asked excitedly, not understanding what Rachel was talking about. She explained that they had tracked Cheyenne and arrived at the right place, but he was no longer there. As she walked through the hall, she stepped on one of the men, but did not pay attention to it, and then, squatting down next to another person, she added that, in addition, there were many badly injured men here. Even if it was Cheyenne's doing, it was contrary to the 3 absolute principles, and the director, biting his finger, frowned, saying that something did not add up, because such a thing had never happened in the history of the Mansion of the Dead. That was why it was called the 3 absolute principles. Walking over to the bookcase, the director opened the doors of it, and drawing Rachel's attention, he said that if Cheyenne had violated the 3 absolute principles, then something had gone wrong. Several books fell off the shelf, and looking at the picture of the children covered by the seal, he assumed that the weapons they were selling in the Mansion of the Dead were capable of ignoring orders and could target them. Taking one of the books in his hands, he warned Rachel that they were changing the target, and opening the book to the page that had the picture of little Cheyenne, he ordered her to examine it first. He asked her to observe him and find out if he had really used force without permission. Rachel listened attentively to this order and stood up, stepping on another man, who screamed and put his palms on her leg, and she replied that she understood everything, and the director warned that if she needed help in Korea, she could contact the staff of the White Tiger. At this time, 2 men entered the room, and one of them asked in bewilderment, what kind of nonsense was this? He was shocked that a middle school student did this, and his friend, adjusting his hair with a comb, said that by the time he figured out this situation, all his hair might fall out. Without ending the connection, Rachel, approaching these men, said that she found a smoker and a bald man, and announced that she would begin surveillance of Cheyenne as soon as she left the scene of the incident. One of the men, turning to his friend, asked if Rachel had just called him bald. He didn't know what to make of it, but ignoring his indignation, Rachel simply walked past, and the men looked thoughtfully after her. Finally, one of them asked if modern girls really dressed like that. His comrade, smiling, noted that some people said Rachel was Russian, and declared that they were open-minded. He remembered that his wife was also broad-minded, and then suddenly he noticed that the manager was always absent at such moments, and asked where he was. They remembered that the boss had given the manager another task, and calmed down. Some time later, at school, Rachel, reincarnated as another person, thought that she had finished the preliminary investigation of Cheyenne, and realized that he went to this high school. On paper, his parents were abroad, but in reality they were fictitious parents whose identity was not established. Now she was walking through the corridors where other students were also walking, and smiling, she mentally turned to the main character and asked what he was doing here. She promised that she would find out, and putting her hand to her cheek, she admitted that she was eager to see how their Cheyenne had grown up. He was the best among all the children she had taught, and he was perfect in all the weapons she had given him. Rachel remembered how she had taught little Cheyenne, and admitted that she could not believe that he had grown up without a mission. Looking out the window next to her, she realized that it was Cheyenne's classroom and noticed the protagonist sitting at a desk talking to his classmates. He noted that Joseph did so, and while putting his hands together and pretending to cry, he began to speak on Joseph's behalf, begging for forgiveness and saying that it was all his fault. Noticing this, Rachel froze, her eyes widening in shock, and asked herself if that was Cheyenne. She was shocked that the bully was him, while the protagonist continued talking, noting that he then told Joseph to stop acting up and asked if he really wanted to die. One of the boys, who was sitting at a desk behind Cheyenne, cursed, saying that he was making too much noise. Getting up from his desk, he put his hand to his head, asking Cheyenne to let him sleep. He frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and asked what he said. He stood up from his seat, and the boy began to stand up as well, and Rachel wondered if this was a fight for a place in the hierarchy. She remembered that in the mansion of the dead there were also such fights, noting that this was a fight to establish a hierarchy. She remembered that the children even sometimes tried to fight with her, and called them adorable, remembering how she easily stopped a child from trying to attack her. Of course, in any fight, Cheyenne was the winner, but distracted from her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that Cheyenne was lying on the floor, and surprised to note that he was the strongest, she asked herself what happened. Meanwhile, the protagonist, squinting, asked his opponent to stop, and began to apologize to him. He held his hands in front of his face to take the blow and cried out, noting that the other guy had hit the bone. Rachel couldn't move, looking at it in horror, and some time later, when the lesson had already started, she suggested reading the next chapter. She thought that it was right, after all, this was a school, and began to talk about what happened here with the author. She was sure that here one cannot recklessly show one's strength if one is trying to hide, and guessed that the three principles still applied to Cheyenne. She looked at him carefully, asking herself if further observation was necessary. Cheyenne, frowning in concentration, was writing something in a notebook, and noticing his eyes and concentrated gaze, Rachel thought that she knew that Cheyenne was special. She remembered that in the mansion of the dead, the good children were not only strong but also smart, and the protagonist was always an outstanding child. She thought that even though Cheyenne was hiding his powers, he couldn't hide his genius, and she moved closer to the desk where the protagonist was sitting, wanting to tell him what was happening in that case. She smiled, thinking that it was a hassle, since Cheyenne had to hide so much in order to blend in with the community. She decided that she would have to teach him when she had the chance, but suddenly froze, noticing that instead of writing down the lesson, the protagonist had drawn a small comic strip in his notebook. He, briefly distracted, looked at the resulting picture intently, and Rachel froze in shock, and then hit him on the head and asked what he was doing. She indignantly reminded him that he was in class, and some time later, going into the staff restroom, Rachel sat down on the toilet, thinking that this couldn't be happening. She desperately covered her face with her hands, and then took off her disguise and exclaimed that it couldn't be, asking if her Cheyenne had turned into a stupid child. She found it strange, since Cheyenne's face was very similar to her students'. However, she didn't feel any elegance in him, and squeezing her eyes shut and clutching her head with her hands, she asked herself if this was all a coincidence. She was sure that there was no way that this immature boy was Cheyenne. In the end, while taking off her clothes and changing her disguise, she decided that the plan was changing, since this was already beyond the protection of the 3 absolute principles. As she exited the booth, she decided that she should first confirm if this code name was really Cheyenne. Some time later, while waiting for the traffic light to cross the road, Cheyenne put his hand to his head, noting that it hurt. He noticed that the teacher usually didn't hit him that hard, and Rachel, still hiding under her disguise, stood next to him and thought if he wasn't Cheyenne, then he should know that he would die by her hand. The protagonist suddenly heard someone calling out to him, asking where he was going. He turned around, noticing Huang's mother, and smiling, she noted that they met again and said that Cheyenne was just in time. She asked if he would help her carry the bags. The protagonist froze upon hearing this, and happily agreed, promising that he would carry it. The woman thanked him and told him to eat tteokbokki when he was at the restaurant. He happily agreed, thanking her for the treat, and noticing their interaction, Rachel became thoughtful. Some time later, outside the snack bar where the woman worked, Cheyenne was eating the dish offered to him. Noticing his actions, the woman asked him to take it slow, and the protagonist immediately agreed. Rachel, who was also standing nearby, thought that she had heard about this woman from Joseph, and remembered that he had sent her son into a coma. However, she did not understand what relation Cheyenne had to her, and looked at him in confusion, and he continued to eat the food offered to him, and noticing his mouth stained with sauce, Rachel thought that it was a real pig. The closer she looked, the more similar it was, and she thought that it was definitely not Cheyenne. She did not understand how this person could act like a pig with Cheyenne's face, and tried the dish she took, but suddenly she screamed, and then began to wave her hand next to her mouth and exclaimed that it was spicy. She asked for some water, and the woman handed her a bottle, saying that she would take it. She assumed that this girl did not tolerate spicy food well, and asked if that was true. Taking sips of water, Rachel, crying from the spiciness, mentally repeated the woman's words about her not tolerating spicy food well, and asked if she was kidding. In her opinion, it was pure torture, and she did not understand how people ate such a thing, assuming that they had gone crazy. Still not fully over the spicy taste, Rachel called the Koreans crazy, because she was sure that such an amount of spicy food should be considered poison, as well as a lethal dose. Smiling, the protagonist said that he should have eaten slowly, and assumed that the girl in front of him was very sloppy. Mentally cursing, Rachel decided that she would definitely kill him, and remembered that Sean also did not tolerate spicy food. She remembered that she had held his hand back then, and assumed that it was hard for him if he was still in Korea. Suddenly, she shuddered, noticing that Cheyenne was standing there, his hand clenched into a fist until it was shaking. She was amazed at this, and the woman suddenly turned to Cheyenne and asked if it was delicious. Giving her an approving gesture, he exclaimed that it was very delicious, noting that you could even lick your fingers. Rachel called him names, wondering if he was really holding out on it for dear life. She looked closely at the protagonist's expression and then called him stupid, thinking that he could just not eat it, and that's it. She did not understand why he forced himself to eat everything that was given to him, and noted that if he did not tolerate spicy food well, then he simply should not eat it. And suddenly, she realized something, and her eyes widened, telling herself to wait, and her mind went back to a while ago when Cheyenne met the woman at the traffic light. He then happily agreed to carry her bags, and also agreed to eat tteokbokki when he came to the restaurant. Rachel realized that Cheyenne does everything that the woman says, and in the meantime, she handed him a box, asking him to help with it, and the protagonist happily agreed. Rachel realized that he was following orders, and she remembered how when she reported the situation to the director, she noted that even if this was Cheyenne's doing, it was against the 3 absolute principles. She was sure that such a thing could not be done without an order, and assumed that someone hired Cheyenne to ruin Manhwa construction. The only suspect now was this woman, and Rachel looked warily at the woman who was putting ingredients into the sauce for it to cook. Rachel remembered the first principle of the Mansion of the Dead, which was that the parents' orders are absolute. Cheyenne had by now moved the box to the right place, and Rachel realized that he perceived this woman as a parent and obeyed her orders. Taking all this into account, the puzzle came together, and, handing the money to the woman, Rachel decided to pay. The woman asked her to wait a second, exclaiming that she would find the change now. She began to count it, and Rachel, taking a sharpened stick, thought that there was an easy way to confirm this guess, and threw the stick towards the woman. However, Cheyenne stopped this using a fork and then jumped over the counter, reaching out to Rachel, who smiled enthusiastically, thinking that she had thought so. The protagonist's sudden movement caused the chair to tip over, and the woman screamed from the sharp sound, admitting that it had scared her. Turning around, she noticed that Cheyenne and Rachel were missing, and noted that the girl had forgotten her change. Soon, Cheyenne and Rachel were in a slightly different place, and she, using the same sharpened stick, reminded them of the third principle of the Dead Mansion for Good Children, which is that when a parent is in danger, one can act according to the situation. She attacked the protagonist, scratching his cheek, but he did not pay attention to this and delivered his own blow, which Rachel managed to block. However, he was not going to give up and, intercepting her hand, suggested that they get it over with, asking if she was really going to follow him all day. He shouted her name, frowning indignantly and approaching her face, and she, smiling, realized that it was indeed Cheyenne, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She noted that this was still a little strange, and Cheyenne looked at her warily, and Rachel asked why he was following that woman from the diner as if she was his parent. She was sure that the owner of some seedy diner could not become a customer of the Mansion of the Dead, and frowning, Cheyenne asked again, admitting that he had no idea what Rachel was talking about. He thought that he certainly made a lot of noise, but he did not even think that they would find him so quickly. Suddenly, Rachel jerked, preparing to attack, and said whatever it was, you need to do it differently. She grabbed the protagonist's arm, and then, throwing him over her back, threw him to the ground, and he, clenching his jaw, screamed and arched in pain. Sitting on top of him, Rachel said that it was time to go home, since there were many customers waiting for him. She ran her palm over his forehead, and Cheyenne asked himself, should he go home? He remembered when he was a child and stood among his injured comrades, and noted that he should go back at that time. Sighing, he also remembered how the woman ran her finger along his cheek, calling him Park Cheyenne, and announced that this was his name now. At this moment, the protagonist's eyes widened and asked what kind of memories were those. Rachel asked what he said. Cheyenne suddenly frowned, and then, abruptly rising up, hit Rachel in the face with his head, and screaming, she flew back and covered her mouth with her hand. Cheyenne took advantage of this and rose, and Rachel, trying to stop the blood that flowed from her nose, attracted the attention of the protagonist and realized that he did not want to go back in a good way. She sighed, and then blew her nose, removing excess blood from her nose, and looked menacingly at Cheyenne, but suddenly froze, since he was not in the place where he had been standing just recently. Running away, the protagonist cursed, since he could not believe that they sent Rachel here. The image of the girl he remembered appeared in his thoughts again, and frowning only more, he asked himself, what kind of person is this? Some time later, in the Mansion of the Dead, the director indignantly asked what his interlocutor said. He was outraged that she had missed a man and asked what this meant. Rachel, running into a stall in the restroom, pushed the woman out of the way and apologized to the director, admitting that she had let her guard down. She was in disguise again, but as she ran into the stall, she began to take off her clothes and announced that she had found the old woman who was controlling Cheyenne with the three principles. The woman she had pushed out of the way began pounding on the door, apologizing and getting her attention. However, Rachel ignored these cries, and the director asked her if it was really just one woman who was controlling the protagonist. As she continued to undress, Rachel admitted that from her observations, Cheyenne considered this woman to be her parent. He held his chin thoughtfully. The director asked if this was why Cheyenne followed her orders. He did not understand how this was even possible and asked if Rachel thought that the woman was doing this on purpose. Changing her disguise, she replied that she could not say for sure yet, but she did not think so. The director said that in this case, Rachel should first follow the woman, and without answering, she ended the call, and then opened the booth, and the woman, frowning indignantly, asked if she was not ashamed to cut in line. Without answering her, Rachel, who had already changed her appearance, walked to the side, and, looking at her in bewilderment, the woman asked where the girl was. Sitting in his office, the director noted that there were two ways to take their child away from the parent, and thought about the first method. At this time, the woman, sighing in surprise, asked what her interlocutor said. Rachel announced that she asked the woman to stay away from Cheyenne. She sat there, stirring the food on her plate with her fork, and said that she couldn't pay enough attention to him because of her constant business trips, and the fact that the protagonist had to eat such low-quality food broke her mother's heart, and he wasn't even allowed to eat spicy food. Lowering her head, the woman said that she understood everything, and asked if Cheyenne couldn't eat spicy food. The first way to take their child away from their parent was to force the parents to voluntarily give up the child. Noticing the woman's state, Rachel noted that this was true, mentally exclaiming that it was time for her to feel guilty, and asked how she dared to become Cheyenne's parents. Standing up, she said that she knew Cheyenne listened to her, but as an adult, she also had to take some responsibility. The woman stood there with her head down in shame, and Rachel, putting her hand on her shoulder, said that for this very reason, if the protagonist showed up here again, the woman should tell him to go home and never come back here again, warning that she should sound confident. A parent had to order a child to return to the mansion of the dead, and remembering this, Rachel began to leave, declaring that she would consider that they understood each other, since it was time for her to go. However, the woman suddenly refused, declaring that she would not do this, and she reminded him that Rachel had told her that she was often absent due to business trips, and asked if it was true that this was so. Rachel looked at her with displeasure, asking if she was really picky about words. The woman asked if she had even once looked at his face and his clothes. She also wondered if Rachel knew anything about his school life and looked at her with confusion, and the woman said that Cheyenne's face and clothes were always dirty, and when she asked him, he said that he just fell. She really thought that was true and thought that he was a boy after all, and that something like that always happened to them. She clutched the fabric of her apron in her hand and, unable to hold back the tears that ran down her cheek, she remembered that her Huang also always said that he just fell, and she couldn't let the same thing happen to Cheyenne. She remembered how she met him and explained that this was why, even without being able to realize it, she began to look after him as much as she could. She exclaimed that right now he needed a parent to look after him and cried even harder, confessing that she didn't want Cheyenne to end up like Huang. She clenched her fist and her palm began to shake, and then she announced that if Rachel was busy, she would be looking out for Shura herself. Rachel turned to her with displeasure, asking who she thought she was, a question mark she did not understand. Who was she anyway to be looking out for Cheyenne? And bowing, the woman apologized. However, she noted that she would not be able to fulfill it. Roselle elevation and again jaws, more expensive than my hand in a fist, and said nothing. Some time later, contacting the director, she said that the first method had failed, and noted that the woman had turned out to be much more correct than she thought, and she stood by her right of ownership. She threw off the clothes she had used for camouflage, and the director realized that in this case nothing could be done, and admitted that he wanted to resolve this issue peacefully. And he ordered Russell to proceed to the second method, and she answered that she understood everything, and taking off the rest of her clothes, the antivirus, that she was already starting. And the second way to take their child was the death of his parents, in which case the child had to return to the mansion of the dead. Rachel asked the director to make that woman their target, and promised that she would get rid of her. Some time later, in a grocery store, a woman was choosing the necessary products, and Rachel, hiding behind the counter, watched her. She squeezed a small button in her hands, and then, continuing to watch the woman, asked who she thought she was. She was outraged that she dared to take Sean, and pressed the button, and the explosives hidden in the store were activated, after which an explosion was heard, destroying part of the store. People began to panic, and also scream, not understanding what was happening. The fire extinguishing system worked, and water began to flow from special devices on the ceiling. The woman was also scared, looking with horror at what was happening around, and taking advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted. Rachel put a gun forward, and then said that this woman was not destined to become Sean's parents, promising that she would not allow this. She pulled the trigger of the gun, firing, but the main character, suddenly appearing nearby, put a frying pan forward, deflecting the bullet, and frowned, looking seriously at Rachel. She shouted his name excitedly, and he, looking at the dented frying pan, said that he had seen this trick in a game and decided to try it, asking who would have thought that it would actually work. Throwing the ruined frying pan aside, he began to walk towards Rachel, admitting that he had thought that she would dare to take such a step. However, noticing that she had used bombs and guns, he asked if she thought that was too much. But she ordered him not to interfere, and promised that she would free him from this woman. Meanwhile, she, closing her eyes, coughed from the smoke, and Rachel again pointed the gun at her, aiming. The protagonist promised that he would not allow this, and ran forward, crashing into the counter, and screaming. Rachel ran away, still unable to shoot. She managed to run away from the counter in time to prevent it from falling on her, and Cheyenne remembered the third principle, and kicking the weapon out of Rachel's hands, he asked if it was true that she knew it as well as he did. She said thoughtfully that she wanted to return Cheyenne unharmed and took out a knife, slashing at the cut. He bent over, dodging it, and looking at the red liquid dripping down, asked if that was true. He declared that he could not say the same and frowned, holding a can of sauce in front of him, which he used to stop Rachel's knife. With a jerk of the can, he twisted the knife out of Rachel's hands and, taking advantage of her distraction, he tried to stab her, but she dodged and asked if he really thought he could defeat her. She tripped the protagonist, knocking him to the floor, and asked if he had forgotten who his mentor was. Cheyenne was unable to stay on his feet, and Rachel, regaining her own balance, declared that fighting was only a means to an end. Looking at Cheyenne, who clenched his jaw, his eyes closed in pain, she warned him to consider this an additional lesson, and bending over him, she asked him to answer, and asked what the point of this fight was. The woman at this time continued to stand covering her head from the dripping water from above, and asked what was going on. Suddenly, she heard a child crying to the side, and turning her attention to him, she froze, and Eugene, bending over, cried, calling for his mother and asking where she was. Coming closer to him, the woman excitedly asked if he was hurt. Yevgeny continued to cry, shouting that he could not find his mother, and raising his head, he looked at the woman, exclaiming that his mother was nowhere to be seen. Tears rolled down his face, and he asked the woman to help him, but secretly took out a knife, preparing to strike. At that moment, when Rachel asked Cheyenne to tell her what the meaning of this fight was, he mentally asked himself if she was talking about the meaning. While he was distracted by thinking, Rachel took advantage of this and swung the knife, but the protagonist jumped to the side in time and managed to avoid being injured. He quickly regained his balance, getting to his feet, and Rachel, also quickly orienting herself, was already in a fighting stance in order to attack again. She struck, but Cheyenne managed to dodge and, intercepting Rachel's hand, he asked if the meaning of this fight was an operation. She confirmed that it was indeed so and clarified that this was an operation to free Cheyenne. Despite the protagonist continuing to hold her hands, she tried to bring the blade of her small dagger closer to him, and he clenched his jaw and frowned, putting more effort into keeping Rachel at a distance from him. Suddenly, he realized something and wondered if they had come up with something else. He turned around, and Rachel, breaking free from his grip, warned that he should not be distracted during the fight, and swung her dagger, and this time Cheyenne failed to dodge, and the blade grazed his cheek. He lost his balance, but quickly regained it, and grabbing a few cans of food from the shelf, he noted that, as expected, fighting with bare hands was too much. He threw the cans at Rachel, and she, dodging it, said that if they only dealt with that woman, the protagonist would end up in the mansion of the dead again. She reminded him that Cheyenne was the property of the mansion after all, and he bowed his head and asked if he really did. Confirming this, Rachel offered to go home together and ran to attack again, swinging her dagger, and Cheyenne threw a bag between them, and while striking, Rachel cut it, and flour poured out of the bag, blocking her vision. Rachel was forced to cover her face with her hands to prevent the flour from getting into her eyes. She also covered her mouth and, cursing, quietly asked if this was really flour. Taking advantage of her distraction, Cheyenne made a sharp lunge forward, using scissors as a weapon. Rachel managed to dodge to the side, and so the scissors only scratched more, and Cheyenne also cut off some of her hair. Bringing his hand back, he spun the other scissors he was also holding on his finger and swung his hand, delivering a blow, but Rachel, sharply lowering herself down, managed to dodge and, smiling in admiration, exclaimed that it was necessary. She prepared to deliver a blow, and exclaimed that this was the Cheyenne she knew. However, she was unable to injure the protagonist, since he stopped her dagger with the blades of the scissors. She looked at this in shock, frozen and widening her eyes, and noticed that Cheyenne did not hesitate at all. Meanwhile, he asked, "Is she really saying that he is property?" Leaning down, he grabbed Rachel, who was still standing motionless, not understanding what was happening. Cheyenne grabbed her hand, threw it over her back and, jerking forward, threw it into a grocery cart that was standing nearby. Rachel was unable to react at all and, moreover, dropped her dagger due to the blow. She screamed, trying to get up, and frowned, looking indignantly at the protagonist, and he asked, "Does he really have to go home to his family now?" Looking down on Rachel, he asked, "Who calls their family property?" She did not answer, and Cheyenne, pushing the cart she was in, declared, "If so, then there is something else." The cart Rachel was in was stuck into another similar grocery cart, and Cheyenne, coming closer, connected them with a special lock, after which, stepping aside, asked if it was true that now Rachel was more like a thing. She tried to call out to him, shouting his name over and over again and looking desperately after him. However, ignoring her, Cheyenne continued to walk away. At this time, Yevgeny continued to cry, and the woman leaned over to him and asked if he was okay. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she began to look around, asking where his parents were. Yevgeny raised his hand with a dagger, preparing to attack her, but at that moment, Cheyenne jumped out from behind the counters, calling out to the woman, asking if she was okay. She shouted his name in surprise and then, getting up, asked if he shouldn't be in class. She noticed that something was strange with the protagonist's clothes and asked what it was. She began to worry a lot and asked if he was hurt. Yevgeny put away the knife, hiding it behind his body again, and then turned his attention to Cheyenne's face, confidently thinking that this was the legend of the mansions of the dead. Meanwhile, the protagonist came closer to the woman, looking at her excitedly, and Yevgeny, continuing to think, assumed that if Cheyenne was here, then Rachel was defeated. Turning his attention to him, the protagonist asked what the child was. The woman answered that he said that he was lost, and said that he needed to take him away. Cheyenne, kneeling next to Yevgeny, smiled and asked if he knew his parents' phone number. Yevgeny, crying again, asked again, and then, lowering his head, admitted that he did not know. He understood that the risks were too great, and decided that now it was better to focus on the matter. Getting up, he began to run towards the woman, asking her to help him find his mother. He decided that he would use his maternal instinct to get closer to his target, but before he got close to the woman, Cheyenne suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder and, picking him up, asked him not to cry and smiled kindly. However, when he leaned closer to Yevgeny's ear, his smile became more cruel and he asked, "Wasn't he taught that no one likes snotty children?" Yevgeny looked at him a little scared, and Cheyenne put his finger on his neck, and he, opening his eyes wider, wondered if it was a gun. Frowning, the protagonist ordered him to sit quietly, assuming that he would have to talk to the director, and asked if Yevgeny knew how to contact him. He, smiling nervously, took out the knife again, and then admitted that he did not understand what Cheyenne was talking about. However, the protagonist noticed the knife in his palm and, with a sharp jerk of his hand, he knocked it out of Yevgeny's hands, asking the others to just look at this little child. When the knife fell on the floor, he stepped on it with his foot, covering the blade, and the woman, hearing the sound of the falling weapon, looked in amazement towards Yevgeny and Cheyenne and asked if they heard anything. The protagonists replied that they did not hear anything, and the woman noticed that Yevgeny put his head on Cheyenne's shoulder and asked if he had fallen asleep. The protagonist assumed that he was very tired, and then, when the rescuers had already arrived at the store and began to lead people out, the woman excitedly asked where Yevgeny's mother was. Cheyenne noticed that he had a phone and exclaimed that he would try to dial the right number. Some time later, the phone rang in the mansion of the dead and the director, waking up, cursed and asked why it was so early. Getting out of bed, he threw a robe over his shoulders and, closing his eyes in displeasure, thought that he asked that no one contact him directly. Going to the phone, he picked up the receiver, announcing that he was listening, and his interlocutor addressed him, and the man, opening his eyes wider and smiling, recognized this voice, realizing that it was Cheyenne. Cheyenne frowned, holding the phone in his hands, and the director asked why he was calling from this phone. He answered that the director sent him a nice gift, and looking at the sleeping Yevgeny, he asked if the director really thought that he could catch him with the help of Rachel and some child. The director asked if Rachel and Yevgeny were really killed. The smile immediately disappeared from his face, he became more serious, and Cheyenne asked what kind of reaction was this. He assumed that the director's pride was hurt, and warned that no matter how many people he sent, the outcome would be the same, and said that he could continue if he wanted to. The director smiled again, admitting that he thought the protagonist would just run away, and asked if he was going to confront the mansion of the dead. Cheyenne asked if he had to run away. He found this too boring, and he said that if the parent was in danger then it was okay to act according to the situation, and clarified that according to the third principle, he considered the mansion of the dead to be a threat to the parent, so he would destroy it. Hearing this, the director fell to his knees, grinning widely, and addressed the Lord, and then declared that his gift was the true and purest blessing. He raised his head, smiling wider, and asked who would have thought that Cheyenne would be so true to his principles. Calming down a little, he lowered his head and suggested what they could do. He asked the protagonist to send Yevgeny back and promised that in that case they would not touch that woman. Cheyenne, rising from the chair he had been sitting on before, moved a little to the side and asked the director to tell Rachel to come for Yevgeny in an hour. The director closed his eyes, smiling and putting the phone receiver to his forehead, and then said that Cheyenne was very innocent, declaring that they would meet soon and calling him his treasure. Having finished the conversation, the protagonist came closer to Yevgeny and, poking his finger into his head, he told him to wake up. He jumped up abruptly, frowning, and closing his eyes, Cheyenne told him not to even think about looking for the knife, explaining that he had taken it a long time ago. He placed a plate of food in front of Yevgeny on the table and told him to sit quietly and eat, asking if it was true that he hadn't eaten. Yevgeny looked at the food with disgust and asked who would eat that. However, sometime later, he was walking next to Cheyenne on the street, covered in sauce, and the protagonist smiled and asked if it was tasty. Yevgeny closed his eyes, saying that it wasn't very tasty, and Cheyenne, remembering how quickly he ate the food, leaned closer to him, putting his hand on his shoulder, and reminded him that Yevgeny had eaten everything. He looked away with displeasure, but didn't answer, and Cheyenne suddenly stopped, raising his head, and announced that it was Rachel. She stood at the top of the stairs, looking at them seriously, and said the name Yevgeny, and then called him over. He agreed without question, starting to climb the stairs and walk away from Cheyenne, but he suddenly caught his attention by handing him a bag and asking him to take it. He looked at it with a kind smile, assuming that he liked it, and continued to hold the bag in which the food was wrapped in an outstretched hand. Looking at him with disdain, Rachel noticed that he was very calm and warned that she was not finished with him yet. Without accepting the food, she took Yevgeny's hand and began to leave, promising that she would visit the protagonist again soon. He did not pay attention to her threat, but focused more on the fact that they did not take the food, and said that at Yevgeny's age, he must eat a lot. Rachel didn't answer him, and Cheyenne turned to leave, and she, turning to Yevgeny, said that everything would be so much easier if he dealt with that woman. He lowered his head, wanting to justify himself, but before he finished, Rachel warned that they would get rid of him yet. Hearing this, Cheyenne froze, and Rachel said that it was high time to get rid of useless children. Yevgeny froze, his eyes widened in horror, and then trembled, lowering his head, and, almost crying, admitted that he was sorry. Cheyenne suddenly returned, climbing the stairs after them, and called out to them too, and then, smiling, handed over a bag of food and said that he would ask Yevgeny again, after which he asked if it was true that he did not like the food. He turned to look at him, and then, crying even harder, exclaimed that it was delicious. The protagonist asked if it was true that it was really so. He declared that everything in the Hyeonho diner was delicious, and suggested that they return to the diner. The ownership of a child in the mansion of the dead belonged to the buyers, that is, the parents. However, if the parent died, the ownership returned to the mansion of the dead. One day, a woman approached Eugene, who, attracting his attention, announced that from that day on she would be his mother. He agreed with this, because after the child returned to the mansion, new parents were found for him, and then sent to a new family. However, some time later it turned out that this woman was dead, and this meant that Eugene was forced to return to the mansion again. After the death of one buyer, the child was again found a parent, and again sent to a new family. Several times it happened that the customers died, and when Yevgeny followed the director, he attracted his attention and asked how many times this was already. Yevgeny answered that it was the 4th time, but the director warned him that it was a rhetorical question and said that of course they could continue to send him to new families, but he had already failed to protect his parents 4 times. Putting his hand on Yevgeny's shoulder, he warned that this was the greatest disgrace in the history of the mansion of the dead, and if this continued, they would have to get rid of Yevgeny. Hearing this, he froze in horror, and the director asked if he knew what happened to such children. He looked at the small tombstones standing a little to the side, and also glancing sideways at these slabs. Yevgeny did not answer, and the director warned him that he should become more useful, and straightening up, looked at him seriously, deciding that he would give him a chance, and ordered him to go to Korea and help Rachel get Cheyenne back, adding that if he did not want to be gotten rid of, then he must prove his usefulness. At this moment, when Rachel said that they would get rid of him, Yevgeny asked himself, would they really get rid of him and he was useless? He decided that he had to prove his usefulness, and quietly asked Rachel to give him another chance. She asked again seriously, and he, lowering his head, admitted that he was sorry, and at that moment Cheyenne came closer, who asked if it was true that Yevgeny did not like the food. Smirking, Rachel said that she would give Eugene one last chance, and he turned around, looking at the protagonist, and Rachel ordered him to kill Cheyenne's parent, that is, that woman. The protagonist leaned over a little at this point, putting the bag of food on the ground, and Eugene thought that this was his last chance to prove his usefulness, after which he said that the food was delicious. He promised himself that he would kill Cheyenne's mother. The protagonist, kneading his palms, frowned, confidently declaring that he would take the child back. Rachel realized that Cheyenne still saw her as a threat, suggesting that the 3rd principle was in place. She placed her palms on Eugene's shoulders and asked if they hadn't agreed. She reminded him that Cheyenne should give them Eugene, and they would leave that woman alone. The protagonist agreed with this, but drew attention to the fact that Eugene himself had just said that it was delicious. He shuddered, and Cheyenne declared that this meant that Eugene was now their permanent guest, and nothing could be done about it. Rachel asked if that was really true. Leaning even closer to Yevgeny, she told him to go ahead, reminding him that this was his last chance, and finally, straightening up, she replied that in that case their contract could be considered dissolved, promising that she would come for that woman again. Yevgeny began to approach Cheyenne, and Rachel asked if he understood what this meant. Taking Yevgeny by the hand, the protagonist told Rachel to do what she wanted, and resolutely promised that he would beat her as much as it took. Yevgeny looked at him in surprise, but did not say anything, only looked more closely at the determined expression on Cheyenne's face. Some time later, the protagonist just as resolutely declared that he had said exactly that, and then, becoming a little more irritated, he looked at Yevgeny, who was sitting next to him at the table, and asked why he was here. Coming closer to them and placing a new plate of food on the table, the woman asked what his question meant. She reminded him that Cheyenne had promised to take care of the child, and he wanted to say something about coming to the woman's house, but she interrupted him and said that it was okay, and asked if Cheyenne could cook for himself. Besides, she would have had more fun with them, and while she continued setting the table, she asked who would have thought that their mothers would be friends. Cheyenne agreed with this, and imagined the two forms of Rachel that she had appeared in front of them, and thought that both of these women were Rachel. He was eventually distracted from his thoughts, as the woman said that he could stay too, asking if it was true that he had no one at home. After asking again, the protagonist said that there was no need to do that, but at the same time, Eugene bowed and thanked the woman for her hospitality. He was sure that he couldn't miss this chance, and the woman suddenly screamed, realizing that she forgot to ask his name. Yevgeny introduced himself, and Cheyenne, holding his hair, thought that this was too much. Come to think of it, this was his first time at Huang's house, and he looked around, noticing the drying sneakers on the balcony. As he continued to look around, he paid special attention to the door and asked if this was Huang's room. The woman confirmed it and asked what was going on. Cheyenne asked if he could come in. He noticed that he was talking as if he was in a trance, and as he approached the door, he opened it, walking into Huang's room. He thought that this was a completely ordinary room, and noted that this was often seen in film and TV series. He carefully looked around the furnishings, the things on the shelves, as well as the notebooks lying on the table, and noticed that the atmosphere here was that of a very ordinary life. Looking at the photo also in the room, which showed Huang and his mother, Cheyenne thought that it was a normal happy family and all that. Taking the photo in his hands, he assumed that he couldn't understand it because he had been wishing for it for too long. It was a completely normal family, and imagining Huang sitting on a chair in this room, he thought with certainty that he should be in this room. He imagined his mother bringing him food to the room, smiling, and assumed that Huang could be happy living his normal life. He stared at the photo, unhappy that he had gotten involved in all this. At this time, Eugene, wiping his mouth with a napkin, closed his eye and said that it was delicious, thanking the woman for the food. He thought that Cheyenne was in the other room, so this was his chance, and noted that it was the best omelette he had ever eaten. The woman asked again, puzzled, and then suggested that Yevgeny was talking about the egg roll. He suddenly asked if he could ask her a few questions. She allowed him to do so, and he asked if she had anyone besides her son. He put his hand under her jacket to get a gun and suggested that this woman might have a husband. She hesitated a little, not immediately understanding how to answer this question, and finally said that someone was waiting for Huang's father in heaven. She smiled, saying that unfortunately they had to let him go. Lowering his head, Yevgeny repeated her words about someone waiting for that man, and realized that he had found a family there. Putting her palms together, the woman exclaimed that this was indeed so, suggesting that it would be impossible to say it better. Yevgeny said that in that case it turns out that Huang never found a family anywhere, and, looking at him in bewilderment, the woman asked again, and he, becoming a little more serious, declared that a useless weakling cannot become part of a family. These words shocked the woman even more, and she asked what Yevgeny was talking about. He declared that in a family a person must constantly prove his usefulness and the value of his presence, specifying that this must be done for each member of the family, because otherwise the person would become a burden, sucking out resources, and he wanted to say something else about such a family, but the woman suddenly stood up, sharply slamming her palm on the table, and shouted that this was not so, and then declared that this was not the point of a family. Yevgeny raised his head, looking at her in bewilderment, and asked what the point of a family was. The woman asked again, but before she could answer, Cheyenne suddenly appeared in the room, grabbed Eugene, lifted him up and asked if he had already eaten. He asked if the woman would mind if they took a nap in the living room. Still holding Eugene in his arms, he swung him in the air a little, and the woman said that Huang's room was free, asking why they didn't sleep there. However, ignoring this question, the protagonist walked over to the sofa with Eugene and exclaimed that it was great. He warned that Eugene would be sleeping on the floor, and watching Eugene's indignation, the woman smiled. When night fell, Eugene frowned in displeasure as he lay on the floor, and admitted to himself that he didn't think Cheyenne would actually put him on the floor. The protagonist was sprawled out on the couch, sleeping, and Eugene, getting up, noticed that light was visible from one of the rooms. He looked closely at it, and then opened the door, approaching this room, and noticed that the woman, sitting on a chair in Huang's room, lay down right on the table, touching the frame with a photo with her hand. Eugene thought that this was very strange, mentally noting that this woman was incomprehensible. She called the useless offspring part of her family, and also smiled at strangers. He remembered how she, smiling good-naturedly, put plates of food in front of them, and thought that he had not even proven anything yet. He mentally returned some time ago to the moment when the director, leaning over him, warned that he should become more useful, since a useless child would never find a family. The next memory that appeared in his mind was the woman exclaiming that this was not the point of a family. Paying special attention to this, Yevgeny asked himself, what was the point of a family then? Taking out a gun from the waistband of his pants, he thought that he had to prove his usefulness, and putting his hands forward, he pointed the gun at the woman. However, his hands suddenly began to tremble, and trying to ignore it, Yevgeny exclaimed that he had to prove that he deserved to have a family. But suddenly, the beam of light that partially illuminated him from the room disappeared, and Cheyenne, who had closed the door, looked at Yevgeny seriously, understanding what his decision was. Yevgeny looked up, looking at Cheyenne with horror, and Cheyenne, frowning, looked at him with displeasure. Yevgeny's hands only trembled more. He slightly lowered the gun, but said that he was simply following orders. Pointing the gun at the protagonist, he ordered him not to interfere and frowned. However, when he pulled the trigger, nothing happened, and for a while, he and Cheyenne were silent, and then, frowning in confusion, Yevgeny looked at the gun and asked why the bullets did not work. Cheyenne, clutching the pulled-out bullets in his hand, asked if it was true that Yevgeny took the gun from Rachel. Throwing the bullets on the floor, he explained that he pulled it out while Yevgeny was sleeping and asked if he was too careless. He announced that it was a 9mm parabellum, which held 15 rounds, or 112.5 grams. He was sure that Yevgeny must have noticed that the magazine was empty, and asked if it was true that he was just an amateur. Yevgeny cursed, frowning furiously and clenching his jaw, and then took out a knife and lunging, tried to hit Cheyenne, but he easily dodged, intercepting his hand, and slammed Yevgeny into the door. This only made him angrier, and he pressed the handle, opening the door. They fell into the room and both briefly lost their balance. Yevgeny quickly got into a fighting position, looking intently at Cheyenne, and the woman at this time continued to sleep, lying on the table. Noticing this, the protagonist put his finger to his lips and, attracting Yevgeny's attention, suggested that he calm down for a minute and asked if he agreed with this. He hissed at him, hinting that he needed to be quieter, and Yevgeny looked at the sleeping woman, and then ran towards her. Cheyenne called him a little rascal and ran after him, while taking a tie from the hanger, which was there before. He used the loop of the tie to stop Yevgeny, and threw it over his leg, and then yanked, tightening the loop, and because of this, Yevgeny fell to the floor. Turning around, he looked displeasedly at the tie holding him, and, waving his hand, cut it. Cheyenne frowned, and Yevgeny, gradually getting up, said his name, and the protagonist, looking at him, noticed that he was looking very menacing. Yevgeny, jumping onto the bed, pushed off from this, using the mattress to make the jump higher. In midair, he swung his arm, intending to attack Cheyenne. However, he got into position in time, and used the remaining piece of his tie to stop Yevgeny's palms. Twisting the tie, he flipped it in midair, throwing it to the side, and managing to regroup and land on his feet. Yevgeny asked what was wrong. He assumed that the protagonist was giving in to him, and running to attack, he ordered him to fight with all his might. Cheyenne easily dodged his attack and, snatching one of the knives from his hand, he said that he would do as Yevgeny said. His eyes widened in shock, amazed at how easily Cheyenne managed to disarm him, but he was not going to give in and launched the remaining knife towards the woman. However, after making a dash forward, the protagonist swung his hand, knocking the knife out of the air, and at the same time, he made a sweep, causing Eugene to lose his balance and start to fall. However, before he hit the floor, the protagonist grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, stopping him, and Eugene clenched his jaw, and Cheyenne ordered him to be quiet, after which, looking at him seriously and continuing to hold him, warned him to get up now, since they haven't even started yet. Eugene pressed his lips together, looking at him a little scared, and wondered if this was the legendary Cheyenne from the dead mansion? He made no attempt to get up, and the protagonist again ordered him to get up, noting that his attacks were too obvious. But the next moment, he cursed, closing his eyes and pressing his lips together, as someone hit him on the head with a rolled-up notebook. It was Huang's mother, who, frowning in displeasure, asked indignantly what they were doing. She did not understand why they were fighting, and, letting go of Eugene, Cheyenne exclaimed that it was not what she thought. She repeated his words, still indignant, and Eugene, taking the knife, thought that this was his chance. However, anticipating his actions, Cheyenne sternly looked at him, ordering him to stop, and smiling, he good-naturedly closed his eyes, placing his palms on Eugene's shoulders, and exclaimed that they were not arguing, explaining that this was morning exercise. Eugene agreed with this and, showing the knife, which he deftly began to twirl in his hands, he declared that it was a toy. Looking at Cheyenne's smiling expression, he realized that he would not be able to win, and admitted to himself that he did not have enough confidence to kill this woman in front of the protagonist. Realizing this, he frowned in displeasure, and the woman meanwhile asked if Cheyenne was really not making fun of him. Laughing, he put his hand to his head, noting that this was not the case, and explained that they were just playing. Meanwhile, Yevgeny continued to think, realizing that a frontal attack would not work, and the woman, leaning towards him, also attracted his attention, and he responded, and she warned that he should not joke around with his brother so much. She declared that he was part of the family, and upon hearing this, Yevgeny's eyes widened, and also opened his mouth in amazement, after which he lowered his head, paying attention to the fact that this woman again called him family. He repeated her words about family and asked if he was really part of it. Placing her hand on his head, the woman bowed down, confirming that this was indeed the case, and explained that they ate together and slept in the same house, and so they were practically family, and she asked if this was true. Yevgeny continued to stand with his head down, and Cheyenne watched him carefully. At this time, someone came to the doorbell, and the next moment a sound was heard, and someone asked if there was no one here. As the woman left the room, she asked in surprise, "Who came at such an early hour?" She went to the door and, opening it, looked out into the hallway, asking who was there. Marie, greeting her, bowed, apologizing for coming so early. She gave her name, explaining that she was Yevgeny's sister, and assumed that he had caused her a lot of trouble last night, asking that the woman allow her to greet her properly. The woman was still looking at her with a puzzled expression, and at that moment, Cheyenne, approaching her, asked who it was. She explained that Marie said that she was Yevgeny's older sister, and assumed that she had come to get him. The protagonist, smiling, asked if it was really Yevgeny's older sister. As he walked out into a hallway, he realized that this meant that Yevgeny had an older sister, and asked what brought her to them. She replied that it was obvious that she had come to get him, and reminded him that they had agreed that they would take Yevgeny and ensure his safety. Approaching her, Cheyenne moved closer to her ear and asked who tried to kill the child. Marie, placing her hand next to her mouth to make her voice sound more muffled, asked that the protagonist not misunderstand her, explaining that it was a unilateral order from Rachel, and asked if it was true that Cheyenne had been taken by Yevgeny. He asked if that was true. In that case, he suggested that Marie put the knife away first, and she smiled, clasped her hands together, and tilted her head slightly to the side, noting that Cheyenne was quick on the uptake. She promised that if he cooperated voluntarily, nothing would happen, and he pretended to be scared and asked what if he didn't? Suddenly, Yevgeny ran up closer, and with a joyful cry, he turned to Marie, calling her his sister, and asked why she was so late. She, squatting down, hugged him and exclaimed that she was very happy to see him. Cheyenne noted that they were getting along well, and the woman agreed, and Marie quietly said that Yevgeny had unfortunately failed, suggesting that the director was very disappointed. His eyes widened when he heard this, and Marie suggested that now they could really be thrown out. The woman, not hearing their conversation, said that Marie and Yevgeny had very beautiful names. The protagonist, drawing Yevgeny's attention to himself, looked at him seriously, but he did not react, and quietly asked Marie what she was talking about. He declared that she had ruined his entire plan, and she asked again, and he, breaking away from her embrace, called her an amateur, explaining that he was waiting for a chance to conquer this family. Marie's eyes widened, suggesting that he was making excuses, but Yevgeny replied that this was not the case at all, explaining that his plan was not that simple. Looking at Cheyenne, he explained that this man was the legendary Shan from the dead mansion. The protagonist, meanwhile, asked the woman to go to her room, but she refused, explaining that she needed to talk to Yevgeny. Meanwhile, Eugene continued to describe Cheyenne, declaring that he was ugly, stupid, and generally an idiot who looked like a monkey, but he met him face to face and it turns out that he is very strong. Marie, who also looked closely at Cheyenne, assumed that it really looked like that, and admitted that this was a very accurate description. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked them to come in, explaining that they needed to talk, and apologized to Eugene. Marie admitted that she had ruined the plan, and Eugene looked at her with displeasure, and she, smiling, extended her palm towards him and asked him not to worry, since a new plan was already in the works. That is why she suggested that they leave here, and taking her hand, Eugene agreed, and Marie eventually announced louder that they were leaving. The woman asked if they were really leaving already. Waving goodbye to Cheyenne, Marie said that they would see each other next time, and Yevgeny, turning around, invited her to go. As he left, he sadly lowered his head, and suddenly the woman, running out of the apartment, called out to him, and then, smiling, asked him to come again, and promised that she would cook him an omelette the way he liked it. Yevgeny turned around, looked at her in shock, and then, turning away, smiled faintly and agreed. Cheyenne also went out into a hallway, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms over his chest, and the woman asked him to play with Yevgeny next time, promising that they would cook something tasty for him too. The protagonist agreed to this, promising that he would definitely bring him. Some time later, at school, someone apologized to the interlocutor for the fact that they did not tell anything for so long. This all happened in the principal's office, and he, wiping beads of sweat from his head with a handkerchief, explained that they had to go through the school's anti-violence committee and discuss the culprit and his punishment. It took some time, and he noted that the parents of the culprits promised compensation, and all the offending children would be suspended from school. Huang's mother replied that she understood everything, and the principal, opening a folder, explained that the culprits were listed here and asked if she should show it to the woman. She suddenly opened her eyes in amazement, and then took the photo and asked why that person was here. The principal asked in surprise who she was talking about. Showing him the photo, she asked in shock why Cheyenne's photo was here. Some time later, in the mansion of the dead, the principal asked what happened. He turned to Rachel, and she, lowering her head, apologized to him, and then noted that she ordered Eugene to kill that woman, but as expected, he was useless. Yevgeny, who was kneeling next to her, lowered his head, and Rachel noted that he could not carry out even a simple order. The director explained that this was not what he was asking, and Rachel responded, expecting to hear an explanation, and the director reminded her that he had ordered her to return Yevgeny and not to touch that woman again, but she had ordered Yevgeny to kill her. Rachel tried to justify herself, but interrupting her, the director asked if she could not properly carry out his order. He was very serious, and Rachel exclaimed that he ordered the return of Cheyenne, and while she was talking, Marie, holding a cup of hot drink in her hands, walked over to the table on which several phones were lying, and the director announced that he valued promises, no matter who made them. Smirking, he exclaimed that before God one must shine with faith and trust, and everything else is heresy. He regretfully admitted that the children never had enough faith, and declared that they had no choice but to create the three principles to control them. He asked Rachel to remember the consequences of unexpected events that went out of control, and said that orders, principles, and promises were the absolute rules of the mansion of the dead. Rachel bowed, saying the word Amen, and then asked what about the protagonist's return. She was amazed that the director was actually going to just give up, while Mari began texting on several phones at the same time, and the director told Rachel not to worry, as there were many ways to bring Cheyenne back without hurting that woman. Mari sent a photo of Cheyenne capturing Joseph, and asked if her interlocutor had seen it. The director announced that Mari had already begun the operation, and without stopping, Mari smiled. Some time later, Cheyenne entered the classroom yawning, and all the students glanced at him with apprehension. Sitting down on his seat next to another student, the protagonist asked what happened. He didn't understand what was happening to the other students, and assumed that there was a test today. The guy sitting next to him continued writing something down, ignoring him, and asked again why no one was answering. He frowned in confusion, and the guy sitting behind him caught his attention and asked if this was true. Cheyenne asked in amazement, and the guy showed him a photo, explaining that he meant this. Cheyenne wondered what kind of Photoshop was this. He wondered out loud, where did this guy get this photo from? He exchanged glances with his comrades, and then, bowing at the same time, they apologized to Cheyenne, admitting that they were wrong. The protagonist asked in shock, and one of the boys announced that some people said that Joseph acted like that because he was afraid of Cheyenne. The protagonist still didn't understand anything and asked again with a raised eyebrow, and the boy, showing him the picture again, confirmed it, exclaiming that everyone at school said that and noted that Joseph was afraid of Cheyenne and trembled in front of him. The protagonist asked himself, did this guy really believe that? He was shocked that it was seriously so, and the boy showed him another picture where Cheyenne was shown smiling and standing behind two men. The boy exclaimed that some people also said that Cheyenne was friends with bandits, and he asked if that wasn't too much. Smiling, the boy also added that some people also said that it was the protagonist who made Joseph trample Huang. Cheyenne asked again, not understanding what the boy was saying. He exclaimed that he did not do it and turned to his other classmates, but they avoided looking at him, and Cheyenne, increasingly desperate, said that everything that was said about Huang now was not true. Pushing his neighbor, the guy squeezed closer to the protagonist, saying that he was very cool, and the guy indignantly cried out, declaring that this was his place. Looking at him with displeasure, the guy asked what he said. Swinging his arm, he asked if this student really wanted to end up like Huang. However, abruptly getting up, Cheyenne stopped his palm, looking at him seriously, and grinning, explained that he tries not to show it, but he asked if this guy does not know what hidden power is. He suggested that he go outside, explaining that he has a lot to tell him. The students looked at him with apprehension, and Cheyenne, leaving, looked back at them one last time. After that, turning to his interlocutor, he asked if he smoked. Without waiting for an answer, he himself said that he did not smoke, and the guy asked why he was asking in that case. When they left the classroom, the students began to talk, and one of them admitted that he did not think Cheyenne was like that. They began to remember that some say that birds of the same feather flock together. At this time, on the street, Cheyenne, sitting on an overturned box, looked at the photos on his phone and asked if this photo really appeared in the group chat in the morning. The guy answered that this is exactly it, and reading the correspondence, the main character asked if that person just dropped this photo and wrote this. The guy answered that after that, everyone who wrote left the chat. Cheyenne was sure that the mansion of the dead did this, but he asked himself, why did they do this? As he got up, he realized that he had been exposed again and admitted that he wanted to quietly graduate. He wondered if there would be a school that would accept him if he transferred again, and drawing the boy's attention, he admitted that he really wanted to quietly graduate, and also did not intend to participate in childish pranks. Stepping aside, he announced that he had no time for them, because he was already looking at the adult world. The boys looked at him in bewilderment, and he suggested keeping it all a secret, and calling them his team, asked if they agreed. The boys were amazed that they and Cheyenne were one team, and asked that he not worry, but simply tell them what they need to do. At this time, Huang's mother passed by and, noticing the main character in the company of these hooligans, she froze, shockingly pronouncing his name. She recalled how in the principal's office she had exclaimed that Cheyenne was not like that, and had noted that he was a friend of Huang's, suggesting that it was a misunderstanding. However, the principal had announced that there was another photo and showed it to the woman, noting that Cheyenne was already famous among the students. There was also evidence that he had been in contact with a boy named Joseph, and although he hated to say it, he thought that the protagonist might be the leader. The woman said that this could not be, and the principal announced that from what he had heard, Cheyenne's parents were difficult to contact, and noted that such children often had poor upbringing. Based on his experience as a teacher, he could tell that such children often went astray, which was why he had warned the woman not to trust Cheyenne too much. After finishing talking to the boys, the protagonist stepped aside, expressing hope that this would quiet the rumors a little. He thought that these guys were more trusting than he thought. He asked himself, did they really believe him? Stopping for a moment, he suddenly cried out in surprise and turning his head to the side, noticed a person peeking out from around the corner, and asked if it was true that her name was Marie. She came out with a yelp and admitted that she thought she had hidden well, but guessed that she hadn't. She smiled, and Cheyenne, looking at her with displeasure, warned that if she was planning on hiding, she should get rid of the coffee smell first, since he had smelled it last time in front of Hyeonho's house. Mari was surprised, asking if he even noticed that. She admitted that she felt a little uneasy about it, and the protagonist asked what she wanted. He didn't understand why she was causing trouble, and Mari guessed that he liked it, and while fixing her hair, she parroted him by saying that she wasn't going to get involved in childish pranks. She smirked and asked if that was true. Cheyenne smiled in response, but didn't say anything, and Mari asked if he liked it. She said that she made him the biggest bully in school, and when asked again, the protagonist exclaimed that he didn't want that, since he was already popular. But Mari said that wasn't true, and declared that she meant the cold and indifferent eyes of the boys. They were also eyes full of the pain of betrayal and contempt, and Cheyenne looked at her in shock, widening his eyes, and Mari asked if he liked it. The protagonist, calming down, put his hand to his head and assumed that the photo was Mari's doing. She asked how he liked it. She was sure that it turned out well, but Cheyenne asked again and admitted that he was surprised at how poorly it turned out. He was sure that it could only deceive fools, and Mari smiled, admitting that it could be so, but declared that this time there was little time, and also limited resources. Cheyenne, covering his eyes, warned that this was a bad excuse and asked if it was a click. He smirked, and Mari, sharply thrusting her hand into the bag, fired straight through the fabric, and the protagonist, placing the bag on the spot where he had just been standing in order to take the bullets, jumped to the side, and hiding around the corner, asked if Mari had gone crazy. He asked if she and Rachel carried guns with them everywhere. Mari continued to shoot, and Cheyenne asked if she shouldn't take it away. He noted that she could shoot him and he would die, and Mari, smiling, said that it was a joke, explaining that she expected him to dodge and also foresaw this. She ordered him to die, admitting that it would be better if he was simply disposed of. Walking towards the alley where Cheyenne was hiding, she turned to shoot and stopped, and the protagonist walked further, continuing to hide around corners. Taking out a gun from her bag, Mari threw it aside, and then walked to the corner, and Cheyenne, abruptly jumping out from behind the wall, grabbed the gun, trying to snatch it from Mari's hands, but she, grasping the weapon with both hands, held it, and taking advantage of the fact that the protagonist was distracted by holding her gun up, Mari tried to kick him, but Cheyenne intercepted her knee and slammed her into the wall. She, not going to give up, freed one hand and took a knife, narrowed her eyes and tried to hit Cheyenne, but he stopped her hand, which is why Mari was forced to redirect the blow and hit the wall, not him. The protagonist asked, "Is that all?" He assumed that the mansion of the dead was finished, and throwing the gun aside, he pushed Marie to the ground, and clenching his hand into a fist, he towered over her and asked, did she not expect this? She suddenly laughed, noting that this could not be, and suddenly someone, attracting Cheyenne's attention, asked what he was doing. He flinched, his eyes widening, and Huang's mother, frozen in the middle of the alley, asked what he was doing. She declared that he should not do this, since he was Huang's friend. Marie continued to smile, and the woman asked, did Cheyenne really do this to Huang? He froze, looking at the woman in bewilderment. Finally realizing what was happening, the protagonist exclaimed that it was not so and wanted to justify himself, but before he could say anything else, Mari suddenly stood up and, turning to the woman, began to run towards her, closing her eyes and pretending to be very scared. Remembering that her name was Mari, she asked if it was true that it was so. Looking at her worriedly, she asked what was going on. Mari explained that she just came to ask something, and interrupting her words, Cheyenne extended his palm towards the woman, calling her his mother, and asked her to listen. However, she was not going to listen to his excuses, and furiously shouted his name, which even made Cheyenne scream, and the woman, placing her hand on Mari's shoulder, ordered him to stay put. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that he understood everything, and thought that it was a parental order. Mari, clinging to the woman's chest, announced that the day she brought Yevgeny home, there were many bruises on his body, but he remained silent. The only thing Yevgeny said was that Cheyenne did all this. The woman became more and more scared with each word she said, and remembered how she stopped Cheyenne and Yevgeny from fighting, and the protagonist then exclaimed that they were not fighting, explaining that it was just morning exercises, and the weapon in Yevgeny's hands was a toy. After that, she remembered her conversation with the director, who told her that there was evidence that Cheyenne suddenly had a man named Joseph, so she should not trust him too much. Mari added that she was just trying to find out what happened, and suddenly felt a blow. The woman stood in front of her, covering her with herself, and the protagonist, ordering Mari not to lie, took a step forward, again trying to justify himself and say that everything is not so. Mari, taking advantage of the fact that the woman did not see her, could not help but smile, thinking that they could not touch this woman, since they had made a promise, but there were other ways. Cheyenne asked the woman to listen, declaring that it was all fiction, and wanted to tell what was true, but before he finished, the woman suddenly slapped him, and from this his head jerked to the side, and he did not look at the woman again, but froze, his eyes widened in amazement. Mari thought that this woman should refuse Cheyenne, and she, unable to plant a tear that appeared in the corner of her eye, seriously ordered him not to call her mother. But that was not all, and she began to speak again, and the protagonist, looking at her with horror, mentally asked that this not happen, and the woman said that he should never come back. Cheyenne lowered his head, and Mari quietly said that everything was going according to plan, and wondered what would happen next. At this time, Rachel, who had changed her appearance, came closer and turning to Cheyenne, she asked what kind of noise was that. She indignantly asked what he had done again. The protagonist looked at her, and she, smiling, said that he was a very unruly child. She warned that they would sort it out when Cheyenne returned home, and he looked at her with fear, but did not resist. Some time later, the director, smiling widely, exclaimed that it was well done, and turned to Mari. He fell to his knees, turning to God, and thanked him for everything that had happened, and then bowed his head, intertwining his fingers with each other, and was glad that it had finally happened. He repeated that all this happened thanks to Mari, and she, listening to the praise, shyly fixed her hair, swinging her legs in the air, and the director announced that everything happened as befits the best strategist of the Mansion of the Dead. Mari, continuing to play with her hair, said that it was not so, because she was simply following the director's orders. He happily exclaimed that Cheyenne had returned, and announced that this was the legend of the Mansion of the Dead, that is, Cheyenne. Mari suddenly froze, and the director ordered her to return immediately and asked if she understood it. Mari answered that she understood everything, and then ended the call, and at this time, Rachel, who was sitting in front of Cheyenne at the table, asked if he liked it. He was covered in sweat and frowning, but still ate the food that Rachel placed in front of him, although he asked if she was joking. She smiled as she poured the sauce on the new dish and asked if it was true that they really tasted similar. Cheyenne frowned in anger, reminding him that it was Rachel who ordered him to eat it, and exclaimed that it tasted terrible. He hung his head and grabbed his hair with his hand, screaming, and thought that Rachel ordered him to eat mint and pineapple. She moved the new plate closer to him, and the protagonist thought disappointedly that he was following orders as usual. Smiling, Rachel ordered him to finish eating, and he, starting to do so, thought that the Mansion of the Dead had returned, and tears flowed from his eyes, and he asked Rachel to give him milk. Suddenly, another person appeared in the room, who was happy that they finally caught Cheyenne. It was Byung-woo, who smiled and asked how their accommodations were. Rachel replied that it was not bad, and Byung-woo repeated her words, and then noted that it was the most expensive penthouse in the area. Raising his shaking hand, in which he held a spoon with another portion of food, Cheyenne noticed that it was a familiar voice, and Byung-woo said that everything was fine, and promised that he would give any money to catch this damned brat. Suddenly, Cheyenne, recognizing him, screamed, standing up, and declared that this could not be. He asked if it was a cosplayer? However, without waiting for an answer, he asked Byung-woo to stop and not say anything, since he wanted to figure it out himself. Blood flowed from Byung-woo's nose. He clenched his hand into a trembling fist, calling him a damned brat again. But Rachel ordered them to stop, and taking out her gun, she reminded that she said that they would find this guy's location. She looked at Byung-woo seriously, threateningly holding the gun in front of her, and reminded that in return she will not touch Joseph. She asked if that was the deal. Turning around on his wheelchair with his back to her, Byung-woo confirmed that it was, asking Rachel not to worry as he remembered everything. He also noted that it was business, and taking out a handkerchief, wiped the blood that was flowing from his nose, and declared that Cheyenne was not the only target of his mission anyway. Rachel, standing up, gave him permission to do as he wished. However, sitting down on the edge of the table, she warned that it should not have anything to do with the Mansion of the Dead. She clarified that she meant killing that woman, and looking at the surprised protagonist, she explained that the Mansion of the Dead promised not to touch her. She asked if that was true. Cheyenne asked who she was talking about. He assumed that he was talking about Huang's mother. She was at her diner at the time, cutting up the dish she had prepared. The guy who came closer, attracted her attention, asked for one portion of tteokbokki, and she turned to look at him, and he also asked her to give him some French fries. The woman promised that she would bring it now, and then remembered Cheyenne at that moment when he, looking at several plates of food in front of him, called her mom and asked if he could really eat all of this. Watching the portion of food that the woman was preparing, the guy suddenly exclaimed that it looked very appetizing, and asked her to give him some kimbap as well. She agreed to this, asking him to wait a minute, but suddenly lowered her head sadly, remembering Cheyenne. After that, a memory of the photo that the director showed her appeared in her mind, and closing her eyes, she exclaimed that Cheyenne was a very bad boy, outraged by how he treated her Huang. She started to lower the knife to continue cutting, but because she was too upset and had her eyes closed, she couldn't see where she was lowering the blade, and she cut herself. Feeling the pain, she screamed, dropping the knife, and bent over, and the guy, noticing this, became worried and screamed in fear. He ran into the diner, passing through the open door to the kitchen, and noticed that the woman had blood on her hand. But she said that everything was fine, and repeating that everything was fine, she also added that it would end soon. However, despite such words, she burst into tears, and the guy, putting his hand in his pocket, took out a knife and asked if this was true. He seemed relieved, and he gripped the handle of the knife tighter, remembering how Byung-woo told him not to worry about cleaning up, because the appropriate agency would take care of it. He raised the knife up, raising it with the back of the bent woman, and was already preparing to strike, but suddenly she, hearing the phone ring, picked up the receiver and answered the call. Suddenly, her eyes widened, shocked, asking, "Is it really true?" Running out of the diner, she pushed the guy out of the way and told him to eat as much as he wanted, promising that she would not take money from him. Bewilderedly looking after her, the guy asked where she was going. She exclaimed that it concerned her son, and at that time in the hospital Huang opened his eyes slightly, and the doctor leaning over him asked if he was conscious. The woman happily thought that her son had woken up, and Huang tried to say something, but could not utter anything except an indistinct sound, and noticing that it was difficult for him to speak, the doctor asked him not to overdo it, and then asked if he knew where he was. In addition, he asked if Huang remembered what happened before he was injured. He replied that he remembered everything and said that he yelled at his mother, and she asked for forgiveness. He was sure that he had done wrong and, remembering what had happened, he decided that he should apologize. Crying, he turned his head slightly to the side and, calling his mother, asked where she was. He only cried harder and exclaimed that he wanted to see his mother. At that moment, a woman ran into the room, shouting his name, and passing by the doctors and nurses, she approached his bed and asked if he was awake. She screamed, stretching out her hand to him, and Huang noticed the blood that was stained on her hand. Taking her hand, he apologized to her, and the woman couldn't help but burst into tears, and Huang turned to her again, admitting that he had done wrong. She leaned over his bed, closed her eyes and cried, and the guy who had tried to kill her earlier hid near the entrance to the hospital room and, watching what was happening inside, he told his interlocutor on the phone that they were all together, asking if he should deal with the two at once. However, his interlocutor ordered him to wait, and announced that the plan had changed. It was Byung-woo, who, relaying the news of the change in plan, couldn't help but smile. At this time, Rachel, furiously threw the chair aside, screamed, and then asked how dare they? She didn't understand how dare they kidnap her Cheyenne. Byung-woo at this time sat in a dark space, looking at the protagonist, who was held by two guards. Cheyenne frowned, but he couldn't say anything because his mouth was covered with a piece of cloth. Byung-woo, meanwhile, continued to smirk, promised that he would deal with those people himself, and hearing this, Cheyenne froze desperately, and Byung-woo added that he would do it in front of the protagonist. Some time before, Rachel was sitting, concentratedly looking straight ahead, and Eugene was also sitting next to her on the sofa. A girl came closer to them, who, closing her eyes, smiled kindly and brought him a small tray with cups of drinks on it, asking how long they had been waiting. She also asked if they were drinking coffee. Rachel confirmed that this girl was right, noting that those people were very slow, and asked why they had to wait for so long. Laughing, the girl apologized, put the glass in front of Rachel on the table, and then reminded them that they had destroyed the market and the Byung-woo construction headquarters, and because of them, there were many accidents, so there was a lot of work. Putting the cup in front of Yevgeny, she said that it was hot chocolate for her little friend, advising him to drink it slowly. He thanked her for this and took the mug, and Rachel, also taking her glass with a drink, drew attention to who these people were pretending to be, and asked if they weren't paid to do these things. She suggested that they handle things in a professional manner, and sitting down opposite, the girl agreed, admitting that Rachel was right. She took her cup with a drink and admitted that she was curious about something, and asked if reckless harm to health was also professional. That was what she was thinking, and Rachel asked in confusion, and the girl said that she just said it like that, and covered her mouth with her hand, laughing. Eugene thought that he should have stayed home, and the girl meanwhile said that in any case, she processed that person according to the bill, so she asked them to check it. Rachel suddenly asked for attention to something else and asked why that girl gave her a paper cup. Ignoring this question, the girl remembered that Byung-woo Construction said that they did not need compensation for the damage, and asked how they managed to silence them. Taking a sip from her glass, Rachel said that there were areas where they were useful to each other, and explained that this was the essence of professional business. The girl said that in this case, even if there were problems from Byung-woo Construction, they would not have to worry. Suddenly, Rachel looked at the drink in her cup with a puzzled expression, but said nothing about it, instead agreeing with the girl's words, saying that there was no need to worry. The girls suddenly warned them to be careful anyway, and Rachel asked what she meant. Putting her cup aside, she warned her interlocutor that professional affairs should be conducted by professionals, not bandits, and asked if that was true. She wondered if Byungwoo Construction was a reliable partner, and she doubted that it was possible to build a business with them. Rachel's eyes widened as she thought about it. Now she grabbed the second chair and, turning to God, threw it aside, calling those people names, and asked how they dared to take her Cheyenne. At this time, the truck was driving along a dark road, and Byungwoo, slightly tilting his head to the side, admitted that he could not believe it, and declared that Cheyenne was completely powerless without orders. Driving closer to him, he grabbed his hair and realized that he was connected to the mansion of the dead, and also asked if it was true that he could not do anything without orders. This principle seemed very strange to him, and he asked if this was some kind of brainwashing. He thoughtfully put his hand on his chin, and the protagonist frowned furiously, looking at him. Letting go of him, Byungwoo turned around, laughing, and declared that this gave him an interesting idea. He explained that he imagined that he had bought Cheyenne and ordered him to kill the clerk at the diner. The protagonist froze, a bead of sweat appeared on his face, and Byungwoo laughed, noting that it would be a sight to behold. Noticing Cheyenne's expression, he said that he couldn't make that face yet, since he hadn't even started yet. Leaning closer to him again, he explained that from now on, he would be tearing that woman and her son apart in front of the protagonist, and he wouldn't be able to do anything, since he couldn't use his power without orders. His nose started bleeding again, and he took a handkerchief to wipe it away, and then ordered Cheyenne to just watch silently and wait for his turn. His frown only deepened, and Byungwoo asked, didn't he say that next time he would kill them all? Some time later in the hospital, a woman was sitting peeling an apple and, noticing a cut on her finger, Hwang asked if she had cut herself. She waved her hand, smiled and said it was just a small scratch, declaring it was nothing serious. Hwang noticed that she always said that and, standing up, offered to put a bandage on it. However, as she stood up from her seat, the woman told him not to move, but he replied that everything was fine, even though the doctor had said he should not move too much. His mother promised that she would get a bandage and asked Hwang to stay there. As she walked out of the room into the hallway, she closed her eyes, quietly remarking that he was very stubborn, just like his father. And suddenly, she asked in amazement, why was it so dark? Walking to the counter where the nurse was supposed to be on duty, she asked if anyone was there. A man appeared behind her, but without noticing him, the woman asked where everyone had gone. The man slapped her hard and she fell unconscious, and he declared that she would go first. He ordered his assistants to take her to the car first, and looked to the side where the other two men were still holding down Cheyenne, who was frowning furiously. The man himself declared that it was hilarious, and asked if it was true that the protagonist could not move. A little later, the door to the hospital room where Hwang was opened, and he asked if it had taken a long time. However, instead of his mother, Byungwoo was there, who confirmed that it had taken a long time. He was happy that he would finally see Hwang's face, and he put a handkerchief to his nose, then asked if it was true that he was Hwang. Hwang, stuttering in fear, asked who he was. Byungwoo replied that he was Joseph's father and rode further into the room, closer to Hwang's bed, followed by many guards. After examining the injuries on Hwang's body, Byungwoo admitted that Joseph had treated him terribly and said that he was very sorry. Tapping his finger on Hwang's casts, he suggested that it was very painful and explained that this was why he always said that efficiency was important in work, and if you leave someone half dead, you have to do the job twice. Looking at the frightened Hwang, he asked if this was true. He did not answer, while Rachel, landing on the roof of one of the buildings, admitted that the female member of the White Tiger's personnel was right, noting that she should not have been working with bandits. She aimed the special weapon, firing a built-in blade with a rope at another building. One of the men standing inside was surprised, noticing the taut rope, and the next moment, Rachel used this to fly to the window and put her foot forward to break the glass. The guard became wary, but before he could do anything, Rachel flew into the room and angrily asked how dare they do this. She called them third-rate thugs, remembering Cheyenne, and asked if her opponent had framed the mansion of the dead. Byungwoo, smiling, asked who was that one. Without answering his question, Rachel swung her knife, wounding one of the guards, and when another man tried to attack her, she easily dodged it, and then struck her own blow. She smiled enthusiastically, and suddenly another guard caught her from behind, wrapping his arms around her, and exclaimed that she was caught. Rachel tilted her head, asking if the man was happy that he had caught her. She jerked her head up, hitting the man in the face with the back of her head, smirking, and he let go of her with a cry, and grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, she threw him at another man, and they stopped near the edge of the broken window. Rachel kicked one of the men in the chest, pushing them out into the street, and at this time Huang screamed, as another guard lifted him onto his back. He did not understand what the man was doing, and Bianwu, turning around, ordered his assistants to take care of the child first, and then proceed with the plan. He drove out into the corridor, and his assistant followed him. However, Rachel soon rushed out of the room as well, dealing with one of the last guards. She asked where they were going. Hearing no answer, she decided that she would ask one more time, and starting to move towards the men, she asked where Cheyenne was. She called them names, and the man who stayed behind to stop her was glad that it was finally her. He snapped his fingers, and men started coming out from other rooms surrounding her. She looked at them in surprise, noticing the weapons in the hands of these men, and asked why there were so many of them. She noted that there were as many of them as cockroaches, and suddenly one of the men started a chainsaw, and Rachel, noticing this, asked if they were even prepared. She threw aside the small knife she had been fighting with earlier, and took off the belt of her coat, after which she opened it, revealing the weapons attached to her suit, and promised that she would greet them properly. Taking a firearm, she began shooting at the men, calling them cockroaches and telling them to get out. Several men immediately fell, clutching their bleeding wounds and screaming in pain, while their other comrades looked at Rachel warily. She smiled, looking at them, and another man laughed, asking if that was a gun. Cheyenne, who was still being held by two guards, suddenly flinched, his eyes widening, and the man fired, hitting Rachel in the leg. She frowned, displeased by the injury, and noticed that the barrel of a gun was sticking out of the man's cast. He promised that next time he would aim for the head, and suddenly Cheyenne, freeing himself from the guard's grip, removed the gag from his mouth and asked if the man really meant to say that he would kill him. He swung his hand sharply, and the man turned around in confusion, noticing the movement. The protagonist, who had hit the two guards behind him, had also hit the man, and he asked why this happened. He pointed out that there was no order, and Cheyenne asked if he had forgotten that he was related to the mansion of the dead. He announced that the man had just tried to kill a mansion employee, and said that the third principle was that those who threatened the mansion of the dead were considered dangerous. Rachel looked at him in confusion, saying his name, and the protagonist began to move towards the other men, deciding that this situation needed to be resolved. He frowned, looking at them furiously. He belonged to the mansion of the dead, and had undergone special training, becoming a multifunctional weapon. He also belonged to the Good Child Project, and was codenamed Sean Park Cheyenne. The protagonist named the third principle, according to which anyone who threatens the mansion of the dead is considered an enemy, so he must be destroyed. One of the men, trying to attack him from behind, called him small and asked if he was running away like a pathetic rat. However, Cheyenne noticed his movement and, turning around abruptly, grabbed his hand, after which he struck and declared that it would be good to grab this man tighter. From how strong the blow was, a tooth fell out of the guard's mouth, and he, covering his mouth, began to scream about his teeth. Cheyenne, striking the next blow, warned that he would not stop at teeth, and then struck the man's head from above again. He frowned, but did not have time to resist, and due to the strength of the protagonist, he fell to the floor, and at this time, Rachel again entered the battle, shooting those who tried to attack her. She thought that now Cheyenne had no parents to protect, and the only reason he could fight was because of something else. She looked at the protagonist fighting the guards with his bare hands and suddenly felt embarrassed, realizing that she and Cheyenne's love for her were the reason. In reality, it wasn't even close, but Rachel kept thinking about it. Cheyenne meanwhile punched another man and then noticed that another guard was swinging his weapon, trying to attack him from the side. The protagonist reacted in time, dodging onto the table behind him, and thanks to this, he was able to avoid the blow. While kicking the man, he asked if there weren't too many of them. He decided that he needed to find a weapon and noticed syringes lying near the table. He rolled over the table he was lying on and, noticing this, one of the men told his comrades to catch Cheyenne, noting that he was running away. Another guard jumped on the table's surface, calling the protagonist's names, and asked where he was going. He promised that he would be gentle, and the next moment a syringe was stabbed into his head, and he screamed, noting that his eyes were in pain. The other men became wary upon hearing this, and Cheyenne, removing the protective caps from the syringes, asked the men to take their time, and then smirked and promised that he would be careful with them. Climbing onto the table's surface, he jumped up, scattering the syringes, and announced that it was time for the vaccination. The needles of the syringes stabbed into the men's bodies, and they screamed, and one of them promised that once he caught Cheyenne, he would become a corpse. The protagonist was immediately next to him, slamming him into the ground, and then stood up, turning his attention to the other men, and the guard who was holding the chainsaw ordered the others to move out of the way. Cheyenne turned around noticing this, and the man warned him that he would cut him into pieces and called him names. As he ran away, the protagonist asked him to stop and repeated his request several times before declaring that the chainsaw was too much. As he turned the corner, he noticed a gurney and the man ordered him to stop. The next moment, Cheyenne used the gurney to knock the man down again and managed to jump back at the last moment to avoid the chainsaw blade hitting him. He screamed in fear but managed to get to safety, and the man screamed as he fell onto the surface of the couch, and the next moment, Cheyenne tied him to it, tightening the noose. He smirked and then asked if they were using a chainsaw? The man looked at him in confusion, and the protagonist, rolling the couch, directed the man with the fixed chainsaw towards his comrade, and frowning, the guard indignantly asked what Cheyenne was doing? Smiling only more, the protagonist warned him not to let go of it, and moved the cart forward, and the man began to scream, and some time later Cheyenne suddenly screamed desperately, asking for the chainsaw to work. He did not understand what happened, but the man tied to the couch did not answer anything, but only quietly said that there was blood everywhere. Cheyenne asked him to wake up, admitting that he had questions, and then asked where they took Huang's mother. He took the syringe, putting the needle to the man's face and leaving him a scratch. The man did not have time to answer, as Rachel came closer, attracting Cheyenne's attention, noted that he was done here. The protagonist admitted that he had gotten too carried away and announced in a displeased voice that those people dared to take Huang's mother, and warned that he would go after her, so he told Rachel to get ready. She asked in confusion, not understanding why Cheyenne wanted to go after that woman, and she suggested that he was mistaken, and then threw away the empty magazine of the gun, reminding him that they were fighting with those people not because of that woman. She announced that those people kidnapped Cheyenne from the mansion of the dead, and explained that she had come for him. Covering her eyes, she asked if Cheyenne, as a child of the mansion, was not fighting to protect her? The protagonist bent down and picked up the bandage from the floor, and Rachel noted that the situation had been resolved and there were no more enemies, so now they needed to return to the mansion. Cheyenne suddenly asked if she thought that she was mistaken. She looked at him in confusion, and he, kneeling before her, declared that it was all for her sake. Rachel asked in confusion, and Cheyenne, closing his eyes, noted that, as Rachel had said, he had used force to protect her, not others. She asked if it was really for her sake? Beginning to bandage her wound, the protagonist said that these bad people had touched his mentor, and declared that he could not do nothing. In his opinion, such a thing could not be ignored, and tearing off the unnecessary part of the bandage, he smirked, warning that they must destroy every single one of these people. He suggested to Rachel that they show them what would happen if they encroached on their mansion. She became embarrassed, covering her mouth with her hand, and said Cheyenne's name, and he, standing up, exclaimed that they must hurry. Rachel thought he was the best, and the protagonist looked at her and asked himself if it worked. He assumed it should have worked, and noticing that Rachel had her weapon ready, he remarked that it was good, and suggested that in that case they should smash the place. He frowned, flexing his fists, and Rachel followed him. Around that time, the woman opened her eyes, waking up, and Bianwu, leaning over her, asked if she was awake. She shuddered in fear, looking at him, and then jumped up, asking who he was. Bianwu apologized if he had scared her, and the woman, starting to look around, asked what kind of place this was. She remembered that she had just been in the hospital, and Bianwu, closing his eyes, warned that the situation did not allow him to crucify himself, and admitted that he was the one who brought her here. She asked in confusion, what did that mean? Looking around, she finally guessed what it was, and Bianwu confirmed that it was correct, explaining that it was their children's study room. Pointing to the desk they were standing next to, he remarked that he had heard that this was Huang's place. The woman asked in horror, noticing the derogatory writing on the desk, and Bianwu said that the children were very angry now, admitting that he was also surprised. Looking at him with displeasure, the woman asked why he was showing her this. She also asked who he was. Bianwu, gradually removing his bandages, asked if she did not recognize him. He admitted that it was difficult in this form, and while throwing off the bandages, he announced that he was Joseph's father, confessing that he was glad to meet this woman. She covered her mouth with her hand in horror, and Bianwu, taking out a handkerchief, asked if it was true that he was ugly. He announced that it was all because of Cheyenne, and covering part of his face with a handkerchief, he seriously announced that it was the protagonist who did it. Moving closer to the window, he confidently announced that the woman knew Cheyenne, and said that he and Joseph were the victims of this man. She asked him in confusion what he meant. Byung-woo repeated that it was all Cheyenne's doing, and she asked again, and the man, trembling, confirmed it, wanting to say something about the Hwang incident. He announced that the protagonist had shifted all the blame onto Joseph, and added that there were rumors going around the school that everyone knew about. The woman froze, remembering all those photos, and Byung-woo, bending over, exclaimed that they were too indifferent to their children. He admitted that this was indeed true, and announced that he now understood everything. He fell out of his wheelchair, and the woman excitedly asked if he was okay. Byung-woo promised that he would take revenge, and she asked him in confusion, and he, clenching his hands into fists, declared that he could not protect his son, and decided that he would at least do this as atonement. The woman helped him up and asked what atonement. She decided that they should notify the school, noting that the court should decide Cheyenne's fate. However, Byung-woo said that she was naive, and asked if she even believed that this would help. He was shocked that she actually thought so, and reminded her that the school did nothing. He touched his palm to the glass to stay on his feet, and reminded her that the school did not even help when Hwang fell out of the window. The woman looked at the glass, and Byung-woo said that they simply cannot turn a blind eye to this, and took a knife from his pocket, declaring that if they leave everything, Cheyenne will not stop. The protagonist had changed his clothes at this time, preparing with Marie, Eugene and Rachel for what they were about to do. Byung-woo stuck the dagger into the windowsill and asked if the woman understood that they had to act on their own. He then placed the dagger in her hand and declared that it was time for revenge, after which he smirked, and the woman, her eyes widening, looked with horror at her reflection in the blade of the knife. In the dark night stood a dead mansion, with only one light on and one window. The director held the sheets of paper in his hands and said with cold calm that he had heard about it. Behind him stood a servant in a dark cloak, his head bowed obediently. Suddenly, the director turned his head to the side in confusion, looking at the servant in cloaks, and asked a question, "Byung-woo Construction?" With undisguised anger, he muttered that how dare a non-Korean organization. The next moment, his face distorted with anger, and he shouted a question, "Why are they attacking Cheyenne without knowing the essence and purpose?" Meanwhile, in another place, a large school building with several floors was surrounded by many trees. There was no light in this one. Suddenly, Rachel was informed through the sensor in her ear that this was an order. Park Cheyenne looked away carefully. Marie adjusted the gun with a smile, pointing it forward. Yevgeny was spinning a knife in his hands at high speed, looking forward with a serious look. Marie loaded the magazine into the gun, and at this time Yevgeny stopped the knife, pointing it up. Rachel continued to be informed through the sensor that they had encroached on them. The same voice commanded them to make them pay for interfering with the affairs of the mansion of the dead. Park Cheyenne, who put his finger to his ear, immediately turned to them and said that this was the first mission. They motivated him to show them his skills. Rachel looked up with a crazy smile when the censor said that they must destroy them. The same voice added that they must make them pay for everything. Mari and Eugene also held their fingers to the censor, listening attentively to the orders. Park Cheyenne removed his finger from his ear and, looking to the side, called out to Rachel. Rachel turned to him attentively, stopping. Cheyenne awkwardly said that he left the earphone on the table. Rachel asked again in shock, "What?" Mari looked down in frustration. Cheyenne awkwardly asked again, "Did someone tell them something?" He puzzledly put his index finger forward and suggested, asking a question maybe they would share with him. Mari asked mockingly, "How could he allow such a thing?" Rachel reproachfully told Cheyenne that it was so terrible. She made a comparison and said that he was like a child. It was too much. She was surprised that he became a legend. Cheyenne turned away in shame. At this time, Eugene said with the same reproach that he looked like an amateur. Cheyenne apologized and admitted that he made a mistake. Suddenly, he went to the window facing the classroom, leaning his hand for a better view, and exclaimed that it would be better if they talked about school. He asked if they should really look here? He was told, judging by the surveillance cameras, yes. Cheyenne lowered his hand and said, "Okay. Then they need to find the woman and Hyunho." Rachel looked at his back with tired eyes, without saying anything. Cheyenne stood in front of his reflection in the window and seriously looked forward. Rachel told him at that time, pointing her weapon forward, that their main goal was the mission. He hadn't forgotten about it, had he? Cheyenne clenched his fist angrily and said that he remembered. He remembered. All they had to do was come and destroy. Cheyenne was kneading his fist with his palm. Suddenly, their movement was caught by a camera hanging on the ceiling. Dmitry Medvedev looked at the monitors hanging on the wall and said that they could only speak words and were not capable of more. Leaning his hand on the table, he added that almost everyone from the mansion was like that. Suddenly, he asked a question: was this the same Rachel? In that case, it would be difficult for them without additional payment. Dmitry turned his back to the monitors and asked the question. He understood this, right? Yuri asked, what? They were children, weren't they? Or were they also killers? Dmitry assumed, it seemed not. But they were similar enough. Yuri threw his hands behind his head and made a long sound, thinking. After thinking for a moment, he replied that they were just children. Kwon Byung-woo hit the wheelchair with his fist and firmly said that he would pay as much as necessary. Yuri and Dmitry turned to look at him in surprise. Kwon Byung-woo added, covering his disfigured face with a rag, if they could definitely deal with them. He heard everything. Kwon Byung-woo asked, would there be 3 of them? Dmitry stood up, following Byung-woo, and casually replied that Hyun would be late. He shouldn't worry, because their strength was enough for everyone. Dmitry put his hand on Byung-woo's shoulder. Kwon Byung-woo excitedly said that they were unusual people. He asked, could they really handle it with just the 2 of them? Dmitry made a sound of resentment. He frowned and looked down, repeating that they could handle it. Yuri picked up the bag with equipment and laughed. He noticed that Dmitry Byung-woo was scaring him. Dmitry stepped aside, laughing, and told him not to worry, because he would not touch his client. He was a professional at this. Dmitry put on his dark glasses and, licking his lips, said that he didn't know about the children. Meanwhile, Cheyenne and everyone else were walking up the school stairs, remaining silent. Cheyenne looked back warily and asked, isn't it too quiet here? Was there anyone here? Cheyenne again warily said that they should definitely be at the school. Marie looked closely at the phone screen and thoughtfully said, this is strange, because the cameras don't work here. Yevgeny turned to Rachel and asked if they could split up. The school here was large, and the enemies were quite weak. Rachel stopped, not far from the landing, and thoughtfully said that it made sense. It would be much more effective for them to disperse. Cheyenne leaned against the wall, crossed his arms over his chest and listened attentively to the conversation. Mari stepped forward and said that she would then go look for the security room. Once she found it, she would activate the video surveillance. Rachel pointed to her ear and said that if she had any problems, she should be in touch. They would all need to use the earpiece if anything happened. Cheyenne sadly turned back, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Rachel sighed in irritation, lowering her head. Mari put her hand, hidden in the sleeve of her long sweater, and said that it was fine. Yevgeny called out to Cheyenne. Rachel tiredly told Cheyenne to follow her. She immediately turned to everyone and repeated again that if they had any problems, they should contact her. Yevgeny turned in her direction and explained that he would go look in the annex. He and Mari began to walk away from Rachel. Meanwhile, Rachel lowered her head. She sighed loudly enough, causing Cheyenne to become interested. Rachel and Cheyenne. He and she. Rachel turned towards him angrily. Cheyenne flinched and became wary, looking at her with a puzzled expression. The next moment, he jumped away from the wall, threateningly putting his hands forward as if he was going to fight someone, and shouted, where are those rats hiding? Rachel calmly called his name. She asked, is he still thinking about that old woman and her son? Cheyenne suddenly froze in place, looking at his fist with confusion. Later, he turned away with excitement, remaining silent. Rachel asked, why is he so obsessed with them? Cheyenne excitedly exclaimed, why is that? He just. Rachel told him to forget them. If he continues, they will be in great danger. Cheyenne excitedly remained silent. After a while, he asked, what could this mean? Rachel still told him to think about it with the same cold-bloodedness. They were just ordinary people. And then suddenly they became the target of the mansion. Cheyenne looked at her dumbfoundedly. Rachel added that they were even kidnapped by bandits. She approached him and asked through clenched teeth, why? The answer was simple enough if he thought about it. If it weren't for him, they would have remained ordinary people. Cheyenne began to remember Hyunho's mother and Hyun. Rachel continued to talk at this time, but his intervention changed their lives. Cheyenne continued to see memories from the past again. Rachel said that because they followed him, their peace was gone forever. Rachel looked at him with superiority, and added that it was all because of him. It was all his doing. Cheyenne looked down dumbfounded, and with a feeling of guilt, and asked again, because of him? He quietly uttered the woman's and her son's names, and then his own. Rachel approached him again and agreed, telling him to just forget about it. The only place he could be was the mansion of the dead. She placed her hand with the gun on his shoulder. Suddenly, Cheyenne noticed something strange, looking to the side. He pushed her away from him and shouted for her to move away. At that moment, a bullet flew past them with a loud shot. Someone's voice asked, "Did he notice it?" The same voice confirmed that it was a good reaction. Rachel looked ahead in shock and asked, "What was he doing here?" Cheyenne looked at her puzzled and shouted a question, "Does she know him?" "Who is it?" Cheyenne explained, looking at Dmitri, that it was the deputy commander of the Russian mercenary group Barefoot. An unconscious Marie was hanging on his shoulder. Rachel exclaimed, "It was Dmitri Medvedev." Dmitri stopped in his tracks and said with a sly smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked, "When was the last time? Was it about 2 years ago in Vladivostok?" Cheyenne and Rachel looked at him angrily. Suddenly, she called Marie by name with fear in her voice. Dmitri casually knocked Marie off his shoulder and asked, "So what's the name of that little one?" He said annoyingly that she was always in front of him, so he had to calm her down. Rachel looked ahead defiantly, gritting her teeth. Dmitri told her not to look at him like that. This time, his target was their mansion. As much as he disliked her, a mission was a mission. He asked if she understood that. Rachel held her gun out, aiming it straight at him. She asked, "Was he hired by Bianwu?" Dmitri calmly pointed his gun at the prone Marie and asked her to calm down. They were professionals. Let her put her emotions aside. After all, despite everything, he was devoted to her. Rachel gritted her teeth in disgust, glaring ahead. Dmitri adjusted his glasses, bit his tongue, and said if she started dating him, who knows what would come of it. Rachel pulled the trigger, firing the gun, and screamed, "Screw him!" The recoil of the gun forced her hand up. She turned away, gritting her teeth. The next moment, Rachel began to pull the trigger of her gun multiple times, shooting Dmitri, who managed to jump aside from the bullets. Dmitri practically crawled along the floor, protecting himself from the bullets. The next moment, he began to shoot back at Rachel. Rachel immediately jumped around the corner of the landing, hiding from the bullets approaching her. Remaining in a safe place, she changed the magazines in her pistols. Continuing to work on her gun, she exclaimed that he was a mercenary Barefoot. He was making the situation worse. She turned to Cheyenne, climbing out of a safe place and starting to shoot back, and shouted at him to watch. This was the world he dragged that old woman into. Her gaze shifted to the place where Cheyenne should have been, and said that this is why he. Rachel fell silent, looking around the landing in surprise. Still sitting in an attack stance, she asked the question, "Is he not here?" Meanwhile, Dmitri also changed the magazine of his gun. He was hiding in one of the classrooms, whose window was completely broken. He noticed that there was so much fire in it. It was a pity to kill her. Dmitri turned his head, looking out of the window, and asked a question, "If he shoots her a couple of times, will she fall?" Cheyenne, who was sitting on the other side of the wall, answered, "He does not think he can." Dmitri asked the question, smirking, "Is that so?" He jumped out of the window, trying to attack Cheyenne. Cheyenne, meanwhile, at that very moment rushed back at Dmitri, grabbing his hand with a gun and taking it up. Dmitri began to shoot straight at the ceiling. Cheyenne climbed over the window, pushing off with his foot on the frame. He swung his fist, knocking Dmitri over, and screamed that he could not do it. His fist began to approach his opponent's face. Cheyenne slammed Dmitri's head into the floor with a loud bang the next moment. Dmitri thoughtfully said yes. He asked a question, "Is Cheyenne different from that girl?" He licked his lips, which were covered in blood from his broken nose, and grinned, noting that he was a little stronger. Dmitri began to remember. A Russian mercenary group called Barefoot. Their group was in the middle of a snowstorm with bare feet and a bare chest. They had such a tough initiation rite. A large group stood right in front of a stern brown bear. They had to enter the Siberian tundra barefoot in order to catch something there in return. The bear with a loud roar opened its mouth, which was covered in viscous saliva and blood. It was because of this tradition that they were called that. Dmitri remembered how he plunged a dagger into the bear's throat. His entire body was in open wounds, covered in blood. That's why they were called Barefoot. Dmitri grinned triumphantly in his memories. Returning from the memories of the past, Dmitri asked with a grin, "Was it a blow or what?" Cheyenne continued to hold his hand with a gun. The next moment, Dmitri punched him in the face with all his might. Cheyenne mentally and stunned asked the question, "Was there no damage at all? Did he really hit?" From the force of the blow, Cheyenne was thrown into the doorway, breaking it and knocking it out of the wall. Dimitri got up, removing the dripping blood with his hand, and called out to Cheyenne. Even if his bear hit him with its tail, it would hurt more. Dimitri carefully examined the gun and asked the question, what was this? Another part was missing from the gun. He began to remember when he hit Cheyenne, and asked the question, what kind of tricks were those? He reached for the bag on his shoulder to grab another magazine for the gun, and noticed that it was from the mansion of the dead. Is that right? Cheyenne was hiding behind the broken wall of the office at the time. Dimitri exclaimed, how fun! Let him show everything he can do. Cheyenne clenched his teeth in anger, looking away in annoyance. He wiped the blood from his lip with the back of his hand. He cursed and thought that there was a huge physical difference between them. Dimitri pointed the barrel of the gun forward and exclaimed that he was so small. Suddenly, he noticed something strange while looking to the side with his peripheral vision. Rachel started shooting at him through the broken window frame. Dimitri immediately ducked from the bullets. He hid behind the wall, smirking. Rachel stopped shooting and firmly said that he would stop there. Dimitri breathed a sigh of relief and noticed that it was very close. Rachel replied, just let him stick his head out and she would shoot 3 times. Dimitri looked out the window again, starting to dodge the bullets, and asked why. When she said that, he got excited. But he was not her only rival. A bullet flew through Rachel's hair. She looked down in surprise. In front of her stood another large group of guys, who were grinning and loading a magazine into a pistol. Rachel, at the same time, trying not to get caught under the pole, ran into the classroom and exclaimed that they had even more opponents. Suddenly, someone called her from the classroom. Marie looked out from the railing with tears in her eyes. Rachel called her name. She asked if she was okay. Marie sank to the floor and, a little hesitantly, answered that she was not. Rachel leaned over and asked again, what? She commanded her to speak clearly. Marie answered, one of them. No. The camera caught it for just a moment. There was another one. Yuri meanwhile waved his hand in a friendly manner. He said hello. His steps echoed off the walls of the corridor. Yevgeny stood next to the beach chairs. Yuri asked a question. He was also from the mansion of the dead, right? Then let them play. Yevgeny hid his hand behind his back and said that it sounded quite fun. Yuri with a dangerously friendly smile asked again, right? He began to open his bag. Meanwhile, Dimitri shouted a question, does she now have more rivals? Rachel cursed, helping Marie to stand up. Cheyenne meanwhile stood up, leaning against the counter, and called her. Let her go to Yevgeny. If there was another one, then he was in danger. He was completely capable of dealing with this strong man himself. Dimitri turned to the side with arrogance and made a questioning sound. Cheyenne began to warm up his fist, looking forward with hatred. He must get even. Rachel screamed that no. He cannot and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, another bullet flew past her shoulder. The man looking out of the broken window said with annoyance that he almost hit. The rest of his partners began to enter the office. The next moment, Rachel began to shoot at them, cursing loudly. She shot many in the legs and hit them in the chest, causing the men to fall to the floor. They began to grab their wounds and exhale in shock, looking at the blood flowing out. Someone from them screamed loudly in pain, trying to get up. Sean told them to take Marie. Because it will be over soon. Dimitri, surprised and thoughtfully rubbed the back of his head. Cheyenne approached him and asked a question, did he forget? He is a legend of the mansion of the dead. Rachel meanwhile turned to him and answered, okay. She got it. Then she'll go. Rachel ran, covering Marie with her body, and continued shooting at the men catching up with them. One of them fell to the floor again, and blood spurted from his side. Dimitri turned in her direction, dumbfounded, and shouted a question, what? Where is she going? Is she really going to leave this little one? Cheyenne meanwhile swung his fist again, looking forward with cold-blooded aggression. Dimitri shouted at her to wait for him for a minute. Cheyenne meanwhile hit him in the face with all his might. From the strong swing, he spun to the side a little. Dimitri meanwhile clenched his fist angrily. He swung forward, intending to hit Cheyenne. But he had already jumped back from the attack. Dimitri looked ahead excitedly and said that he would now talk to Rachel. Cheyenne shouted at him to stop making himself look stupid. He clenched his teeth in anger, reaching his hand to his shoulder, and thought that it was hard for him. He asked a question, is this all he can do? Dimitri meanwhile swung his fist. He pushed him away with the force of the blow a long distance. Cheyenne flew back straight into another fence, falling with it. He looked at his shaking hand in the blood and mentally asked the question, "What is this?" He put a block, but where did the blood come from? Is this the gun he took earlier? Dimitri held the gun in his hands, from which blood was dripping. He asked the question, "Is Cheyenne surprised?" Cheyenne turned to him and exclaimed that he was big, but he was behaving like a capricious child. He squeezed his hand, stopping the bleeding. Dimitri casually put his hands out to the sides and, shaking his head, asked the question, "Could this be called tactics?" Cheyenne answered, "It was tactics or not, but playing like that was simple and pointless." He understood why Rachel did not deal with him. Dimitri laughed nervously. Cheyenne got into a fighting stance, continuing to squeeze his hand over the wound. Dimitri asked the question, "Can a little one provoke? Let him not regret it then." Cheyenne meanwhile grabbed the pens lying on the table with his injured hand and asked the question, "And in his opinion, is this scratch mortally dangerous?" He hid the pens in his pocket and asked with a grin, "What will Rachel say to this?" Dimitri bared his teeth angrily. He began to run forward at full speed, throwing away the gun, and said that he was finished. He shouted, "Let them see what he can do. Does he think he's kidding?" Dimitri punched Cheyenne with all his might into the block. Cheyenne was thrown back with a loud sound. Dimitri suddenly looked at the two pens stuck in his hand in surprise. Blood began to slowly ooze out from the wounds, staining his black suit. He let out a surprised breath. Dimitri noticed, as he pulled the pens out of his hand, how playful he was. Cheyenne, meanwhile, was sitting on the floor in front of him, his shirt down. He cursed in his mind and exclaimed that he had become much faster. Cheyenne took off his shirt, throwing it forward right at Dimitri, who was approaching him. Dimitri, meanwhile, asked the question, "Is he not going to play by the rules?" He pushed the shirt away with his hand and exclaimed that he will not finish him off. The pens he was holding in his hands flew into small pieces in different directions from how hard he squeezed it. Dimitri suddenly froze in the middle of the office, stunned, not noticing Cheyenne in front of him. He looked behind him, where the office door was closing quietly and creaking. Dimitri licked his lips in anticipation and, agreeing, exclaimed for him to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was sitting in another office, hiding behind a desk. His one leg was slightly sticking out to the side, revealing his safe place. He cursed and said that Rachel was right. He dropped his hands down tiredly. Dimitri really wasn't that simple. Cheyenne looked at his reflection and angrily muttered a question, what was he even doing here? Suddenly, Rachel's words appeared in his head. This is all because of him. It is because of him that they are all here. Because of him, their normal lives were destroyed. He was the root of all these problems. Rachel's face appeared in his head. His whole body drooped, looking down. Cheyenne clenched his fist in anger in the next moment. He looked ahead sadly. Meanwhile, Dimitri kicked the door open and exclaimed that their break was over. Let him enjoy the second part. Cheyenne confirmed and assumed that Rachel was right. If it weren't for him, Dimitri wouldn't be here. Dmitry Medvedev stood there dumbfounded, looking ahead in confusion. Cheyenne tore his shirt and added that then the Hyunho family wouldn't be in danger. He bandaged his arm with the torn piece of his shirt and muttered through clenched teeth that all the troubles were because of him. He finally tore his shirt open, standing bare-chested in front of Dmitri, and exclaimed that he had to finish them off himself. He couldn't just whine in pain, could he? Dmitri watched him closely, reaching into his jeans pocket, and thought that something had changed in him. Now was not the time for games. He would end this once and for all. Dmitri swung his hand with the dagger, intending to stab Cheyenne in the chest. But Cheyenne abruptly dodged the weapon. The next moment, he held Dmitri's hand with the dagger and hit him in the forearm with all his might. Dmitri looked at his lifeless arm hanging down the next moment and thought, this can't be. He didn't notice. Cheyenne meanwhile stood on his leg. Later, with one light leap, he jumped high, hitting his knee right in Dmitri's face. Pushing back from him, he asked a question, is he surprised? Dmitri angrily called him, little one. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth from the strong blow. He thought he was just a child. Dmitri abruptly stopped his foot, sliding some more distance on the floor. He kept looking up and asked a question, did he say his name was Sean? This time, he could forgive it. Dmitri licked his lips again, near which there was a lot of blood. Cheyenne stood in place, clenched his fists, and looked forward menacingly. Meanwhile, Dmitri repeated his name again, Sean. 2 years ago in Vladivostok. Dmitri stood among the dark streets of the city next to a high-rise building. Leaning against a car, he took a cigarette out of the pack with his teeth. Exhaling tiredly, he asked a question, "What is this?" Putting the pack of cigarettes in his pocket, he said, "This is the best mission they could come up with." Dmitri lit the cigarette, covering it with his hand from the wind, threatening to extinguish the flame. From under the bridge, a female figure surrounded by small children began to approach him. Dmitri asked the question, "What? She wants him to take some children?" Rachel stopped in front of him a few steps and, stamping her heel, answered that they were not just children. Dmitri made a questioning sound. Rachel explained, looking at him coldly, that they were good children from the mansion of the dead. They were excellent products. She asked, "Is he Dmitri from the mercenary group Barefoot?" He is much younger than she thought. Dmitri looked at her with disdain, raising one eyebrow, and asked, "What? He is younger? Is she kidding?" Rachel opened the door of the car, letting the children in, and told them to get in. It was going to explode soon. One of the children asked the question, "Will it explode?" Dmitri continued to light a cigarette and thoughtfully looked down. Suddenly he asked the question, what was going to explode? At that very second, a multi-story building exploded behind him. Brick fragments began to fly in all directions. Dmitri turned around. What was that? Rachel opened the door of the car in front of her and asked, "What is he doing?" They were leaving. "Let him get behind the wheel." Dmitri swore after a while, opening the driver's door, and exclaimed, "What a scope! Is this her work?" Rachel calmly buckled up and replied that she was just an instructor. It was just the children's job. She turned back to where the children were sitting and asked, "Did everyone enjoy today's excursion?" The children simultaneously exclaimed, "Yes." Rachel turned to David and reproachfully said that there were too many grenades. "Is he having problems with his gun?" Let him remember then that a professional must know how to service his tool. David refilled the gun and said, addressing Rachel's instructor, that it was good. Rachel turned to Amy and advised her to remain calm. Otherwise, her speech would be distorted. Amy looked ahead, worried. Rachel turned to Tom and told him that she could still hear his footsteps when he sneaked. Let him take it easy. Okay? Later, Rachel also turned to Eddie. She advised him to throw away the candy he took from the conference room. He should not leave traces, because they could be tracked. Eddie looked at the handful of candies in his hands with undisguised frustration, his lips pressed tightly together. Dmitri laughed, still smoking a cigarette in the car. He asked the question, "Really? She means that these children tried?" Rachel answered calmly. She had been saying for a long time that these were not just children. These were good children from the mansion of the dead. Rachel reached her hand for the cigarette between Dmitri's teeth. He looked at her with a worried look from the corner of his eye and exclaimed, "Why? Why? Why is she approaching?" Rachel, breaking it into two parts, asked the question, "Can he put it out?" Dmitri continued to look at her in fear. Rachel explained that it was harmful to children. Lowering her head down and hiding the cigarette in a black scarf, she explained, "Many say that he is the brother of Bare Fist, the leader of Barefoot. But he seems to know nothing." Dmitri indignantly asked the question, "What did she say?" "She's kidding." Rachel threw off the fabric that half covered her head, freeing her hair. She had an elastic band bitten between her teeth. Dmitri looked at her, embarrassed and excited, his mouth slightly open. A moment later, Rachel noticed his gaze and asked, "What was it?" Dmitri awkwardly scratched his nose and exclaimed, "No. Nothing." Rachel looked at him tiredly and guessed that it was a scar on his forehead. "Did he see it?" Dmitri asked her, "How did it happen?" He looked back, pointing his thumb at the children, and asked, "Did they really work here too?" She answered, "That's not quite it. She got it when she was raising Sean." The legend of the mansion of the dead. Rachel put her hand to her forehead with the scar. Dmitri asked again, "A legend?" Rachel proudly turned to the open window and, confirming, said that he was a genius. She remembered little Sean. After all, it was then that the mansion gave him another name. But they lost him. Rachel looked down with regret and said sadly, "They all wonder if he is alive. So, if he ever sees him, let him know." Dmitri turned towards her. Stuttering a little, he asked what she meant. Rachel explained, "A child with a tattoo alone on his back." Dmitri returned from his memories. He looked at Cheyenne's back and said in shock that Rachel had finally found him. He continued to grab his broken arm with his good hand and looked forward with a strange grin. Dmitri, setting his arm back, said, "Yes. He is not just small. He admits it." Cheyenne asked in surprise, "What?" Dmitri in the next moment began to run forward, swinging his hand with a dagger. With his other hand, he tore his turtleneck into small pieces of fabric. Removing the remains from his body, he exclaimed that they should resolve the conflict like men. Dmitry Medvedev. He was the second in the barefoot group, and his nickname was Grizzly. Cheyenne looked stunned a moment later at the blade of the dagger approaching him. With a quick movement, he ducked down. Dmitry missed, slightly cutting Cheyenne's hair. The next moment, he grabbed Cheyenne by the neck, pulling him towards himself. Then he bent his whole body right onto his knee, hitting Cheyenne's torso with all his strength. Cheyenne grabbed Dmitry's hand, frowning angrily. The next moment, he hit him right on the chin with the top of his head. Dmitry threw him away, stabbing him in the chest. Cheyenne looked at the bleeding wound on his body in shock, lightly resting his palm on it. He sighed painfully. Cheyenne cursed in his mind. He asked the question, "Did it crack?" Dmitry got into a fighting stance again and exclaimed, "This is not the end. Let him continue." Cheyenne turned around at him, stunned. Dmitry began to wave his arms, intending to attack with a dagger. Cheyenne tried to jump back with great speed to dodge. He watched every blow Dmitry made and thought that he had struck him 3 times on the chin. What kind of guy was he? Dmitry tried to attack Cheyenne in the head with a dagger. Cheyenne ducked away in shock. The dagger slammed into the cabinet with a loud bang. Dmitry immediately began to pull it out of the cabinet with both hands. Later, he tried to attack Cheyenne again, causing him to fall to the floor. Dmitry swung the weapon again and angrily shouted a question. How much longer is he going to duck? Cheyenne, stunned, put his hand forward, as if trying to defend himself from the blow. Dmitry began to lower his hand at high speed and shouted for him to attack. Cheyenne blocked, thereby holding the blade of the dagger. He asked, did he receive any awards as a child? Dmitry froze in surprise. Cheyenne admitted that he did not. The dagger was stuck into a large gold medal, which was almost broken into 2 parts. Cheyenne attacked Dmitry right in the stomach with his foot. With his hands, he twisted the metal to the side, thereby twisting the opponent's arm. Dmitry angrily clenched his teeth and asked what he was saying. Suddenly, something began to approach his throat at high speed. The next moment, something similar to a book hit him in the throat. Dmitry made a sound, and blood flowed from his mouth. He said that he would get him 1 award. Dmitry looked at the iron certificate in surprise and coughed loudly. Cheyenne continued to press it to his throat and said that he should consider it a souvenir from Korea. Cheyenne swung his other hand and punched Dmitry right in the chest. Dmitry began to cough in pain. Blood flew out of his mouth in drops in all directions. Cheyenne lowered his head and exhaled tiredly, making a sound. Later, he straightened up, shaking his palm in different directions, and said that he could add this to his resume. Dmitry lay on the floor without strength. Cheyenne turned his back to him, stretching his shoulders, and said that he would now join Rachel. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the photo folder. Later, he made an incomprehensible sound and said in surprise, "This." Meanwhile, Dmitry reached for the hockey stick. Cheyenne meanwhile picked up the photo and said in a daze, "This photo." Dmitry stood up and swung the hockey stick with all his might. Cheyenne suddenly jumped to the side. Dmitry hit it straight on the director's desk, breaking it into small pieces. The computer, folders, calendar, and photos began to fly in different directions. Cheyenne looked at it in a daze. Dmitry cursed, looking forward with hatred. Suddenly, he coughed. Cheyenne jumped on his bent leg again. He grabbed him from behind, pressing his palm to his neck, and said that he was stubborn. Even with a broken cartilage, he continues to move? Cheyenne wrapped his arms around his neck. He said thoughtfully that Rachel would not like his persistence. Dmitry shrank his whole body, as if trying to break free. Cheyenne squeezed his hands tighter, starting to strangle him. Dmitry dropped the hockey stick. His body weakened. He fell to his knees. Cheyenne continued to strangle him. After a moment, he let go of Dmitry, who fell lifelessly to the floor. Cheyenne remained standing, looking at the folder with his photo. There were several photos in it, which depicted not only him. Cheyenne asked the question, "Is this his photo? And is this the director?" He was holding a photo in his hands. Cheyenne asked in shock, "What? What is this?" Meanwhile, in the building attached to the school, Yevgeny was walking next to the fence that prevented him from falling into the pool. Yevgeny quietly said that this is a pool. He is not in the water. Right. Yuri asked the question, "What? What? What is he looking for?" Yevgeny abruptly jumped to the side, looking at him in shock. He thought he hadn't even felt anyone approaching. But suddenly, Yevgeny looked ahead excitedly. He knew this was no ordinary person. Yuri stood in front of him with a smile, holding the bag in his hands. He apologized several times. He asked a question, did he scare him? Yevgeny thought, putting his finger to the sensor in his ear, that he needed to tell Rachel about this. He asked her aloud, could she hear him? Yevgeny asked the question, Rachel? Yuri awkwardly waved his finger in a circle and explained that he had installed a jamming device, so there was no signal here. He smiled amiably and asked why he didn't play with it. Would they finally have some fun? He began to open the bag. Yevgeny reached into his pocket for a knife and thought that he was a professional. He would better avoid a direct confrontation. In that case, Yevgeny slightly raised his head up, taking a deep breath. He began to cry loudly and desperately, screaming so that his voice would carry over a long distance. Yevgeny started screaming apologies desperately. He kept on and on screaming loudly. Yuri called out to him in fear. He asked a question, is he crying? Yevgeny kept screaming that he was just. He followed him, that's all. Yuri asked him not to cry. He asked why he was crying. Yevgeny kept crying, watching carefully, and admitted that he was scared. He wanted to go home. He thought that Yuri had let his guard down enough. Yevgeny opened his eyes, from which tears continued to flow, and looked stunned at the bat approaching him. Yuri hit him in the torso, throwing him a long way. Evgeny slid even further on his back, hitting his head. He landed down, frowning, and thought about hitting a crying child. After a moment, he added, hit it without the slightest hesitation. Yuri, meanwhile, put the bat on his shoulders. He asked a question, what did he do to make him cry so soon? He adjusted his hair with his hand and exclaimed, it was so funny that he was going crazy. He asked a question, was it a good hit? Yuri Smirnov was a newcomer to the barefoot group. His nickname was a bandit. Yevgeny repeated in his mind, a bandit. Yuri asked a question, would he cry like that from every hit? A noticeable blush appeared on his cheeks. To put it simply, he was a simple Russian hooligan. Yevgeny began to remember how he cried very loudly, wiping away tears with clenched fists. He was a good child from the mansion of the dead. Even as a child, he had undergone special training. He attracted the attention of the guards, who looked at him arrogantly. Yevgeny continued to follow them and cry loudly. This training was special, to be ready to carry out an order in any situation. One of the guards turned in his direction and asked a question, who is this? A child? He called out to Yevgeny, asking a question, how did he get here? Yevgeny looked up in surprise, stopped crying a little, and made a sound. The guard put his finger to the sensor in his ear and asked how he got in here. What are the guys at the main gate doing? Meanwhile, in another place, the guard's face was covered in blood. A voice was heard from the sensor calling the gatekeepers. The same voice reported that some child had gotten in. What was going on there? The guys standing near the gate were lying dead. The building's guard asked if they could hear him. What was going on? He exclaimed that he was serious. Meanwhile, another guard approached Yevgeny and asked what happened. How did he get in here? Yevgeny began to wipe away his tears and quietly said that he came with his dad. He needed to go to the toilet. The guard concluded that his father was inside. Yevgeny thought that the children were weak. Another guard approached Yevgeny, typing something on his phone, and asked, is it true? And what is his father's name? Another guard objected to him, saying that Yevgeny was crying. Let him not be so heartless. That is why children need adult care. The guard asked, he doesn't suspect him, does he? Meanwhile, Yevgeny pulled a knife from behind his back and swung it straight at the guard. He mentally reasoned that children's tears only stimulated the maternal instinct. The other guard, still looking at his phone, objected that this was suspicious. There were definitely no guests with children on the list. Suddenly, he noticed his partner fall lifelessly to the floor. His weapon fell with a loud thud. The first guard made a sound of surprise. He asked, what happened to him? He looked closely at his partner's body and noticed that a large scarlet puddle had begun to form next to his head. He pressed his fingers to his neck, trying to feel his pulse, and cursed. How is this? What is going on here? Is this the work of that child? The guard raised his face, looking around, and asked, where did he disappear to? Yevgeny appeared behind him and swung his dagger. He stuck it into the guard's chest. Yevgeny, however, was an unusual child. He was a specially trained agent from the mansion of the dead. Yevgeny sat in front of the dead guards and reported to the censor that he had done everything according to the instructions. He could carry out an order in any situation. Yevgeny stopped remembering past moments and mentally asked a question, but what is this? He looked at the bag next to Yuri. Yuri meanwhile opened the bag and put something in it, stretching out some thoughtful sound. Yevgeny leaned on his hands, trying to get up, and thought that his childish tears and communication did not help. Yuri took out the next weapon, biting his lower lip with anticipation. He exclaimed, "This will be good." Yevgeny mentally objected that no. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it. Yuri asked, "What? He is not crying anymore?" This was not good. Yuri swung the bat in a circle and asked, "If he hit him a couple more times, will he roar?" Yevgeny frowned and looked ahead excitedly. Yuri the next moment began to run at full speed towards Evgenia, reaching out with his hand. Yevgeny thought that he was starting to attack him. He dodged the blow of the bat, jumping to the side. Yuri hit the floor, breaking it. Small pieces of asphalt flew all over the floor. Yevgeny mentally wondered, what kind of destructive force was this? He looked away in shock and thought, the level was different from before. Yuri swung the bat again and asked, how did he like it? He prepared something special. Yuri made a circular motion, trying to hit the bat, and shouted for him to look at it. Yevgeny tried to dodge again, practically pressing his whole body into the floor. Suddenly, his hand cracked painfully. Yuri continued to follow him and asked if he was going to run away like that. Yevgeny started to fall down, hitting his arm and leg. He made a painful sound. Yuri turned the bat around and said with a grin that they would do it like this then. He hit Yevgeny's leg with it with all his might. Blood started to squirt in all directions. Yevgeny started to cry desperately, starting to scream loudly in pain. With his other hand, he reached for the knife in his pants, turning it sharply. Yuri got close enough to him. Yevgeny swung the knife, trying to wound his opponent's leg. The next moment, he caught his hand on the iron railing, jumping over it. He started to fall from the landing with a loud sound, hitting his sides hard. He screamed loudly in pain again. Yuri looked down at him and said, "Okay. He'll give him 10 seconds. Yevgeny looked up at him, watching him closely. Yuri told him to try to run as far as he could on those little legs. Did he understand? Yuri put his palms forward and said with a smirk that the countdown was starting. He said the first number, 10. Yevgeny practically crawled down the stairs, trying to run as far as he could. Yuri said the next number, 9. Yevgeny rolled off the landing, hitting his side again. 8. Yevgeny thought that this was an unusual opponent. In his mind, he repeated again that only 10 seconds. He needed to run as far as he could in that time. He got to his feet, but blood began to spurt from his injured leg again. Yevgeny sighed tiredly and thought that he had a little more time left. Suddenly, Yuri jumped off the landing, swinging the bat straight at him. He hit the place where Yevgeny should have been with all his might. Yevgeny, meanwhile, jumped back. He whispered in shock that it hadn't even been 10 seconds yet. Yuri laughed maliciously and exclaimed, "Yes." He said it with pride, that expression. Swinging the bat, he asked, did he really believe it? Yevgeny put the blade of the knife forward, trying to meet the bat. Yuri said that's why he loves it. The bat began to approach Yevgeny's body. Yuri threw him straight into the pool. Yevgeny landed in the water, starting to drown. Yuri clenched his fist in triumph and exclaimed that he liked teasing innocent children. Yevgeny moved his legs in the water and thought in his mind that his hand. He was in so much pain. He began to sink weakly to the bottom and thought that he. A useless child? He remembered Cheyenne saying that he was a useless child. He couldn't remain part of the family. He remembered fighting with Cheyenne, who was yelling that he was going to be kicked out soon. Yevgeny told him that he didn't say that. Rachel turned to them at that time, checking the gun, and commanded them to stop teasing and to better prepare. Cheyenne nervously put his hands on his hair. Yevgeny turned to Rachel with a smile, saying yes. After a while, Yevgeny called Cheyenne. Cheyenne said okay. He won't tease him anymore. He won't anymore. Yevgeny asked a question, does he think they can save Aunt Hyanho? Cheyenne froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. Yevgeny walked up to him and added that Aunt gave up her rights to Cheyenne. They are not a family anymore. Is that right? Cheyenne held a red sweatshirt in his hands and said thoughtfully, he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Yevgeny clenched his fist and said angrily that he and that woman were strange. They called him their family. Cheyenne looked at him, puzzled. Yevgeny lowered his head down with resentment and added that it was just like that. Without any reason. Family was usually not like that. Cheyenne rubbed the back of his head in confusion and looked away. He leaned over to Yevgeny and asked, "What do you think?" Yevgeny looked up at him, confused. Cheyenne asked if An Hyunho and her family were his. Yevgeny opened his mouth in shock and, after a short silence, honestly admitted that he did not know. He remembered how she stroked his head, looking at him tenderly. Yevgeny looked down sadly, without raising his eyes. Returning from his memories, he took out a folding knife and quietly spoke about the concept of family. He brought the weapon closer to himself and said, "This is what that woman was talking about." It was so different from what he knew. He couldn't understand. Cheyenne put his hand on his head gently and said, "Let him ask her next time he met her." Yevgeny looked at him in surprise, putting the knife aside. Cheyenne continued to look at him with an encouraging smile and calmly replied, "Auntie said to bring Yevgeny next time too." Yevgeny looked at him with even more surprise. He opened his mouth and asked a question, "Did she say that?" Cheyenne climbed up with a smile and confirmed it, saying yes. So he should bring him to Auntie again. Then he would ask. Yevgeny continued to look ahead in a daze. Meanwhile, he began to return from memories. A thought arose in his head, what is family? Yuri looked at him from the surface of the water and asked the question, "Is he not a can of alcoholic drink?" Yevgeny emerged from the water a moment later and began to cough loudly. Water was running from his mouth, nose and eyes. He asked for help, almost begging. Yuri exclaimed with a victorious grin that he had finally surfaced. Yevgeny began to sink in the water, desperately waving his arms to stay on the surface. He looked up with fear in his eyes and, continuing to cough, shouted that he did not know how to swim. Yuri laughed and exclaimed, "Wow! Is he really a can of alcoholic drink?" He put his hand to his chest, as if his stomach hurt from laughing, and exclaimed that he could go crazy now. His behavior is beyond praise. Yuri handed him the bat, and with the same grin said that he should take it. Yevgeny continued to desperately wave his arms. Yuri, meanwhile, extended the bat as hard as he could and asked, "Well? Will he be able to catch this?" Yevgeny thought that he was a weak child who could play on the maternal instinct of people. He desperately reached for the bat. Starting to think further, he thought that in front of him was a lousy person who loved to torture even children. Yuri exclaimed, "Like this! Like this! If he can reach it, he will be saved." Yevgeny grabbed the end of the bat with his small hand. Yuri pulled the bat sharply towards himself, causing Yevgeny to drop it from his hands. Yuri responded with feigned regret that it was slipping. Yevgeny looked at him again with fear. Meanwhile, Yuri exclaimed with feigned concern that he was sorry. Yevgeny gradually began to go under the water, looking at him with hatred. After some time, Yevgeny's body lay on the surface of the water, having stopped moving in any way. Yuri threw the bat over his shoulders and said he would have saved him if he had held on a little longer. Turning around, he said at last that he tried hard enough. Yevgeny meanwhile emerged from the water, grabbing the leg of the retreating Yuri, and thought that he could not give up here. Yuri turned back, puzzled, making a questioning sound. Yevgeny rested his feet on the side of the pool, continuing to pull Yuri's leg into the water. He pushed off the side of the pool. Yevgeny was pulling Yuri's leg straight into the pool. He had to complete the mission in any situation. A moment later, Yuri fell into the water. Splashes of water began to fly in all directions. Yuri emerged from the water, trying to take as much air into his lungs as possible. He coughed loudly. Yuri asked angrily, "Did this crazy kid trick him?" Meanwhile, Yevgeny quickly reached for Yuri's head. He was confident in his game. Yevgeny grabbed Yuri's neck with a strong grip of his arms, starting to strangle him. It was not for nothing that he had studied so much. Yuri grabbed him by the elbow with one hand, baring his teeth. He shouted angrily. Yevgeny said that he couldn't swim. This was no fun at all. Yevgeny mockingly said, continuing to strangle him, that he was naive. He asked, did he believe it? Yuri looked up desperately. Meanwhile, Yevgeny said with a crazy smile that he really was a delegate. He thought that because he was a good kid. Yuri nervously bit his lower lip. He began to desperately move in the water and shouted a question, maybe he would stop already? He shouted a curse, calling Yevgeny. Yevgeny continued to strangle him, grabbing his head, and thought that he was more resilient than he thought. There was still a little left. He stubbornly continued to squeeze his hands near his neck. Yuri looked away with even greater fear. He wheezed, starting to hit Yevgeny's elbow with the bat, so that he would let go. Pain pierced Yevgeny's arm. He let go of Yuri and screamed in pain. Yuri meanwhile picked up the bat and, taking it out of the water, screamed that he was small. He swung the weapon. Yuri hit the water with all his might. Yevgeny dived sharply into the water, dodging the blow. With quick movements of his arms and legs, he swam behind Yuri. Having emerged at a great distance, he desperately began to gasp for air. Yevgeny wiped his eyes with his hand from the water dripping from his hair and thought that he was lucky to be underwater. Meanwhile, Yuri climbed onto the ropes dividing the pool and turned to Yevgeny again, calling him little. He asked with a threatening look, "He doesn't want to kill him, does he?" Yevgeny thought in shock, What is he doing there? How is he holding on like that? He looked away, puzzled. Yuri pushed off the rope. Swinging the bat, he tried to hit Yevgeny again. But he was no longer there. He dived under the water again, dodging the blow. Yevgeny looked to the side through the restless surface of the water. Yuri, looking at him from the surface, asked a question, "Is he still going to hide under the water?" Yevgeny again noticed that Yuri had stood on the rope and was easily maintaining his balance. Yuri took the bat out of the water and, putting it on his shoulders, asked a question, "Does he think it is better not to breathe at all than to take damage? How long will it last?" Yuri approached the water with a crazy smile. Yevgeny began to move in the water in a daze and thought that he was a crazy idiot. He needed to find a way for him to leave him alone. Yevgeny began to swim a long distance away from his opponent. Yuri exhaled regretfully, watching him from above. Standing on the rope, he easily began to follow Yevgeny. He said that at this pace he would only run out of breath faster. Yevgeny noticed this, looking up in panic. He covered his mouth with his hand and desperately thought that his air was running out. It was so dangerous for him to speed up. Maybe he could quickly inhale and dive back? He thought, what if he emerged from the water? Yevgeny imagined himself swimming to the surface and desperately inhaling air. Meanwhile, Yuri was approaching him and with a crazy smile, swinging a bat, hitting him right in the head. The scarlet blood would gradually mix with the crystal clear water. Yevgeny concluded that he would die quickly. He continued to cover his mouth with his hands, looking up with hatred. Yuri was sitting opposite him. Yevgeny mentally asked himself what he should do now. He looked at Yuri's dangling leg in the water. Yuri meanwhile asked with a dangerous and predatory smile, "Has he been hanging there for more than 2 minutes?" Yevgeny began to swim away from him at high speed to the next protective rope. Yuri grinned in surprise. He pushed off the rope and jumped forward, shouting. He said that this was all pointless. Yevgeny took out a knife, stretching it forward. He turned his head back and, clenching the knife in his fist, tried to stretch his hand forward. With all his might, he emerged upward, cutting the rope. Yuri meanwhile was approaching the cut rope. He exhaled in shock, looking forward in surprise. The next moment, he landed right in the water. Yevgeny desperately swallowed air, remaining on the surface of the water. Taking as much air as he could into his lungs, he dove under the water again. Yuri looked at him angrily in the water and thought that he was trying to cheat. Meanwhile, Yevgeny looked at him seriously, swinging the knife again. Yuri, despite the resistance of the water, swung the bat and mentally asked himself, "Does he think that this toy will help him?" Yevgeny grabbed the rope in his hands and, moving closer to Yuri, thought that swinging a weapon in the water was basically impossible and difficult. Yuri looked in amazement at the bat, which was moving at a low speed in the water, and thought that it was resisting. Meanwhile, Evgeny was approaching him. He thought that he had no other choice. Especially in water, which was denser than air. Yuri looked ahead with anger and hatred, clenching his teeth tightly between himself. Evgeny continued to think, large objects experience great resistance. So now a small toy knife and a child have a strong enough advantage. He swung the knife in the water. Yuri bent sharply, dodging the blow. Meanwhile, Yevgeny began to braid the rope around his neck. Yuri, stunned, caught this with his gaze. Yevgeny leaned his hands on his shoulders and head, starting to strangle Yuri with great force, who dropped the bat in surprise. Yuri desperately grabbed the rope strangling him and cursed mentally. Automatically opening his mouth, the air left his body. Yevgeny continued to stubbornly pull the rope, continuing to strangle him. They continued to remain in the water. The water in the pool restlessly beat against the walls. After some time, Yevgeny swam to the surface, leaning against the side of the pool. He began to cough loudly, trying to grab air with his lungs. He looked back, where Yuri's body floated up, and thought that he would never again. Yuri, with a terrifying face, lay on the surface of the water. The rope was still wrapped around his neck. Meanwhile, Yevgeny continued to tell him to never underestimate him again because he was small. Yevgeny stuck out his tongue and sarcastically exclaimed that he was an amateur. Meanwhile, Rachel stuck out the magazine from her gun with her teeth. She continued to shoot at the men who were chasing her and Marie. Rachel's leg was shot and bleeding. But the girl stubbornly continued to move forward, screaming a little in pain. Marie looked at her in surprise. The men continued to shoot at them, but they dodged the bullets. Rachel fired back, shooting one of the men in the leg. Many enemies fell to the floor from the bullets that shot them. Rachel hid Marie behind the wall, coming out of hiding and continuing to shoot at the other agents. Marie asked her a question, "Is she okay?" Rachel answered, "Yes." "And how is she?" Marie looked away worriedly and answered, "What was happening is much more serious than she assumed." She asked if they should retreat. Rachel exclaimed coldly, "No. They would destroy them all." "That was an order." Rachel hid behind the wall and, taking a magazine out of her coat pocket, explained that Sean was dealing with Dimitri. They would deal with the frivolous agents. Marie leaned her hands tiredly on her buckled legs. Rachel asked a puzzled question, looking at the magazine, was this really the last one? As much as they didn't want to, it was too much for both of them. Marie opened her phone, starting to search for something on the screen, and explained that they hadn't taken into account the seriousness of Dimitri and Yuri. They needed help. Rachel showed it to her and said that she was showing her weakness. Marie adjusted her glasses and answered with the same seriousness that it was a fact. They were both wounded. Rachel deftly loaded the magazine into the gun with a hand movement and answered suspiciously. After all, she said that she hadn't seen anything clearly. She asked the question coldly, "So how did she know that Yuri was here?" Marie froze in place. Later, she turned away with a feeling of guilt. But after a moment, a barely noticeable smile appeared on her lips, which she covered with her hand. Marie answered with embarrassment that she had made a gross mistake. If Eugene had heard, he would have ridiculed her for her amateurism. Rachel pointed the barrel of the gun at her and asked why. She asked again, "How?" Marie put the phone in her sweater pocket, calmly looking down. Rachel, meanwhile, said in disbelief, "How could she betray them?" She asked the question, how could this be, being under the control of the mansion? Rachel angrily shouted for her to answer. "It was an order." Marie carefully picked up the necklace with the cross and said that they found. She took it off her neck, threw it down, and answered, "They found a way to circumvent the principles." Rachel looked down in shock at the necklace falling down. She asked again in surprise and despair, "Circumvent? Who does she mean by we? Who else is with her?" Marie answered that it was Zero. He had returned. She looked forward defiantly. Rachel's eyes widened in shock and she asked quietly, "What?" Marie reached for her gun with a sharp movement and, pulling out the magazine, exclaimed that that was all. Rachel, not having time to react, just stood there. Marie asked mockingly, "Was that the last magazine?" She began to bring it closer to her. Rachel swung the gun furiously, approaching her. Marie abruptly thrust the magazine right into Rachel's wounded leg. The girl turned on her foot, stunned. Meanwhile, Marie swung her leg, intending to hit her in the head. Rachel stopped her blow with her hand and called her rudely by name. She asked her angrily, swinging her hand with the gun, how did she know that name? Marie jumped back, looking at her in panic. Suddenly, someone put a gun to the stunned Rachel's head and ordered her to stop. The male agent replied that it was the end. The gun was also pointed at Marie, who was covering herself from Rachel's blow. Rachel gritted her teeth and said that they were idiots. Someone tried to grab her by the hair. The fat man knocked her down with a sharp movement, slamming her head on the floor. He smirked and told her to calm down. Still holding her down, he said that it was their turn. One of the wounded men looked out and called out, asking what was going on here. Marie asked with an embarrassed smile, did she keep them waiting? Later, she looked around at all the agents present with a satisfied smile and exclaimed that it was all over. One of the men was carrying Rachel unconsciously along the corridor, holding her by the top of her hair. Marie told the men to quickly deal with the others. Marie covered her smile with her hand and asked with a sly look, "Are they going to Sean now?" Rachel weakly opened her eyes, looking down. Her face was covered in bruises and blood was running from her nose. The clouds were gathering over the institution. Byung turned to Hyunho's mother, telling her that it was now her turn to take revenge. He extended the knife he was clutching between his bandaged fingers into her open palm. His face was filled with madness and a desire for revenge, and he told her that they must get rid of the child named Cheyenne. The blade that was now in the woman's hands gleamed bloodthirstily in her hands, reflecting the horror that was written in her eyes. Her hands began to shake, and she stood there in indecision, not knowing what to do with what she had received. She turned to Father Joseph, who was looking at her at the time with a smirk on his face, expecting that the answer should be obvious. But to his surprise, the woman replied that Kwon Byung-woo was not worthy of being called a father. Hyun-ho's mother threw away the very knife that was in her hands before, looking at the storm with disdain. The knife flew far back, falling to the floor, and Byung-woo watched it, looking at what was happening in amazement from his chair. Something crazy played in his eyes again, and he said that it was very interesting, saying that it meant that she did not want to negotiate, nor to take revenge. He decided to ask her a very logical question. Would someone who sits idly by while her child is being maimed really be called a mother? Well, you say they didn't let him. In the empty room where they were, a loud sound of a blow was heard, which, bouncing off the empty walls, flew around the area with great speed. The woman seemed to sober up the man's cheek, forcing him to shut up for a moment. Byung-woo took a handkerchief in his hand, pressing it to his bloody cheek, saying that he thought it would be easy, but the woman decided to be stubborn. Suddenly, the door to the office where they were abruptly opened. Many pairs of legs appeared, which immediately walked inside. Byung-woo said that efficiency is important in work. The woman cautiously stepped back, watching the powerful figures approaching her. Horror was reflected on her face, while Byung-woo silently watched this from behind his shoulder. At this time, the main character, putting the paper with the information he needed into his jacket, said that he would put it off for now. He began to tighten his muscles, straightening and bending, complaining that his whole body ached. In the office, where just a few moments ago the battle took place, it was now quiet, and the body of his opponent lay lifeless on the floor. Once again, he said with displeasure that his opponent was a stupid bear, and then mockingly thought that all this would sound strange. A fight with a Russian mercenary in the director's office. Who will believe it? It really sounded absurd, but that didn't stop the guy at all. He stretched his neck, walking outside, heading further down the corridor. Cheyenne reasoned out loud that Byung-woo Constructions really was impressive. He just wondered how they knew where to hire Russian mercenaries. After all, such connections weren't available to everyone. Suddenly, the protagonist froze in place. Something caught his attention, and he stopped, saying that it must be true. The camera that was attached to the ceiling watched him with interest, while Cheyenne realized that such a thing really wasn't available to everyone. Suddenly, he jumped up, cursing loudly, starting to run in the direction already set in his head. He didn't understand why he hadn't thought of this before. Around the next turn, as soon as he was in the right place, he saw those same people who were wearing bulletproof vests over business suits. One of them, seeing Cheyenne, shouted loudly, "Is it really him?" He shouted that he had finally found him, calling Cheyenne a blonde. But he was not destined to say what he had started, because a moment later Cheyenne literally slammed his knee into the opponent's face, turning it into one solid mess, once again saying with displeasure that every time it was the same, everyone called him a blonde. As soon as the protagonist did this to one of these people, another one, like a chain reaction, began to fall from his blow. Cheyenne was indignant, literally bursting with hatred, asking, "Can he at least remember his name?" However, he immediately pulled himself back, saying that in any case, it was not so important anymore. Cheyenne blocked the blow of the man who was sneaking up on him from behind with a knife in his hand at that time, and then knocked him out with one precise blow, hitting him with an uppercut to his jaw. Unable to stay on his feet, the man dropped the knife, and then fell to the floor. Without thinking twice, seeing his comrades literally flying in different directions, one of these people, loudly cursing, began to reload his pistol. Then a series of shots followed, but one of them did not reach its original target. Cheyenne covered himself with one of this man's comrades, using him as a shield. The poor thing stood there screaming so much, hoping that they would not shoot at him, but the man did not have time to react, so a line of bullets passed through the man's stomach. Alina from these men shouted, asking, "Is he deaf?" He was told not to shoot. Cheyenne mockingly continued to approach the enemy, asking if he knew that it really hurts when you are shot. The man cursed, trying to aim more precisely. While he still had time, he broke out in his thoughts again, then thinking that he should shoot him in the head, but his plans were not destined to come true, and as soon as he thought that he was going to hit, Cheyenne's elbow knocked the gun away, directing the trajectory of the bullet higher than his head. The shot did not help the man, and now he was alone with lightning strikes. The protagonist led his hand back, swinging, and then in the next moment, as if using the pressure of a bear, he used a mace strike, completely destroying his opponent in just one precise move. Cheyenne froze, clenching his fist. His gaze was cold and did not express anything except the hatred that splashed in it. While Cheyenne continued to fight, Rachel gradually began to come to her senses, slowly opening her eyes. As she slowly regained consciousness, she found herself sitting on the floor, her hands tied behind her to a pipe, secured to the wall. It took her a while to remember how she had ended up in that position, and whoever had done it was more than willing to be reminded. Marie, who was sitting on a chair in front of her, asked Rachel with a smile if she had regained consciousness. She had a cup of warm, steaming drink in her hands, and the atmosphere in the room was as if nothing unusual had happened. Rachel, having regained control of her thoughts, spoke loudly to Marie, calling her a damn traitor. She jerked forward, but her tied hands prevented her from getting to her feet, so she frowned helplessly, asking Marie how she dared to deceive her. Marie spoke to her in a calm voice, asking her to calm down and listen to what she had to say. It was now that Rachel finally noticed that her hands were chained, which meant that she couldn't get out of this situation that easily. Meanwhile, Marie continued to speak in a measured voice. I would like to clarify that she was not going to sell the mansion of the dead at all. There was a serene smile on her face, and her gaze seemed to reflect condescension. Marie calmly said that she only wanted to show which of them was actually the greatest masterpiece. She brought the mug to her lips, drinking a little of the drink, and Rachel, watching this, looked at her with indignation, asking what this meant. Then Marie told her that the director himself said that the greatest masterpiece or legend is Sean. She quoted what that crazy guy once said. Addressing her by name, the director said that Sean is different from the other masterpieces. The man placed his hand on her little head, saying that he had already achieved everything when he was very young, so she should strive to be like Sean. Because Sean, in his opinion, was a great masterpiece. Little Marie frowned, the man, paying attention to his every word. Her face twisted as she said that she was wondering, why was everyone already so obsessed with him? She squeezed the handle of the mug tighter, and then rose from the chair, starting to walk towards Rachel. She asked what was so great about Sean. After all, when she saw him, he was just a stupid teenager. Coming almost right up to him, but so that Rachel could not reach her, Marie squatted down, with a predatory smile, saying that then she realized that the legend was just an empty illusion from the past. Marie said that the director was simply praising and idealizing Sean. She touched the scar that was on Rachel's forehead, continuing to say that the director did this to cover up his misconceptions about this little fighter. Rachel made a sudden lunge, trying to grab Marie's hand to teach the upstart a lesson. However, Marie, continuing to speak, laughed and pulled her hand back, saying that she understood, because recognizing the greatness of another person is a good way to cover up your failures. Marie started to get up again, saying that in that case, she was going to show the director herself that legends were just legends. Marie moved her sweater on her arm aside, starting to say that she was going to prove who was really the greatest masterpiece here. Not far from her wrist, there was a monstrous number inscription in large letters, which indicated that she was assigned the number 2. Her code name was Marie, and she was the masterpiece strategist of the Mansion of the Dead, masterpiece number 2. Rachel looked at this silently, and then turned her gaze to the monitors, where the broadcasts from the security cameras were visible. Seeing Cheyenne there, she froze for a moment, and meanwhile, he, having assumed a fighting pose, seemed to have eliminated the camera. Because the connection was cut off, there was no more broadcast on the screen. Rachel grinned, a smile began to spread across her face. Marie, who saw this, asked in confusion what was so funny about it. Rachel called her a little upstart, that she was just thinking too much of herself. Rachel lifted her head up, asking if she was just angry because the director was still looking for Sean. Marie did not answer, and then Rachel continued asking, was she talking about delusions, but she was so eager for his recognition? The hand that had recently been firm and determined, on which Marie thought the symbol of her pride was displayed, began to shake as Rachel continued to talk about how it was all just funny. Marie turned away, telling Rachel that she did not understand, but Rachel interrupted her, continuing to talk about how Marie would never be equal to Sean. She mockingly asked her, who was she to be such a perverted commodity, talking such absurdities about herself? Marie froze, overcome with uncertainty and anger at the same time. She clenched her jaw and then with one sharp movement pulled a gun out of the bag that was lying nearby on the table, pointing the weapon straight at Rachel and making one precise shot, tangentially, cutting the cheek of the girl who talked too much. Marie said that this was a warning for Rachel, because she could easily hurt her. Insecurity, a feeling of inferiority, heated something inside Marie, and Rachel was going to continue to play on it. Marie brought the gun to her forehead, saying that once again she called her returned goods. Rachel would not have a scar, but a hole. Rachel only smirked in response to this, and then, feigning exclamation, with the same smirk on her face, asked Marie, did she really hurt her? Their conversation was not destined to continue, because at that moment the door to the office where they were opened and Byung-woo rolled in on his wheelchair, continuing to wipe his wound with a handkerchief. He feigned nonchalance and apologized for interrupting their girly squabbles, saying that it seemed like they were already finished there. One of his escorts entered the room after him, and Byung-woo said that it seemed like they were ready too, and then asked, did he distract them from something important? Mari lowered the gun that was in her hand, and Kwon Byung-woo continued to say that if he really interrupted them, then it was a little annoying, because considering the humiliation that this woman inflicted on him, a couple of bullet holes would not be enough. He looked towards Rachel, seeing her in such an unenviable position, his face clearly showing pleasure from what was happening. Mari walked back to the table, putting her gun in her bag, while Byung-woo said that he would take care of all of this later. Mari asked half-heartedly, what happened to his face? Was he beaten up? Byung-woo, still holding the handkerchief, asked, did she mean that? Then he said that there was just a small disagreement. That disagreement was currently sitting unconscious in one of the classrooms of this institution. Byung-woo continued to say that the preparations were completed according to plan. On the roof, everything was going as planned, so the orders were carried out with pinpoint accuracy, and another very dangerous student, Hyunho, was also eliminated. Mari said that Byung-woo did a great job, since everything went smoothly thanks to him. She thanked him, and Byung-woo smiled, saying that there was no problem with that, since he was glad that he could work with a reasonable person. At that moment, his escort began to pull something out of his jacket, and while Byung-woo was saying something about the further plan, this man pressed the handkerchief with the mysterious substance directly to Kwon Byung-woo's face, covering his nose. A second, 1, 2, and Byung-woo's eyes began to roll back. He was falling deeper and deeper into himself, losing consciousness, not understanding what was happening to him. When Byung-woo finally went to the world of dreams, his escort said that the chairman should not be sad, because such was the order he had received. Mari watched this with a smile, while Byung-woo's escort asked the already unconscious boss, isn't this how adults work? He adjusted his glasses, and Mari, coming closer to Byung-woo, said with a smile that his usefulness dried up as soon as he attracted Sean. Then she also said that she would leave the main role in this incident to him, immediately explaining how it would sound. The cruel crime of a father who is obsessed with a mission for his son. Mari said that this should do, right? But Byung-woo was no longer able to answer, so Mari turned around, turning away from him towards the computer monitors, asking where their Sean was. However, on each of them, the broadcast was interrupted, because he still made sure that she did not have eyes where she did not need them. Mari looked at it in surprise, asking what was this? She did not understand why the screens looked like this. Then Rachel's voice was heard, saying that among the children of the Mansion of the Dead, there were those who had exceptional talents, and they called these children masterpieces. These children were given their code names. Rachel said that in Mari's case it was 2, masterpiece strategist. Mari listened carefully to what Rachel was telling her, and then asked her what she was getting at. Rachel called her by name, that he was the greatest masterpiece for them all. The words of the director came to Marie's mind again, reminding her again that he was the greatest of all. Marie shuddered that it couldn't be. She said out loud the very words that had been tormenting her all this time, the greatest masterpiece. Seconds later, the screens not only stopped working, but also went out completely, as did all the lights that were in this room. Marie froze in place, and the man's companion took out his phone in surprise, asking, did she really turn off the lights? At that moment, the ceiling right above him began to crumble, and Marie, noticing this, shouted loudly at him to move aside. However, it was too late. Cheyenne, having broken through the ceiling, hung above the man, and then with one sharp movement hit him on the head, literally breaking his glasses. Rachel smiled when she saw him, thinking that the name was Cheyenne, and he was definitely the greatest masterpiece among the children of the Mansion of the Dead. The protagonist landed in a fighting pose, frowning his eyes, looking towards, finally, his main opponent appeared. The name was Cheyenne, real name Cheyenne. He was the greatest masterpiece of the Mansion of the Dead, the #1 masterpiece. All these events even made him go into a flashback for a while, when the director once again praised him. As if bashfully, he lowered his eyes to the floor, not meeting their gazes. The director said that any good child in the Mansion of the Dead deserves all kinds of praise, but he was on a completely different level. Cheyenne walked with the director by the hand along the corridor, and the children who walked next to him saw him off with hateful glances. The director said that Cheyenne was on a completely different level, saying that a child like him who had the most outstanding skills and talent was truly valuable. They approached a large door that was guarded by mysterious people in robes. The director said that children like this were the real essence of the mansion of the dead. A terrifying smile played on his lips as he told the little child that he was a masterpiece. As the door began to open, Cheyenne saw the light that softly fell on his childish face. However, what was actually happening there had nothing to do with beauty at all. When the boy's eyes got used to the bright light, he saw what was happening in this office, and the director continued to say that this was the birth of the second, no, the first masterpiece, Cheyenne of the Mansion of the Dead. In the middle of this office stood a rather impressive man who was serenely adjusting his gloves on his hands, and tattoos were visible on his shoulders. The director congratulated Sean on what was coming up, and this man in front of Hyunho's face with a calm expression chewed gum, standing next to the treatment chair. The tattooed guy raised the same special tattoo machine in his hand, getting ready to start what the director brought the boy there for. The hands of this possessed adult clenched on the shoulders of little Cheyenne. He said again that he was the greatest masterpiece, and then leaned closer to him, looking into his face and asking, "Does he understand it?" Cheyenne clenched his fists, looking hostilely at the tattoo artist, while Mari watched from behind the open doors, her glasses flashing contemptuously. How she wanted to be in his place, like most of those who spent a long time in this terrible house. Envy intervened on her face with something that is not at all typical for a child. And now these two completely different people collided in real life again. Cheyenne shook his hand off, while Mari stared at him, and Rachel, trying to warn him, loudly called his name, trying to say something, but the main character immediately interrupted her, kneading his shoulder, saying that she does not need to say anything. After all, he already guessed what was going on there. Mari smiled slyly, while Cheyenne was talking about how he would beat all the details out of her now. Gritting his teeth, Cheyenne began to roll up the sleeves of his jacket, clenching his fist. He moved towards Mari, until she mockingly exclaimed, asking him if he was happy that he would beat up a girl. At this time, she rummaged through her pocket with her hand, looking for something, and then, abruptly taking it out, asked if Hyunho's mother approved of this. She had a blade in her hands, and she shamelessly began to wield it, using it as her main weapon, but so far, this was not Cheyenne's first battle. He quickly and skillfully dodged, asking her, is she going to talk about this too? Does she really think that all this happened because of her? Cheyenne thought that he should have guessed this, since Mari, who belonged to the mansion of the dead like him, would calmly attack him. Meanwhile, Mari made a new swing of her arm for another strike, and Cheyenne, noticing all this, inadvertently wondered, did she somehow bypass the principles? He frowned his brows, and then said that he would think about it later, making a sharp dash towards the enemy, knocking her weapon arm to the side. The next moment, he directed his elbow towards Mari's face with one sharp blow, asking her, did she ask for it, didn't she? But his blow was blocked by her arm, although the glasses on Mari's face still flew off. She said that this was typical Sean, and it would be difficult for her to overcome him in strength. Mari made one sudden sharp jerk, grabbing the protagonist's neck in her grip, and in the next instant, she threw him to the other side, causing him to lose his balance. Cheyenne, feeling this, asked in surprise, what kind of technique was this? It took him some effort to hold on and not fall completely. Rachel, seeing this technique, thought that this was not taught in the mansion of the dead. And in the next instant, as soon as attention was diverted, Mari ran out of the office door, leaving Cheyenne and Rachel inside. Seeing this strange escape, Rachel shouted at Cheyenne to follow this girl. She said that he needed to catch Mari. Rachel explained to him quickly that there was someone else behind her, and they must definitely find out who it was. Cheyenne, hearing this, asked in surprise, what did she mean? But Rachel wasn't going to waste precious time, so she yelled at him to act faster, because the explanation would come later. Cheyenne cursed that he understood, and then ran out of the classroom, heading down the straight corridor after the running girl. The protagonist thought with confusion, could there really be someone behind Mari? He ran forward, trying to understand what Rachel was talking about. But he immediately realized that now none of this mattered, because at the moment only one thing mattered. Cheyenne inexorably approached, reasoning that whether it was Mari or someone who was behind her, they knew how to free themselves from the control of the three principals. Once again confidently moved forward, yelling at Mari to stop, because he only wanted to ask one question. So that suddenly Mari opened the door to one of the classrooms, running inside, and Cheyenne followed her again, yelling at her to stop running for at least a second. But Masha had other plans. In her hand, which was covered with a white glove, suddenly appeared flasks with different substances, which she held between her fingers. Marie laughed and asked if he thought that he was going to run away. She narrowed her eyes and answered that this was only the beginning. In her other hand she had the same substances, and a respirator was put on her face. A moment later, she threw forward everything that she managed to take, and these flasks, colliding with each other, began to burst and break, causing an explosion right above Cheyenne's head. A loud bang was heard, and he had to duck so that the fragments genuinely hit his body, and also pull his jacket higher to save his head. He looked closely at what he was able to see outside the jacket, thinking that this smell and the nature of the flash must remind him of sodium and ammonia. He cursed in his thoughts, thinking that they were dragging a lot of disgusting things into the lab. Cheyenne began to run, weaving between the tables of the office, trying to avoid more and more attacks that were chasing him, since Marie was not going to give up anymore. Cheyenne knew very well that it was dangerous for him to inhale all of this, so he pressed his hand tighter to his nose, making his way through the smoke that formed in the office, when suddenly, among the poor visibility, the enemy's hand appeared. He had to make an effort and jump to the side to dodge the sudden attack, which hit the wall right behind him. But since he was now not protecting his mucous membranes, the acrid fumes made their way into his respiratory tract, and the protagonist began to cough loudly, trying to cover his nose and mouth from it again. He cursed again, but he had no time to hesitate. As the enemy continued to advance relentlessly, Mari swung her blade, every now and then trying to hit Cheyenne, and she even succeeded. Mari cut his jacket, and also damaged his arm underneath, creating a bleeding wound. And that was still not the end. Mari swung again, and then sharply hit Cheyenne's side, Cheyenne's weak spot, because of which he had to grit his teeth harder to withstand this painful blow. Mari, who knew about this painful spot, immediately sarcastically inquired if this was where Dimitri had attacked him. Cheyenne wondered in his mind, did this mean that she had seen everything? He pressed his palm to his face, squinting one eye from the unpleasant pain and from the fact that the fumes were gradually drying out the mucous membrane. Cheyenne thought that he urgently needed something that he could use as a weapon. And when Mari made another lunge forward, the protagonist rushed to the side, intending to take at least something from the table so that he would have a chance to defend himself. However, Mari did not let him do this. Seeing the trajectory of his movement, she pushed the table to the side, pushing it with her foot, saying that she knows Cheyenne like the back of her hand. And she remembered that in an unfavorable situation, he actively uses all the objects around him. This was in the situation with Ketchup, and when he had to fight with syringes, and in other battles. Then Mari mockingly said that he was not the only one who knew how to think quickly. At that very moment, she grabbed a globe from one of the tables, immediately tearing off the round part with a blow to one of Cheyenne's placed hands. He was forced to retreat to the wall. Cheyenne painfully hit the rack behind him, covering his vital places with his hands. He again mentally cursed, noticing that he was early again opened. The bleeding was serious, which he immediately thought about, but he was not given time to think about it again. Another explosion of dangerous cold made him move again, dodging and running away. Then another idea came to his mind. He took off his jacket, which was already pretty worn out by time, and now it was also burning, and then threw it straight at Marie running towards him. Marie easily fought off the suddenly appeared obstacle, approaching Cheyenne, but as soon as she got closer to the rack, she noticed that he was no longer there. Marie silently looked around. Her gaze fell on the trail of blood that remained on the floor and led towards the exit from the office. Having followed what was happening, she realized that Cheyenne had already left this place. He walked further down the corridor, breathing heavily and trying to hold his bandaged hand so that it would bleed less. Cheyenne said that besides that, there was more than he expected. His whole appearance showed that he was already very tired, because he had been through quite a few battles in just the last 24 hours. He began to reason out loud that Marie was simply hitting the same place over and over again, and that was dangerous. Cursing, he leaned his hand on the table next to him, remembering that if it weren't for that bear, it would be much easier for him to cope with the current situation. Cheyenne jokingly asked where the group responsible for cleaning the library was. He said that they would all come to an end, because he had stained the floors and table with his blood. Then the protagonist froze in place, remembering Rachel's face, her smirk and heavy gaze. He clenched his hand into a fist, asking into the void to himself, was this also because of him? The library was in complete chaos, books were scattered everywhere, but finally, Marie got there. She slowly found herself among the rows of shelves, trying to call Sean by his nickname. Smiling predatory, she was still clutching that same blade in her hands, asking where he was hiding? Up the stairs, and seeing this, Marie was comically surprised, asking, "Is he still pretending not to hear her with so much blood? Is he there?" She moved the blade closer to her face, starting to climb the stairs. Marie decided to get even, so she decided to press on a sore subject, saying that, about his title of the greatest that they gave him, did he never think that something was wrong there? Park Cheyenne was hiding behind one of the shelves at this time, squeezing his hands so as to feel less pain. He felt with his whole body the approach of this crazy woman to his shelter. Mari walked up the stairs, and her steps echoed through the empty rooms. She said in a monotonous voice that children are usually called, according to their special talent, but the director just christened him with the word the greatest. Mari had already reached the second floor, now it was just a small matter. The bloody trail clearly showed her the place where her opponent was hidden. It would not be difficult to find him. Mari said that she thought the director was simply mistaken. Memories shared by both of them flashed in her head again, where a man, squeezing the boy's shoulders, tells him about his own increase. Mari said that the director was throwing around such loud nicknames too easily, because in the future there will be many outstanding children, so it would be illogical to call Cheyenne the greatest now. Mari said that, in reality, he had simply jumped to conclusions. Mari approached inexorably, following the red marks on the floor. With a sharp jerk, she turned the corner, shouting loudly, asking, how could such a talentless person be considered the best in the mansion of the dead? But as soon as she did, there was no one there. On the floor, there was a bloody cloth and a pool of blood, and next to it was a bloody stapler. Mari looked at it in surprise and squatted down next to it, asking herself, is that a stapler? A disdainful air was heard from behind her. Cheyenne parroted the chatter, asking her why she was talking so much. Mari finally realized that her opponent was behind her. She tried to quickly turn around to strike, but it did not work. The blade met the book, and he was unable to go further. Seeing Park Cheyenne in front of her, she couldn't believe what was happening. Her brain started to buzz with thoughts, because her left hand wasn't bleeding. She also asked herself, did he really staple the frame? Indeed, the answer followed right after that, because right above the wound, the staples of an ordinary office stapler were shining and imprinted right on the person. Cheyenne, ignoring her surprised look, said that before bragging about being a masterpiece and all that, she should at least learn the basics. Well, that moment Cheyenne, without much ceremony, punched Mari right in the face with his fist, sending her flying briefly along the library floor. Immediately after that, he didn't give her time to recover, grabbing her by the collar. He pulled her closer to him, holding her in place. With his free hand, he pointed to the back where there was a typical library sign. It said to keep quiet, and Cheyenne reminded her that in the library, one must remain silent. After all, this is the basis. He put his finger to his lips, continuing to tell her to be silent and only answer questions. His voice took on a threatening tone, and he grabbed Marie's cheeks, asking her if she knows a way, right? A way to bypass the three principles? His eyes showed irritation and a desire to quickly end this. After all, this question had been tormenting him for a long time. Marie thought, again remembering the words she had heard over the years. The words about Cheyenne being a legend in the mansion of the dead, the greatest masterpiece. She asked herself, is this all he can do? The protagonist towered over her, still holding her by her clothes. The question was repeated, does she know a way to break the three principles? He squatted down next to her, leveling his gaze, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, a smirk appeared on the face of the girl he was holding, and she, hearing the question, asked again about it, and then clarified if he was talking about that brainwashing that only stupid children believe in. After he heard this answer, Hyun-ho immediately perked up, asking if this meant that there was a way, right? His face darkened with anxious anticipation, and Mari laughed, asking if he was interested in this. Does he want to know the secret of the three principles? Mari was transported back to her childhood again. A large spacious house, as well as her parents who looked at her with admiration, watching her study with books. Little Mari turned to her mother, saying that everything was ready. She put down her pen. In front of her was a sheet of paper with what she had already written. Marie turned to the woman, telling her that there was a small theoretical error in her work, and she had corrected it. There were many papers on the table. Some of them were written on, some were lying on the table, and some were stacked in piles. Marie turned to her parents, explaining all this, and then added that, however, there were many questions that required expert knowledge, so she could not give an exact judgment. But she was interrupted by her mother's gestures. The mother pinched the child on the cheek, and then called her a treasure and thanked her for helping with the work. The woman smiled, playfully squeezing her daughter's cheeks, and Marie smiled back. A few moments later, little Marie came downstairs with a tray on which stood a cup of drink. The mother was sitting at the table below, working. The father was reading a book in an armchair nearby. As soon as Marie approached her mother, she placed the tray on the table, handing the cup to the woman, saying that she had brought her coffee. The woman, seeing this, asked to put the coffee on the edge of the table. Suddenly Marie addressed her, telling her mother that there was clearly a mistake in the theory she was writing. The woman looked up from her work in surprise, asking what that meant. Marie, with a smile on her face, like an ordinary small child, wanting praise, said that it would be better to use a different method. The woman remained silent in response, feeling uncomfortable in the presence of the child. Then she thanked her daughter, rose from the table, holding her head with her hand, after which she said that she thought she needed to rest a little. The woman began to climb the stairs, saying that she was going to bed, ordering not to come to her at this time. She told her husband that if he wanted to rest, then let him rest in another room, and after a few moments the door slammed shut. The father told Marie to leave her mother because, it seems, she is stressed, and the child only answered understandingly that she will do so. Suddenly the man smiled, looking at his phone, and then said that he would go out for a while. The woman came out of her bedroom at night, walking into the hallway where Marie was standing. Marie looked at the woman in surprise, kindly asking her if she was awake. Marie immediately informed the woman that while she was sleeping, Marie finished organizing the data. The girl pointed to the table where the papers were sorted and smiled. After that, the woman took out her glasses in surprise, asking in a tired voice, "Did she really do that?" Putting it on, she began to look at the documents, asking Marie where her father was. Marie smiled and replied that he did not tell her where he went. The woman ran her hand through her hair, telling her daughter, so that next time she will find out. Marie looked at her mother in surprise, and then agreed. The next time her adopted father left the house, Marie followed him and, as her mother had asked, she found out everything. Moore was standing near her mother's desk, fingering the hem of her blouse. In the woman's hands was a photograph of her husband with an unknown girl. And Marie explained to her mother that her father was a woman of 28 years old. She said their trail led to Hotel 307 on the outskirts of town. But before she could finish telling all the information she had learned, the woman suddenly jumped up from her seat, loudly slammed her hands on the table, and shouted for Marie to stop talking. The woman said that this was enough, and she did not want to hear anything more. Marie looked at her mother in surprise, trying to understand what had caused such a sharp change in the woman's behavior. As soon as the woman reached for the carafe of coffee, Marie turned to her mother, saying that coffee would be harmful for her, because she was currently under a lot of stress. Marie said that the color of her face and her lifestyle may indicate that she has a hormonal imbalance. The woman looked at the child with confusion, listening to everything that Marie was saying, and when the girl was saying that she thought her mother should rest, the woman slapped Marie in the face with one sharp movement, spilling the coffee that was in her other hand. Taking her sore cheek with her palm, Marie called out for her mother in surprise, to which the woman asked her in an enraged voice if she thought she was the smartest. She stood in front of the adult completely confused. The woman continued to speak, angrily spitting out words about not making her laugh, because no one could replace her. Her fingers were in a fist, the very same photographs and documents that she had sorted out were scattered across the floor, and now all of this, along with the carpet, was occupied by coffee. The director said with understanding that he knew what was going on, but was still indignant that she was returned like this, because it was quite problematic. Marie sat on the couch in his office, holding a mug of drink in her hands. She looked down guiltily, and then apologized to the man. The director put his hand on her hair, telling her that there was no need to apologize. He turned to Maria, saying that people were uncomfortable around those who were better than them. The director sat next to her on the couch, smiling feigned good-naturedly. He said that all of this was natural, since she was the smartest in their mansion. His smile, more like a grin, illuminated the path of a small child, like many who fell into the web of this man. Marie was about to burst into tears, so she asked in surprise if the director was talking about her. The director immediately replied that, of course it was, so she did not need to worry too much, since they should not have let her talent slip away so easily. He said that from now on, she would use her abilities for the benefit of the mansion, asking her if she understood that. Marie smiled, feeling needed in the place she was in. All this was told by the adult Marie, still in Sean's arms. She looked at him with displeasure, saying that after that he, the genius Sean, appeared. She spoke with resentment in her voice about the director being interested only in him, and Park Cheyenne, hearing this, exclaimed, "Ask her, why did the conversation go in this direction?" He reminded her that he asked her about something else, and then repeated the question again, how to get around the principals. Marina jokingly got angry, shouting for him to stop all this. She bit his hand, trying to get out, and then Sean swung his fist again, asking her, does she really think she got enough? However, his fist was caught by Mari's quickly extended boot. Picking up her blade, she said that at least she was able to catch her breath, literally thanking Sean for the opportunity to catch her breath during the battle. She tried to attack him, but Cheyenne quickly reacted by stepping back. However, in order to do so, he had to release Mari from his grip. Cheyenne cursed loudly, asking, was that really just a trick? Mari took off the elastic band from her hair, letting her fluffy hair fall down. Cheyenne immediately thought that it seemed like it was more than a simple trick. Mari's face acquired a serious tint. Her eyes seemed to look at him as if she was ready to break loose and kill him at any moment. She said that she was going to be serious now. The blade flashed dangerously, and after a couple of sweeping steps, she reached the enemy, lunging forward, but the protagonist managed to return, bending down. He thought about how fast it was. Mari was delivering strikes at lightning speed, trying to pierce her enemy from all sides, and as soon as he thought about it, Moritz said out loud, of course she is fast. Park Cheyenne looked at her in surprise, asking, did she just voice his thoughts? Mari smiled and approached him as far as possible, asking with a smile, what was he so surprised about? She kicked his leg, causing him to fall down, and then said that she could easily predict what he was thinking. Mari was about to strike with her blade, when suddenly Cheyenne snatched one of the books on the shelf, using it as a shield a second before the strike, protecting his chest. The blade got stuck in the book, and Cheyenne made a sharp movement, taking it from his opponent's hands. Mari loomed over him, asking, her strength was also on a completely different level, wasn't it? She smiled evilly, and the hair on her head completely disheveled, turning into a crow's nest. Grabbing one of the shelves of the bookcase, she quickly and sharply knocked the bookcase down, causing the protagonist to jump back further again. She asked him if he had never thought about it. After all, even though they had been trained since they were children, it was still strange. She stepped on a bookcase that had fallen to the floor, beginning to advance on Cheyenne again. Mari asked him if he thought it was strange that they could fight against adults, and not just adults, but professionals. Memories of previous fights began to flash through Cheyenne's mind. Mari asked him if he hadn't felt this way before. Her face took on a strange shade of madness, and she placed one of her hands on her head as if to prove it. Mari said that it felt like something was exploding in her head, didn't it? Cheyenne was already exhausted enough from all his past adventures, so he asked with annoyance, how much longer will he have to listen to this? Meanwhile, Mari picked up one of the books from the shelf, asking him, did he really not understand anything? Cheyenne watched his actions in surprise, before he even had time to notice how his opponent was nearby. Mari said that it was what they called a legend or a masterpiece. Getting closer to the enemy, Mari swung the book tome with all her might, and slashed it sharply at Cheyenne's injured arm. He shouted in displeasure that she was too persistent. After blocking this blow, he did not have time to defend himself from the next one, which landed on the bruise from the previous battle. Mari said sarcastically that this was part of her strategy. The protagonist cursed, his patience and strength running out. He gritted his teeth, noticing that he was right next to the railing. Mari said that this was also part of her strategy, and then asked, didn't he expect this? She called him a fool, starting to advance to deliver the finishing blow, and then shouted that this was the end, literally tearing the book on her opponent's body. The blow was really strong, and satisfied with this, Mari said that she was the best in the mansion of the dead. A smile appeared on her face, but the next moment, when her gaze focused again, she saw that Park Cheyenne was almost fine. He mockingly asked, did she really think she was better? He asked, did she think that was enough? Even though he was bleeding again early, his dangerous gaze was already directed at the enemy. Cheyenne quickly grabbed the table that was nearby with his hand, and then, squeezing the back of it in his palm, he slammed it down on the floor, almost hitting the enemy. Then Cheyenne did the same unexpectedly, breaking the glass that was nearby with his hand, so now he had a weapon. Cheyenne was immersed in his memories, remembering how his teacher told him that this technique involves using both hands. A small boy stood in front of him, but his eyes were so cold, he was not a child, but a fighter. The teacher told him that this was a deadly technique that was guaranteed to kill. Cheyenne wrapped a piece of glass with a piece of paper he found on the floor and clutched it like a dagger. His other hand now held a stick from a broken chair, a move called Alexander Kalyarny's. His face seemed to be filled with righteous anger, and the protagonist moved towards the enemy, swinging at her. She, recognizing the movement, asked, "Is that Alexander?" With a sharp blow, he incapacitated Mari. It was not only a blow to her body, but also the final tragedy for her pride. She tried to say something, remembering the director again. Mari felt like she should have been the best. The protagonist stood with his head down, while behind him, with a sharp movement, the body of his opponent landed on the floor. He leaned over her, placing the piece of glass right at her throat. Cheyenne paused for a moment, as if bringing himself to his senses. He fell silent, and then again, this time quietly cursed. He said that this would be the last time, and then threw the shard out of his hands, lifting Maria onto his shoulder. He said that all this about breaking the principles was just nonsense. He told her that next time he would not let it go. Maria, losing her consciousness, again remembered the director, falling deeper and deeper into oblivion. Meanwhile, in the very place where it all began, everything was not calm either. The corridor was filled with dead bodies. Bloody corpses lay here and there in the dark corridor, the door at the end of which was open. On the hand of the man who held the katana, the word 0 was written in beautiful letters, crossed out by 2 scars. The man looked out the window, and behind him sat the wounded director in a pool of blood. 0 smiled a mysterious smile, and his proud silhouette was illuminated by the moon. Didn't recover even more gloomy over the institution. Several guards who were standing on the roof were already getting bored, and one of them asked another, "Will it be over soon?" He was clearly unhappy, so he asked, how much longer did they have to wait there? The second guard told him that it was not up to him to decide. They were told to wait until they received a signal. The man asked him, "What signal are you talking about?" Then the second one answered that he didn't know, maybe they would just call them. Their job was to just throw this guy off. Finally, the sky gave in and it started to rain outside. The man said that when the time comes, it will all be over. He looked at Hyanho, who was lying next to him unconscious. Then he said that all this was annoying him. Asked, "Can't they just get rid of him now and leave?" The other guard replied that they were told to do it in front of the child with yellow hair, and then his voice suddenly lowered and he said that they were the only ones who were worried about it, but something was wrong. The guard crouched down next to Hyanho, and then asked, hadn't he been listening to them this whole time? Something creepy and dangerous was reflected on the man's face. Hyanho froze, even stopping to breathe for a moment, his eyes filled with fear, and the man continued to say, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, that Hyanho was lying there and eavesdropping while the adults were suffering. The guard dragged him somewhere closer to the fence on the roof, while Hyanho begged him to let him go. Hyanho didn't understand the situation he was in. The man threw him so that Hyanho hit his back on the fence, and then asked him, didn't he really die even after falling from the 4th floor? But fear and horror can leave a mark on anyone, even the most resilient soul. Down from the roof, while the man was saying that they wouldn't make a big deal out of it this time, asking if they would try to solve it all in one go. It was indeed a long fall, and all that was waiting for him below was a stone like a tombstone and garden flowers like they were grave flowers. It reminded Hyanho of his familiar experiences. Hyanho put his hand on his face, covering his mouth, followed by an uncontrollable fit of nausea, and he threw up right on the floor. The guard cursed, asking what he was doing. He angrily said that the rain was already annoying him, and now this. Suddenly, a small boy appeared in the darkness and rain, his gaze no different from the other fighters. It was Yevgeny, who, having come out onto the roof, asked if this was Mr. Hyanho. Yevgeny said that it seemed so, and then walked forward, appearing in front of the kidnappers. The man asked in amazement, "What kind of child is this?" Yevgeny said in a childish but metallic voice that, as he was told, Hyanho looked like a useless loser in his sunilo and face. Hyanho stood up, not fully understanding what was going on, and then asked the boy who he was. Yevgeny took out a knife, saying that in order to explain this, he was going to become a regular customer of Hyanho's diner. He smiled at the boy, squeezing the knife tighter in his hand, preparing to attack. The man, seeing this, tensed up, speaking disparagingly of the child. The adults also prepared weapons for the battle, and before the leader of these guys could ask if the boy was also from the mansion of the dead, this same boy with one sharp movement stabbed the new hand of 2 adult men, appearing behind them. The man immediately dropped the knife from his hand, and the second of them fell to the floor, screaming loudly. The last one left in line cursed in surprise, asking, "Why is this boy so fast?" Hyanho tensed up at the sight before him, mentally asking himself, what is going on? He realized that this kid was not that simple. Eugene looked at his opponent with confidence, cautiously watching his actions. The man cursed, asking, "Where is his gun?" He immediately pulled back the hem of his jacket, pulling out the barrel of a firearm from his bosom. Hyunho watched in horror, asking, "Is that really a gun?" He didn't understand. Did everyone there really have firearms? What is going on? The question kept spinning in his head on repeat. A battle broke out between 3 adults and a very small boy, whose fighting ability clearly could not be explained simply by the fact that he went to the wrestling section. Hyunho thought that the child was in danger, and that he had to do something. But when he saw one of the opponents, he stopped himself. After all, he had a gun. After inserting enough bullets into the magazine, the man slammed it shut, while Hyunho was struggling with himself internally, asking how he was supposed to do this. Remembering the child's words about how he looked like a useless loser with a sad face, Hyunho tensed up, hanging his head down. He knew very well that he was pathetic, but admitting it was not enough. Hyunho gritted his teeth, looking up at the opponents who continued to fight right next to him. The man thrust his gun forward, saying that the boy was finished, cursing loudly at him. But Eugene was not going to give up so easily. His leg suddenly pierced with pain, and his small shoe was covered in blood. Eugene cursed. He was unable to get out of the turn, so he fell on his knee in pain, never expecting this to happen. And the man who was aiming the gun at him continued to do so with even greater anger, aiming better for a lucky shot. At this point, Hyunho, who had been sitting on the floor, suddenly lost his temper, shouting loudly that he was not pathetic at all. He hit his opponent in the shoulder, preventing the man from shooting at Eugene, surprising everyone present. The next move was even more unexpected, because you never know what a person can do in desperation. Hyunho grabbed the bandit's ear with his teeth, biting into it as hard as he could. He knocked the opponent to the ground, while Hyunho indignantly screamed, asking what he was doing. He reminded him that he was pointing a gun at a child. Meanwhile, the man began to scream in pain, begging him to let go of his ear right now. Realizing that this strange guy would not do it so easily, the man shouted that he would kill him first in that case. He imagined the barrel of a gun right to his head, although he did not see it so well. Well, he forgot about the fact that next to them was still a small Terminator, and Yevgeny, with the words that he takes back the words about Hyunho, incapacitated the enemy with one precise blow, kicking him precisely in the head. Yevgeny smiled, saying that Hyunho turned out to be quite useful. The rain continued to fall, drowning out the sounds of the battle, which periodically came from everywhere. Next to the building was a black car, in which Marie gradually began to come to her senses, slowly opening her eyes. Rachel, who was sitting opposite her, asked. It seemed she was coming to her senses. There was a feeling of déjà vu, because just a couple of hours ago it was Rachel who was sitting in this position, and not her. Marie's roots and legs were tied, and Rachel, who was sitting opposite her, said that she would be upset if Marie died so quickly. Marie cursed out loud, asking, did she really lose? She looked down, that her limbs were tied. Rachel looked at her with a condescending look, and then Morit asked her, where is Cheyenne? She opened the box that was in her hands, answering with a funny question. She tried to remember what he told her. It seemed something about him leaving his clothes. Rachel said that it was too obvious an excuse. Meanwhile, Cheyenne ran through the corridors of the institution, because there were still people left in this building. Rachel said that, for sure, he is now looking for that woman and her son. After that, Rachel said that there was enough in her, and now she will ask questions. Delivery of the syringe, she injected Mari in the leg under her gaze, and then threw it aside, saying that there was no need to be surprised. Rachel stood up, that it was a kind of drug for confessions. She mockingly asked. Marie would probably die if she was hit a few more times, right? However, in contrast to her words, Rachel grabbed Marie's hair sharply, and then scolded her, telling her to answer her questions honestly. Anger and cruelty were reflected on her face, but Marie was not afraid of this. She smirked, saying that she would have told everything even without the drug. She was just thinking about how to destroy their mansion. Marie smiled madly, asking how such information was for Rachel. Marie said that of course she does it with Zero. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. She asked again, does she really mean Zero? Rachel asked Marie if she wanted to say that the game was alive. Marie mockingly said that it seemed like Rachel was very worried about her, even hurt her forehead and could not apologize properly before leaving. Marie smiled, saying that it was true, because the real legend about the mansion was different. She addressed Rachel by name, saying that Zero was alive. Rachel froze in place, unable to believe it, while Cheyenne continued to run along the corridors further forward, trying to find the right rooms. He looked around, asking himself, was Hyunho's classroom in that direction. Then he froze in surprise in front of one of the animals, seeing Hyunho's mother, who was lying on one of the parks. He called out to her, clinging to the glass, shouting that this simply could not be. However, the woman moved, and there were no signs of serious injuries on her body. She called out to her son in a semi-delirious state, and the protagonist, thanking God that she seemed to be uninjured, began to open the door to the room. But his hand also froze when he remembered the face of this woman, and then the face of a smug Rachel. He stopped, not daring to open it. For a few moments he looked down, that he was to blame for all of this. From around the corner, Eugene appeared, calling him by his code name, asking how it went. Asking, was he there? Park Cheyenne looked up at the boy, then told him that he looked terrible. Following Eugene, Hyunho appeared, leaning on crutches, and Cheyenne asked in surprise, was he really okay? Hyunho looked at Cheyenne in surprise, asking him what he was doing there. Then little Eugene answered that it was the same Cheyenne he mentioned. Eugene said that the protagonist looked like a monkey and acted stupid, but he was the one who ruined the lives of the bandits who attacked them. Eugene was obviously pleased with everything he had done, as well as his pompous speech. Hyunho couldn't believe it. Was Cheyenne really Cheyenne? Hyunho asked what Cheyenne did then. Hyunho started walking towards the protagonist, asking, what are they even talking about? Yevgeny had to step aside while Hyunho frantically uttered that there were Russian mercenaries, some kind of mansion of the dead, asking Cheyenne, what does all this have to do with him? Hyunho asked, was all this because he contacted him? Park Cheyenne looked down, feeling a full-fledged weight for what happened in these walls. Hyunho again demanded the protagonist to tell him what was going on there. Cheyenne looked away in fear, not knowing where he should start, and whether he should even tell him this. Suddenly Yevgeny turned to the side, noticing a woman lying on the desk. He called her loudly with undisguised anxiety, calling her mom, and then ran into the room. Now Hyunho noticed the woman, asking in horror, what is his mom doing there? Cheyenne extended his hand towards Hyunho, saying that he can help with this. But suddenly he froze in place, feeling something strange. This feeling came from the dark corridor that was left behind the protagonist. Hyunho was already next to his mother, trying to bring her to her senses, and Yevgeny stood at the threshold, hesitating to go further. Cheyenne turned around, looking towards that same dark corridor, and then turned to Yevgeny, telling him to take Hyunho and his mother, and then leave from there. He gave him clear instructions for them to find Rachel in the garage and join her. Yevgeny asked Park Cheyenne, what's going on? What happened? Cheyenne put his hand on the boy's head, and then told him not to worry about it. After that, Cheyenne turned to Hwang Hyunho, calling his name while he was lifting the woman to her feet. He said that he would explain everything later. He met the eyes of the injured Hyunho and the wary Yevgeny, saying that for now he can only say sorry. He squeezed his hand into a fist, apologizing for not being able to protect anyone. After that, Hyunho silently left the room, holding the woman, heading for the exit that the main character had spoken of. Eugene, trying to help, began to lead them in the right direction, saying that they were leaving. Already turning his back, Hyunho turned to the main character, telling him that it would be better for him to explain later. Namely, who he was trying to protect, for which he was apologizing, he should explain it properly. Cheyenne agreed completely, what was presented to him, and when they disappeared around the first turn, he looked up into the darkness, ordering the person who was hiding there to come out from there. The dark figure gradually began to move towards him, and Cheyenne concentrated watched the new danger that had arisen. The guy who came out to meet him asked with a grin, did he really notice, right? He smiled, saying that Cheyenne had yellow hair and blue eyes, asking, is he really Cheyenne? The guy was holding some cloth in his hands and said with a serene smile that the rumor that he was a legend made him tense up, but did not live up to his expectations. The guy said that he thought Park Cheyenne would be much scarier, and then his fiery speech was interrupted by Cheyenne himself, asking him who he was. The guy answered without hesitation that his name was Jang Hyun. His dark eyes seemed to attract and captivate at the same time, drawing him in like darkness. Meanwhile, in a village in the lowlands of Siberia in Russia, where the Barefoot Group had a base. Snow was falling everywhere, however, it was never very warm in Russia. Near the front doors of the mansion stood two guards who were holding machine guns in their hands. This place was called the Bear Cave. The man, whose face was covered with scars, brought the bottle of drink closer to his face, starting to speak, asking those who visited him, why are they here? The man sat leisurely on the sofa. In front of him were many bottles, some of which were already empty, but there were also shot glasses in front of him. The business suit he was wearing was unbuttoned haphazardly. Beluga Kozlov, the strategist of the Bear Wind, appeared before the guests. He asked the guests, they didn't just come to bow, did they? Opposite him there was the same sofa, and on it, Vincent, who was the writer of the Mansion of the Dead, was sitting with a bored look. Vincent asked with displeasure, wasn't it obvious from their faces? The situation was indeed serious. However, the man who stood behind him was smiling. Vincent said that the boss was very angry with the Barefoot organization. He pulled his head from his hand, speaking as if to remind him that partners should at least observe some decency, right? The beluga raised the bottle again, saying that, frankly, they bears never knew when to stop. That she would agree with him, as another member of their small gathering responded. The man who was reading a book asked him what he said. He contemptuously called him a fake, while the beluga sang a new portion of his favorite drink. The man said that they had no choice, because a small conflict arose during the mission in Korea. It was Sasha Denisov, the tactical training instructor of the Barefoot organization. He said that they also wanted to avoid conflict with the Mansion of the Dead. Vincent was clearly unhappy with what he heard, so he sarcastically said that it was all very funny, saying that this was probably why they sent Dmitri, the second person in their organization. He was indignant, asking, was it also a coincidence that they sent there even the strongest Barefoot, Bare Fist? Meanwhile, somewhere far away in the air, Igor Medvedev, the Barefoot leader, also known as Bare Fist, was flying on a mission on a specially prepared plane. Sasha tried to object, but before he could, he was interrupted by a man who had arrived with Vincent. The man said that Sasha was a small man with a big mouth, looking at him with disdain from his height. Hearing this, Sasha immediately flared up, asking with a predatory smile, was he saying that he was small? Sasha took off his glasses, boiling with anger from the inside. Suddenly, thin, blade-like threads wrapped around him, and one of them skillfully scratched his cheek near his eye, as if attracting attention. Sasha immediately tensed up, and then turned his gaze to Beluga. White chuckled, touching one of these threads, laughingly saying that the others should look at this. He asked when the children, came there? There were many children all over the second floor, watching what was happening in the main hall, where the grown men were now. All these lines, like a web, were stretched between the second floor, above the men. Vincent chuckled, asking if they understood that this was child abuse. He pointed at these little children who were carefully watching what was happening. Vincent remained silent in response, folding his arms across his chest. When he wanted to answer something, he was interrupted by Beluga's voice. Took a revolver out of his pants, saying that it seemed that today they wanted to decide everything. He had already pointed the barrel up, saying that the loser should go to the coffin, when suddenly something fell and landed on the sofa right next to him. Beluga exclaimed in surprise, telling the child that he had scared him. It was Eddie, who calmly climbed down from the couch, without much emotion apologizing to the adult. Vincent leaned closer and looked at Eddie, asking, what happened? He said that there were no orders to come down. Eddie called him by name, and then spoke in a worried voice that something was wrong. Vincent immediately leaned closer, asking the child, what is it? Eddie said to Vincent that there was no one left in the Mansion of the Dead. Vincent tensed up, and then Eddie continued to say that there was no one to contact. All of this was served by one simple answer, one simple number written on the back of his hand, 0. Suddenly another man burst into the room, who loudly called Beluga, quickly approaching. Beluga asked in a relaxed and displeased manner, what happened again? The man ran closer, starting to whisper something in his ear, which caused Beluga's expression to change. Beluga looked up at his subordinate, asking what he just said. Vincent and the other men, including the child, turned their gaze to them. Beluga asked dumbfoundedly, what happened to Igor? The city landscape was illuminated by long beams passing through the houses. In the middle of this dimly lit corridor, the guy who was hiding there, Hyun, moved towards the main character. He listed the main features of Cheyenne's appearance that were prevalent in the legend of Cheyenne, asking him if it was really him. Hyun said that hearing that he was a legend made him tense up, but in reality, Cheyenne did not live up to his expectations. Jang Hyun said that he thought the protagonist would be much scarier. From the level, he carefully examined his opponent, and then asked him who he was. Hyun adjusted the bandages on his arm, smiling, and then clearly answered that his name was Hyun. He chuckled, saying that he was hearing this name for the first time, remembering that the presence he felt in the corridor was now clear to him. But was it really him? Park Cheyenne thought that this guy did not look that dangerous, but suddenly his opponent made a sharp lunge forward, swinging his leg to strike. Cheyenne barely managed to react, putting up a block with his hands, and this strike landed on them. The protagonist was surprised and thought, "What is this?" This punch felt like he was hit with a hammer. Hyun chuckled, asking if he blocked it. Jang Hyun said to try to finish him off with one punch. Cheyenne decided not to stand still, then tried to throw his own punch, but was grabbed by the arm, and was suspended in the air for a split second. Hyun told him with a smile that if he continued to resist, it would only get worse. He said that he expected more from the so-called masterpiece of the Mansion of the Dead, but alas, he did not feel anything. It took an effort for Cheyenne to stay on his feet, but it was short-lived. Hyun twisted his entire body, saying that Cheyenne was not even close to his big uncle, and then delivered a powerful punch again to his block with his hands. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The punch really hurt, especially considering that his hands were pretty injured from past battles. Hyun told him to calm down and stop fighting, and then swung again. The blow was blocked again, however. Jang Hyun was now quite surprised. Park Cheyenne mockingly said, "What does he mean when he talks about a big uncle?" Hyun's eyes froze in surprise, while Cheyenne asked with displeasure, "What was this bolt from the clear sky?" Only now did Hyun realize that he was being held by an opponent, and all this was just studying him to prepare a trap. The protagonist smiled, saying that after all, Jang Hyun was talking to the legend of the mansion, and then added, starting a movement of his hand, that no matter whether it was a big uncle or someone else, he should not compare him to some old people. After that, Cheyenne sent his opponent straight into the window, breaking the glass with his body. There were now shards scattered everywhere, which sparkled in the sun. However, this was not the end. Despite the sudden attack, Hyun was able to hold on to the window, talking to Cheyenne with a slight admiration. Urgently looked at it while Hyun asked him if he was really going to throw him out the window. He held on to the window frame, saying that they were also called good children, but it was not so. He gradually went down, stepping on the shards, getting closer to the protagonist. Hyun asked, "It seems like these children weren't that good, right?" Cheyenne became wary, taking a fighting stance, while his opponent prepared to strike. And as Park Cheyenne asked what he was muttering under his breath, his face collided with Hyun's hand. With a strong blow, pinning the protagonist to the wall, Jang Hyun pushed his head down again, saying that it seemed like he was mistaken, because he was supposed to bring Cheyenne in for questioning. A small smile spread across his face, and Hyun looked up at Cheyenne, asking him if he had killed him. His hand was still on his head as he said this. It was still raining outside, and the black car the girls were in was still parked outside the facility. Rachel was still holding Mari by the hair, who was smiling, telling Rachel not to push her. Mari said that if Rachel cooperated, she could join him. Rachel told her not to be so stupid, asking, didn't she understand the situation she was in? Rachel put her gun to Mari's chin, who replied with a smile that it was actually Rachel who didn't understand. Mari said that he would be here soon, barefoot leader, bare fist. Marie continued to say with delight that even Rachel would be unable to resist the strongest barefoot Igor, when suddenly a voice came through the headphones in their ears, apologizing for the fact that Igor would not be coming. Marie froze. The voice continued to say that a private jet flying to Korea suddenly took and disappeared. There was a large explosion that wiped the plane off the face of the earth. The voice said that it seemed that Igor was already at the bottom of the sea. Rachel listened, putting her hand so that the earphone fit tightly to her ear. Then the voice continued to say that it seemed that Marie had great hopes for this man. The voice mockingly asked for forgiveness, and Marie said in surprise that this voice was familiar to her. Rachel slowly removed her hand from her ear, asking, "Is it really him?" Fear was written on her face, and on the other end of the line she heard a greeting addressed to her. It was Zero who said that they hadn't spoken in a long time, and then asked how she was doing. He said that he wanted to meet her in person, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Zero was sitting on the table, talking on the phone, a smile on his face. He said that he had too much to do there, and Rachel loudly asked how he was using the director's line. Zero threw his head back, turning his smiling gaze to his second-hand opponent. He asked, what was so special about that? He said that he had just been there with the director. There really was a wounded man sitting on the floor, in a pose as if he was repenting of his sins. Zero said without a twinge of conscience that, unfortunately, the director could not talk now. Marie, hearing this, immediately became worried, asking what he meant. She reminded him that he had promised that the director would be safe. Zero rubbed his neck with his hand, addressing Marie with feigned awkwardness. He apologized to her ironically, saying that he lied. His face lit up with a smile again, while he said that he had planned to destroy the Mansion of the Dead from the beginning, So naturally the director should go too, right? Zero said that it was all thanks to her, Marie. She was shaking in horror and the realization of what had happened, while Zero said that he was serious. The distraction of the conflict with the barefoot, no one could have expected that. It was a genius strategy, wasn't it? He said that thanks to this, most of the people went after the barefooters, and then they easily destroyed the mansion. Vincent was far away from this place now, as were many other adults, so nothing stopped him from doing it. Zero said that the heads of both organizations were now unavailable. The men stood up from their seats, while Zero continued to speak on the phone, that they must already suspect each other. Beluga cursed, pointing the barrel straight at Vincent's throat, calling them damn fakes. Vincent also did not stay, putting out a knife, a group of bears with garbage. In the vastness of Russian Siberia, something interesting will soon happen. Vincent offered Beluga to sort things out once and for all. A spark lights a powder keg of conflict. Beluga agreed, baring his teeth, and then said that he would send Vincent to his god. But all this was just a spark and a fuse. Footsteps were heard, and a large figure entered the hall, ordering them all to stop. The Great Peak of Russia will not allow this to happen. The man who entered asked, "Have they all forgotten the rules of the Alexandrov house?" Vincent turned around, seeing a new participant in the conflict. Beluga also stopped, saying that it was surprising, because he did not expect that this person would personally intervene. It was Sofia Alexandrova. A large woman, a woman with a capital letter. She folded her arms across her chest, saying that if he did not know, then it was true, but otherwise it was not so. She said in a threatening voice that now, since there was a lady in the room, they should lay down their arms. Sofia Alexandrova was a war hero. While Beluga and Vincent were arguing with each other, the formidable Sofia Alexandrovna approached them. With a sly smile on his face, Beluga asked in surprise, "Has Sofia come?" Then he turned to Vincent and asked him if the mansion of the dead was really so vile that they even decided to call her. Vincent, while a gun was pointed at his neck, said that he would like it to be true, however. Sofia did not let him finish speaking and, with an unperturbed expression on her face, approaching them, said that although she had helped them before, she noticed that they had caused this rather unpleasant expression. At this time, Vincent and Beluga were watching her carefully. The boy from the mansion of the dead watched with a surprised expression as Vincent and Beluga turned in different directions and Sofia sat down at the table. He thought that this was impressive because they could not even move. The boy looked at Sofia with admiration and thought that she was Alexandrovna. Sofia Alexandrovna said that she was not here today to take sides. After that, she explained that she only wanted to warn them of the seriousness of the current situation. By this time, the members of the two opposing factions were looking at her attentively and listening. Soon after, Sasha asked her what she meant by warning. Sofia explained that this was no longer just a conflict between the barefoot and the mansion. She stated that that guy had returned. She then explained that that guy was a discarded masterpiece that they, that is, the mansion of the dead, hid. When she mentioned this, Vincent's eyes widened in surprise. After that, Sofia Alexandrovna confidently said 0. As soon as she said this call sign, all the people inside looked at her with surprised expressions on their faces. At this time, in the school building, Sean, with a tense expression on his face, angrily looked ahead while his head was being squeezed by Jang Hyun, menacingly asked 0? And then the main character grabbed Jang Hyun's hand with both of his hands and loudly asked him who it was and what does kidnapping have to do with it. With a sly smile on his face, Jang Hyun brought his face close to Sean's and suggested that he go and see for himself who it was, after which he stated that he would not say anything more. He had orders to just bring him. Sean asked him if this was really so. A moment after that, the main character bit Jang Hyun's palm. Jang Hyun fearfully pulled his hand away and began to scream that it was disgusting, after which he asked Sean why he was biting. The main character began to spit with irritation while squeezing the dirty bandage that was on Jang Hyun's palm. Then the main character asked him what this was and wasn't it a bandage. Jang Hyun looked at his palm in bewilderment, which had no bandage, while Sean screamed in disgust that it was disgusting. Then the protagonist looked at the dirty bandage and asked him why he was carrying such nasty things. At that moment, an enraged Jang Hyun clenched his fist and prepared to strike. He ordered to give it to him, but the protagonist managed to dodge this blow by bending down. Jang Hyun was in a state of rage. His eyes were tense and his jaw was tightly clenched while he ordered to give it and insulted Sean in every possible way. The protagonist asked him in surprise what was wrong with him. Then he asked him to just take it away. Jang Hyun immediately took the bandage and stepped back. Soon after, the protagonist clutched the back of his head and complained that his head hurt. Jang Hyun was staring intently at the bandage he was holding in his hands. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking what was wrong with that guy. Jang Hyun looked at his phone screen in surprise and then asked, "Zero?" Zero looked around the room with a smile, where there were several bloody bodies, and asked Jang Hyun how he was doing. Jang Hyun said that everything was fine, after which Zero asked him if he had gotten angry again and started a fight. Zero then reminded him that he had told him not to do that, after which he noticed that they had come to the same conclusion again. Zero reminded him that he had to help him if he wanted him to help him find that very person. After these words, Jang Hyun stared ahead. Zero looked around the church building, explaining to Jang Hyun that if he killed Sean, he would be in serious trouble. Jang Hyun apologized to him, after which he looked at Sean with disdain and noticed that, however, this guy was not at all like he had told him. Looking at the main character, Jang Hyun began to talk about how he was not so much talented as a braggart with a terrible taste in clothes, after which he emphasized that his hairstyle was a special kind of nightmare. In response to this, Sean asked why everyone was calling him a freak lately. While Zero was walking down the stairs holding the phone in his hand, he asked Jang Hyun if he was that weak. Then Zero sat down on the stairs and remarked that it was strange and that it couldn't be. Then Zero asked him with a serious expression not to say that he had chosen someone to be his parents again. Jang Hyun put his hand on the back of his head and said tensely that they were very difficult. Zero asked him if he wanted to test him. Jang Hyun remarked that it was troublesome, after which he thoughtfully looked at Sean and asked how to do it. Zero asked him if Sean's parents were there by any chance. After that, Zero asked him to go and kill that woman. A moment later, Sean's tightly clenched fist appeared in front of the unsuspecting Jang Hyun's face. Sean hit Jang Hyun hard in the jaw, causing him to drop the phone from his hand. With a massive cut on his cheek, Jang Hyun asked himself in confusion, what just happened and what is going on here? He looked at the gloomy face of the protagonist, realizing that he did not even notice it. A moment after that, the protagonist raised his leg high and prepared to deliver a kick with his heel to Jang Hyun's face. At the last moment, Jang Hyun was able to dodge this kick by moving his head back, which caused the protagonist to hit the concrete floor with great momentum, which began to crumble. With a crazy look looking ahead, Sean put his hand on his face in surprise and began to ask out loud, "What was that?" After that, he painfully said, "Just what is that?" Jang Hyun looked at him with a sly smile on his face, reaching down to pick up his phone, after which he noticed that this meant that this was his true strength. Jang Hyun took his phone in his hand and turning to Zero said that it seems he was right. Zero asked him again in surprise, "Is he really right?" Jang Hyun looked ahead with a smile on his face, touching the abrasion on his cheek, after which he said that Sean is the legend of the Mansion of the Dead. Then Jang Hyun noticed that he would be useful. Jang Hyun began to shout joyfully that he knew it, after which he noticed that he would definitely help with their plan. Jang Hyun began to close himself from the sun, which began to blind him. Looking out the window, Jang Hyun noticed that it was already very late. Zero drew attention to the fact that they already had morning, after which he suggested that he finish the matter. Jang Hyun asked Zero, "Is he just leaving?" Zero, who was sitting on the stairs at that moment, said that if Sean remains in this state, then his return will not help, so he suggested watching him a little longer. Soon after, Zero said that everything is just beginning. At this time, a confused Sean looked at his tightly clenched fist. Suddenly, a frightened Eugene ran out of the corridor, who loudly addressed Sean by name, shouting that a disaster had occurred. Then Yevgeny put his hands in front of him and started to shout expressively, "The Mansion of the Dead and the Director." The main character turned in the opposite direction and started to look at the empty corridor in which only traces of the battle remained. Yevgeny asked him, "What's there?" The main character started to look around in bewilderment at the same time asking, "What's going on here and where did that guy go?" Yevgeny asked him in confusion, "That guy?" Then he asked Sean, "Who is he talking about?" The main character suddenly shouted out, "Jang Hyun." After that, he again shouted affirmatively that his name is Jang Hyun. Yevgeny looked at him in bewilderment, asking him, "Who is it?" However, he did not hear an answer because Sean suddenly fell to the floor. Yevgeny started to run up to him in fear, calling Sean by name. However, the main character, with an exhausted expression on his face, lying on the concrete, quietly said that they needed to find him because that guy knew something. Yevgeny continued to scream his name, while his eyes were closing. Mentally he realized that he had to catch up with him, after which he cursed, realizing the state of his body. Yevgeny sat on his knee next to the unconscious Sean and asked him to pull himself together. Yellow petals were fluttering in the wind. A month had passed since these events, and Sean, walking along the road surrounded by autumn petals, looked at the school building under repair, realizing that everything they did was settled by the Biko Human Resources Company. The protagonists reasoned that the school was temporarily closed, and they say that in this case they lose their vacation. He looked at the tree from which the petals were falling and asked himself, "Is this true?" Then he remembered the newspaper news summary which said that the child of the president of the Manhwa Construction Company harbored a grudge, and understood that the culprit of the whole series of incidents was his father Joseph. When Sean was riding the bus, he looked at the man's phone and reasoned that it seemed that when his son was accused of school bullying, he took revenge on the school and the students, and Hwang Hyunho and his mother were also in shock, but the protagonist did not think that he would be able to visit them in the near future. He was near the place where not long ago there was a shop of Hwang Hyunho's mother, but now it was closed, and on the door there was a warning that the shop was temporarily closed. The protagonist began to open the mechanical fence that closed the shop, and when he was inside, he was treated with disdain and asked if it was really that hard to hurry. It was Dmitry Medvedev who pointed the barrel of his gun at him and asked how much longer he would make everyone wait. The protagonist looked up at him in surprise and asked if he really came. Dmitry dismissively answered him that the situation obliged him, after which he asked him to go inside. At this time, all the participants of the battle that had happened at school a month ago were in the room. Dmitry looked at Sean with a stern expression on his face and explained to him that he was the last one, and now everyone was gathered. All those who were in the room with stern or sad expressions on their faces looked at each other gloomily. The protagonist, looking around at those present, noticed in surprise that they all looked alike and got along well, after which the protagonist said that a month ago they were ready to tear each other's throats out. Marie looked at him with a gloomy expression, showing the handcuffs on her wrists. Dmitry, who was holding a knife in his hand, explained that this was the nature of the business and that they no longer had an employer. After that, Dmitry explained that the main thing in this situation was that their brother, named Igor, which was defeated. At this time, Dmitry, clutching a knife in his hand, approached the chain Marie, saying that they cannot just let Zero or whatever his name is leave. Immediately after this, Dmitry, looking at Marie sitting next to him, asked, "Is she one of the mansions?" Immediately after asking this question, Dmitry, with a sharp movement of his hand, thrust the knife into the table that was right next to Marie. Menacingly looking at Marie, frowning, Dmitry told her that if she knows something, then it is better to tell about it. Marie remained silent in response, and Rachel, who was sitting on the table with her head down, said that their situation was the same, after which she told that Zero had kidnapped the director. And then Rachel said that if it were not for them, that is, barefoot fools, then this would not have happened. Yuri, with an irritated expression on his face, who was squatting on one of the tables, clutching a baseball bat in his hand, indignantly turned to Rachel and asked her if she was joking now. Then Yuri explained that if we talk about it, then they were the ones who struck first. After that, Yuri pushed a baseball bat into Marie's head and said that everything happened because of her, after which he offered to finish her off. Marie cursed and noted how predictable they were. Yuri asked her again if that was really true, after which he asked her if she thought that he wouldn't be able to beat her. At that moment, everyone in the room stood around Marie from different sides. Sean silently looked at her, after which Yevgeny began to speak and ordered everyone to stop. Then Yevgeny asked if they hadn't heard. He explained that they had all been deceived by that guy, and Yevgeny offered to sort this situation out. In turn, Dmitry asked to tell them what they knew about Zero. He began to talk about the fact that the head of the mansion had been kidnapped, and most of the shelter's forces had been destroyed. Yevgeny looked at Sean attentively when he spoke, and Marie and Rachel lowered their heads down, and the main character continued to talk about the fact that the leader of the Barefooted was missing, or more precisely, he was dead. Dmitry and Yuri listened to his words, although Yuri had an irritated expression on his face. After that, the main character said that he thought everyone here already understood who their common enemy was. At that moment, Sean threw the hood off his head. Dmitry asked him what he was proposing in that case. The main character suggested creating a temporary organization. Rachel looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, "An organization?" The main character noticed that, as he had already said, they had a common enemy, after which he asked if that was really the case. Then the main character suggested concluding a temporary alliance. He explained that the Korean guys call it crew. Yuri looked at him with displeasure and asked why they should work with him. Dmitry, in turn, noticed that this was interesting, after which he asked Sean what they would call this alliance. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and said with a confused expression that he had not thought about it. After that, Dmitri asked him if he was an idiot. He explained that a name is what unites people. The protagonist, who turned around and walked towards the exit of the room, decided that in this case they would unite by names, that is, Barefoot and Dead Mansion, and as a result they would get the abbreviation BAD. Then he asked, "What about the name Bad Child?" The protagonist noticed that bad children have a simple goal. At the same time he raised the metal gate up and with a sly grin on his face explained that this goal is 0, and they will destroy this worthless person. With a grin on his face, Dmitri said bad, after which he noticed that, however, at the beginning there is still Barefoot, after which he said that he likes it. Yuri, perplexed, addressed him by name and asked him in surprise if he was really going to join this team. Dmitri sat down next to Yuri and put his hand on his shoulder and explained that he just liked the name of the team, and if something bothered him, it was that in just a month this guy, that is, Sean, had become a completely different person. At this time, Sean put his hands in his pockets and thoughtfully looked into the distance. After that, Dmitri turned to the gloomy Rachel and asked her what was going on. Rachel looked sadly to the side and did not tell him anything in response. A month before these events, in the hospital building, Rachel was approached by phone and asked how he felt. Rachel answered that he was still recovering. At that moment she was standing next to the hospital bed on which Sean lay unconscious. Then Rachel told her interlocutor that in her opinion he was overdoing it. Vincent, who was surrounded by working children, told her that this was a great relief, after which he said that they could easily return him. At this time, one of the guys who was holding a stack of books in his hands approached Vincent and asked him where to put it. Vincent asked the child to give it to him, after which he asked him to simply shove the rest on the bookshelf in the VIP room. While Vincent was looking at one of the books, Rachel asked him how things were going in the mansion of the dead. Vincent told her that they returned immediately after learning of Sophia's warning, but by that time the director had already disappeared along with Zero. Rachel cursed upon hearing this news, after which Vincent said that something else had happened. Looking at the huge empty cabinet, Vincent told her that they had taken the registration book of good children. With a hysterical expression on her face, Rachel said with difficulty that if they had taken this, then that meant. Vincent confirmed her assumption and said that the scenario that the director feared had come true. He then said that Zero intended to personally return the sold good children. At that moment Zero was in a room with a bloody adult man, on whom drops of blood were falling from his sword. In addition to the corpse and Zero, there was a frightened little girl in the room. Zero turned to her and asked her not to worry, after which he told her that he was not an enemy and that he was here to save her. Zero said all these words with a friendly smile on his face, extending his hand to the girl and asking her to come with them. However, in the room where the girl was, there were still many mutilated male corpses, whose blood stained the walls and floor of the room. Vincent, who was walking around the mansion, told Rachel that they were now checking the location and identities of the buyers who were listed in the reserve book. However, Vincent said that there were too few of them and they even had to resort to the help of the Medvedev family. At that time, he watched as a member of the Bear Gang and Sasha Denisov discussed something together while looking at a religious book. Watching them, Vincent said that it seemed that they were also Zero's target. After listening to this, Rachel suggested that even if they harmed the buyers, this did not mean that the children would become controlled by Zero. Then she asked if this was true. Vincent answered her affirmatively, explaining that this would happen under normal circumstances. But then he noticed that Marie said that they had found a way to violate the 3 principles and perhaps this was true. Rachel then suggested that the director was afraid of children who violated the 3 principles. She asked if this was true. Then she looked at the unconscious protagonist and explained that even when they found him, the director wanted to check if he could ignore the principles. Vincent confirmed this observation and with a tense expression, putting his hand to his forehead, he recited, "She doesn't realize it yet, right?" Rachel confirmed this and explained that this is not happening yet and that it is only her assumption. However, she noted that Zero might try to get close to Sean and therefore they need to return him to the ranks before they meet. The protagonist continued to lie with his eyes closed, after which she explained that under no circumstances should they allow them to meet. In the protagonist's consciousness, there were memories from a gloomy day in which raindrops were falling heavily from the sky. A woman in rich clothes stood next to a large man serving her and turning to the one inside the expensive car, she sharply ordered him to get down. Then the woman irritably asked why he was hesitating. The director of the mansion approached the woman and asked her what she was doing here at such a time. The woman in turn asked him if he knew what kind of place this was. The woman grabbed the little boy by the hand and roughly started to pull him forward while the director asked her what was wrong. The woman pushed the boy forward and asked to take him away. Then she added, saying that he also needed to be raised. The boy looked at his feet with a sad expression, while a huge amount of raindrops were dripping on his head. The director, with a friendly smile on his face, extended an open palm in front of him and explained that they were an orphanage that takes in lost lambs. And then the director noticed that his mother was here, so they couldn't. The woman started screaming that she would pay them as much as they wanted for this. At that moment, she threw the child into a puddle of mud and explained that she was ready to pay if only he would stay here. When the child raised his dirty face up, his mother screamed that she couldn't raise this disgusting child and let them do with him whatever they wanted, that is, raise him or sell him. At this time, the main character opened his eyes and looked sadly at his hands. Then he looked around with a surprised expression, asking, "Hospital?" Then he asked out loud, "What happened?" Memories from the day of the battle at school began to appear in his mind. Sean looked menacingly in front of him and thoughtfully said that this was really how it was. Suddenly his eyes widened and he remembered how Zero addressed Jang Hyun through the phone and asked him, weren't Sean's parents there? After that, Zero ordered him to go and kill that woman. The protagonist abruptly threw away the four and ran out of the hospital. He ran along the dark street and shouted loudly, "Auntie." Soon after, he approached the multi-story building where Hwang Hyunho's mother lived. He entered the elevator and pressed the 5th floor, but the elevator did not move, which is why the protagonist began to press the button repeatedly, but nothing happened. The protagonist cursed loudly and with a painful expression on his face, holding his wounded side, shouted that the elevator breaks down at the most inopportune moment. Then he persistently began to hold on to the railing and climb up the stairs, asking for it out loud. But suddenly, when he climbed the next flight of stairs, he saw that a katana was inserted into the elevator door, which is why the elevator did not come to him. The main character looked at the blocked elevator and asked warily, "What is this?" Zero, who was sitting a little higher on the next flight of stairs, looked at him with a smile on his face and shouted that he was finally here. Then Zero, looking at him attentively, said that he had been waiting for this moment to come and missed him. With a menacing expression on his face, the main character asked who he was. Zero asked him again in bewilderment, "What?" Then he asked him, "Does he really not remember him?" Zero suddenly ran up to him and began to hug his palm with his hands, asking him not to misunderstand him. With trepidation, Zero turned to Sean and told him that he missed him very much and even came here himself. The protagonist looked at him suspiciously, then began to look up and, stopping his train of thought, asked himself, how did he even end up here? At this time, Zero asked him if he really didn't understand. Zero looked him straight in the eyes and with a smile on his face asked if he hadn't promised him a long time ago that he would kill that woman for him. Suddenly, the protagonist attempted to strike against Zero, but he was able to dodge it by stepping back. Now Sean, raising his leg to strike, turned to Zero and shouted that he was the one who spoke to Jang Hyun on the phone back then. Zero answered him affirmatively and explained that it was he, that is, Zero. Then Zero calmly blocked the blows with a sad expression on his face, and Sean said that he was serious. Zero assumed that he was still pretending to be a good child, after which he asked him if that was really the case. Zero calmly blocked his blow and explained that he had once again assigned himself parents. The protagonist looked at him sullenly and asked again, "Assigned parents?" Zero walked up to the elevator door and grabbed the hilt of the katana, thoughtfully saying that he suspected it. Then he asked him if he really didn't remember anything. Zero clarified his question by saying that he didn't remember who he really was. At that time, Zero took out the katana from the elevator door. The protagonist, with a concentrated expression on his face, looked ahead warily, a moment later, and began to dodge Zero's blow, which was delivered to him with the katana. The protagonist was able to avoid this blow by stepping back. However, Zero prepared to make new blows and, tightly clutching the katana in his hand, said that from the very beginning he was not like them, that is, like the good children of the orphanage. At that moment, Zero plunged the tip of the katana into the concrete near Sean, who was lying on the floor. The main character, with a confused expression on his face, asked him in fear, "Is he not a good child?" In his mind there appeared memories of his mother screaming that this was really so, and they could either raise him or sell him. The director, leaning over to the child lying in a puddle, explained that this was just a misunderstanding, after which he wanted to say that they. However, the boy interrupted him and, turning to his mother, asked, "Did he do something wrong?" Then he began to say that she herself told him that the woman talks too much, but now she will not make noise. His mother, with a surprised expression on her face, looked at this child, who was saying that although he will miss the woman's dog because he liked how this dog wagged its tail when it saw him, but this dog will also not bark anymore. The boy said these words staring in front of him with a slight smile on his face. With this expression on his face, the boy asked his mother if he did well. The director, with wide open eyes, looked at the child who said these words. His mother looked at the child with contempt, disgust and fear, then she clasped her hands over her shoulders and asked him to disappear, because he was just like him. She was interrupted by the director of the mansion, who said that he understood. He put his arm around the child's shoulder and told his mother that they would take care of him. After these words, the boy looked at the director in surprise. Soon after, when the boy and the director entered a large room of a religious nature, the boy said that this was strange. Then he looked at his feet with a sad expression on his face, and his clothes smeared with dirt, and said that he did listen to his mother. At this time, another child very similar to the future Zero turned his attention to him. Now Zero said that this was really strange, after which he asked why they were so zealously taught to obey their parents. Then Zero asked why they were forced to pretend to be good children. Sean, frightened by his own thoughts, asked him what it meant that he was a bad child. Zero explained to him that he was like that, and as long as he continued to appoint parents for himself and pretend to be good, he would deprive him of them again and again. When Zero spoke about this, he had a wide smile on his face. He explained that he would do this until he gave up. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment with wide open eyes, after which he remembered how his own mother disgustedly threw him into a dirty puddle and looked at him with a horrified expression on her face. After he remembered this again, he strained his hand, grabbed the sharp blade of the katana and broke the dense metal blade in half, which caused many fragments to fly in different directions. The protagonist instantly brought the tip of the katana torn off the blade to the eye of the surprised Zero. However, at the last moment, Zero managed to grab Sean's hand, bleeding from a deep cut, and shouted that here it is. With a gloomy expression on his face, Sean tried to cut Zero with a shard. Zero, who was holding his hand, told him that he simply could not be a good child. He explained to him that this was his nature. The protagonist, who was listening to all this, looked at him intently and coldly in response. At the same time, in the mansion of the dead, sounds were heard from the basement late at night. It was Beluga, who with a grin on his face happily said that he found this, after which he assumed that it was well hidden. Beluga was in the cellar where luxurious wine bottles were attached to the walls and also filled the cells of the cabinets. Beluga, looking at the wine bottles, said that all the same, these are fake non-entity, but the taste of these is very refined. Then he, looking at the bottle he was holding in his hand, asked, "Is this vintage?" Suddenly, Vincent appeared behind Beluga, crossing his arms over his chest, and noticing that he had gone too far, he asked him if he was stealing now. Beluga looked at him with a surprised expression, after which Vincent remarked that this was precisely the reason why you couldn't let strangers into your home. Beluga responded by noticing that if he was already here, he asked him if he could at least receive him normally. Soon after, they began to approach the table on which several documents were already lying. Vincent, looking at these documents, asked what this was. Beluga, who was carrying several bottles, replied that this was a scheme for protecting their clients. Vincent asked him again, "Security?" Beluga, smiling, put the bottles on the table, saying that there were rumors that some Zero was hunting their clients and that one child was not enough. After which he asked if this was true. Beluga then said that their barefoot mercenaries were guarding them and that Zero or anyone else should try to come if they dared. Then he noticed that they also prioritized the richest and most important clients, after which he assumed that VIP management is the basis of the business. Then he asked if this is so. Vincent, with a cold expression on his face, looked ahead and thought about Beluga Kozlov, realizing that he is a strategic planner for the barefoot, after which Vincent came to the conclusion that this means that he did not take his place by chance. At this time, Beluga, with a smile on his face, opened the cap of one of the bottles while simultaneously telling Vincent not to brag that he rolled up a couple of bottles, after which Beluga noted that it was still cheap for him. In response to this, Vincent asked him if he at least knew how much what he grabbed cost. Then he noted that if the director finds out about this, Beluga prematurely answered him that this is exactly why he drinks. At this time, 3 luxurious bottles stood in the center of the table. Putting one of the bottles in front of him, Beluga noted that at another time he would not have been allowed to try it, so he asked if he should open it. Vincent looked closely at the bottle, and after a short time the table was stained with expensive red wine. Also on the table was a corkscrew and several open corks. Intoxicated Beluga, with a wide smile on his face, shouted that it was delicious, and it was like the blood of God. Then he turned to Vincent sitting opposite him and suggested that they were now accomplices. Vincent resignedly put his face on his hand, putting a glass of wine on the table. Beluga then turned to Vincent and told him that he had a question. Vincent looked at him in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Beluga asked him, his children and these 3 principles, how did he zombify them? Beluga noticed that these children are so obedient, and he also wants such a brother or sister. Vincent looked at him closely, was silent for a while, after which Beluga suggested that this is a commercial secret, but he noted that he is just curious, and this is the only reason. Vincent began to answer confusedly that it really looked like zombification, and one could say so, after which he told about the fact that most of the children who come here were abandoned by their families. Looking at his reflection in wine, Vincent said that such children experience lack more than others and they play on this, telling children that they were abandoned because they are inferior so they need to become ideally good children. He quoted what they tell children about how good children prove their need and good children are superior to everyone else, so they, as good children, will be able to become a family or will their family abandon them again. Beluga asked him in surprise, "Is this enough?" Then he asked, "Do they really control them like this?" In response to this, Vincent explained to him that lack can be an extremely powerful motivation. Raising an empty glass over his head, Beluga noted that they are really cruel, after which Beluga asked him, "Is this the director's idea?" Vincent answered him that there was one person who gave this idea, after which Vincent continued to look at his reflection in wine, said that he was not a good child but really wanted to become one. Vincent continued to talk about how this was a child who was ready to do anything for the approval of his parents, and the director was inspired by this child and created the absolute 3 principles. And this was the real Sean. Now during the battle between the main character and Zero, Zero told him that he cannot be a good child, after which he knocked over the main character, squeezing his wrists, and suggested that he was in pain. The main character, falling to the floor, managed to counterattack Zero with a blow to his head, but Zero managed to put his forearm in front of him, and smiling looking at Sean, he said that as he sees it he has strength again. The main character, getting to his feet, asked him, "Can he be a good child?" Memories of his mother looking at him with disgust and asking him to go away appeared in his mind again, because someone like him is simple. Then the protagonist remembered how Hwang Hyunho's mother rejected him and asked him not to even call her his mother. Looking at the bloody dagger in his hand, the protagonist suggested that maybe he was right, and it seemed to him that he really was a bad child. A joyful Zero spread his arms wide and said that this was indeed the case. However, Sean did not let him finish and said that if he got rid of the one who threatened to kill his mother, then with a crazy expression on his face, looking intently at Zero, Sean asked him if he would become a good child again. Looking away, Zero grinned, noticing that he wanted to be good so much. And then, with irritation, Zero looked at Sean and noticed that this was his problem. While Sean rushed to attack, Zero explained that it was because of his actions in the mansion of the dead that the 3 absolute principles appeared. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he stopped his attack and began to look ahead in confusion, while Zero also rushed to fight. Zero continued to talk about how they were being controlled because of him. The blows of their weapons touched each other, and a drop of blood from a deep cut on Sean's palm sprayed towards Zero's face. Zero closed his eye and looked at his blood-stained face in surprise, while the protagonist took advantage of the moment and rushed to attack. Zero managed to defend himself from this, then wiped the blood from his eye, noticing how petty it was. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he knocked the blade fragment out of Sean's hand, after which he began to concentrate energy for a new blow. When he struck, the protagonist defended himself from this by jumping high into the air. The blade of the katana was stuck into the ceiling, and Sean grabbed it with his wounded palm, after which he jumped down and tried to strike Zero, but he only looked with a smile on his face at the element of his cloak cut off by a sharp and powerful blow of the blade. After that, the protagonist, holding something like a pot in his hand, threw it towards Zero. Zero instinctively broke the object flying at him, which caused a lot of dust and dirt to be released from the pot, which lowered his observation skills, and from this cloud of mud dust, the protagonist's blade appeared. Zero managed to defend himself from this blow, but a moment later, he looked at Sean approaching him with a confused expression, who, coldly looking into his eyes, clenched his fist and said that he caught it. Then the protagonist delivered a powerful blow to the center of Zero's face, which caused Zero to drop his katana, but instantly intercepted it with his other hand and tried to counterattack Sean, which forced him to step back. Staring intently ahead, the protagonist assumed that the blade was in the way, after which he asked him if this was true. Zero, with a concentrated expression on his face, clutching the katana in his hand, began to approach him, but the protagonist prepared a tightly clenched fist for a counterattack. Zero stared at him with a smirk on his face, but Sean's face was incredibly serious and concentrated. A moment later, the blade of Zero's katana and the fist with the protagonist's extended finger touched, after which the dense blade of the katana shattered into many small metal pieces. Zero, looking ahead in surprise, asked, "Hit the blade?" Then he turned to Sean and explained to him what he was capable of, but the protagonist did not hear him and tried to strike again. Zero raised his knee upright into Sean's jaw and said that it was not that impressive. Taking the blow, Sean looked at Zero again, after which he jumped and kicked him in the face. However, this time Zero managed to defend himself by putting his forearm in front of him for protection and at the same time squeezing the blade in his other hand and smiling while looking at Sean. At this time, Beluga asked his interlocutor again, what was he talking about? Then he asked him, "And who is this child?" Looking at the papers in his hand, Vincent answered him that it was Sean. And then he explained that this was the same Sean they tried to kill. Holding a glass in his hand and bringing it to his mouth, Beluga said that this was the same boy and he understood who he was talking about. And then Vincent turned to him and asked, "Did they put a guard on him too?" Beluga answered him negatively and explained that no one was assigned to him. In response to this, Vincent noted that this is the most important place. Then Beluga explained that to be more correct, there was no need to put anyone there. At this time, Zero and Sean continued to fight among themselves. Beluga said that she personally came to Korea. Suddenly a huge hand grabbed the elevator door and began to push apart the thick metal doors. A menacing voice said that the noise was not in vain. Beluga explained his words by saying that it was Sofia Alexandrovna, if he himself understands. Sofia Alexandrovna appeared from around the corner, and noticed that the boys were playing games. Zero looked at her in bewilderment and asked, "Sofia?" Sofia held her huge hands behind her back and said that they also caused trouble, after which she called them impudent. Zero, clutching a blade in his hand, began to move back and Sean only looked at her in surprise. Sofia approached them and turned to Zero, after which she looked at Sean and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. After which Sofia, looking at the gloomy and exhausted main character with bloody hands, asked him what was wrong with him. She noticed that after all, she locked him. Then she put her huge palm on his head and said that they would save the pleasantries for later. Looking gloomily to the side, she noticed that first. She turned her gaze to Zero, who was looking ahead warily, after which, with an incredibly sharp and fast movement of her hand, she struck a blow, from which Zero, like a plush toy, was grabbed by her and thrown away with a huge impulse down the corridor. After that, Zero hit the wall hard. Sofia said that it really was a child and not a man, after which she reacted in surprise at how light he was. The main character looked at her with a confused expression and asked herself, could she throw Zero away so easily? Sofia looked ahead and thoughtfully chuckled, after which she said that he was still too light. There was no one in the depths of the corridor, and there were only scattered objects and several bloody footprints leading to a broken window. Sofia stated that he had already run away, looking at how clots of blood were near the broken pieces of glass. Sofia turned to Sean and suggested that they end there, after which she stated that it was not she who should catch him. The protagonist looked at her questioningly. After which Sofia suggested that they talk. She put her huge palm on his shoulder and said that although she had locked him up, she asked him who allowed him to become weak. Looking intently into his eyes, she suggested that it looked like he would need a little adjustment. The protagonist looked up at her warily, after which Sofia put Sean on her shoulder and addressing him as a little Sean asked him if they would go. The protagonist, confusedly twitching on her shoulder, asked her to wait, after which Sofia, remembering, said that she forgot to mention. She said that if he was looking for an elderly woman who lived in this house, then she was no longer there. The protagonist began to listen to her attentively, after which Sofia said that all the families of good children are goals for Zero and he is no exception. Going down the stairs, Sofia asked Sean to trust her, after which she swore on the honor of the Alexandrovs that she would protect his parents. She suggested that it was quite possible that he had chosen his parents as he wanted, but in any case, he had nothing to worry about. At this time, the main character looked ahead with sadness. Sofia asked him to just focus on training, after which she asked him if they would try the deadly squats again. As soon as the main character heard about the deadly squats, his eyes widened and his face darkened. Sofia, turning her gaze to him, asked him if he remembered about it. Then she explained to him that if he failed, he would die. A month after these events, an SUV was driving down the road at high speed and a voice asked the interlocutor if this meant that he tied explosives to his lower body and did squats. The main character, with a gloomy expression on his face, looking at his palms, asked Dimitri, who was sitting next to him, if he could imagine this. Then the main character said that if he relax, the explosives will immediately explode, after which he hysterically asked Dimitri if he understood this. Dimitri, who was driving an SUV, said that he thought that this was just a legend from Russia, but that they actually do something like this there. After that, Dimitri asked Sean if Alexandrovna was really like that. Sean grabbed his head and began to squeeze it tightly, while loudly screaming and asking Dimitri not to even mention her. And then Dimitri, without looking at his interlocutor, noticed that he had become better, after which he asked him if that was not so. The main character turned around in surprise and asked him in what? With a grin on his face, Dimitri answered that he was talking about skills, after which Dimitri noticed that he said that he had studied with this Sophia. Then Dimitri said that he was wondering if he had become better in a month? With a confident grin on his face, the main character looked at him and suggested that he check it out himself if he was so interested. Dimitri turned around and continued to smile while looking at the road. Soon after, the main character sharply pointed his finger at a parking space and asked him to stop the car there. Dimitri turned around in surprise and agreed to his request. Soon after, when the car stopped near the gate where the schoolchildren were walking, Sean came out with a backpack in one hand and said that he would be back soon. Dimitri, taking off his glasses from his eyes, asked him to wait, after which he asked the main character if he was really going to go to school. After that he noticed that he had already been told that he was also a target, so he asked him if it was too dangerous. The main character looked at him in surprise, clutching his backpack to his chest, and asked him if he was worried about him. Then the main character said that it even gave him goosebumps. Dimitri asked him again in bewilderment, then shouted out and asked why he thought so. Then a confused Dimitri asked him to call immediately if he had any problems, and not to even think about dealing with all this alone. The main character silently looked at him in response while Dimitri warned him to avoid suspicious people. Right after that, Sean abruptly slammed the car door, shouting at the same time that he understood it, and asked him to stop. At this time, the schoolchildren who were standing near him began to whisper among themselves. One of the schoolchildren asked his friend, "Isn't it him?" Then he explained that it was a guy named Park Cheyenne, that is, a second grader who walked behind Joseph. And then the students began to assume that inside the car was his father, who looked young, almost like a model. One of the students swore, focusing his attention on how fashionable he was, after which the student assumed that he lived a rich life. The main character, looking through the car window at the annoyed Dimitri, asked himself, "Father?" At this time, Dimitri, putting his hands on the steering wheel, muttered that these teenagers are constantly irritated for no reason. A moment after this, the Jeep drove further down the street. At this time, in a building that looked like a tall barn with a minivan and various storage facilities inside, a hand was raised towards the roof from where the sun was shining through the holes. On this palm was a dirty rag. It was Jang Hyun, who was lying on a large mattress, holding his hand outstretched in front of him. Suddenly, Jang Hyun heard someone's voice with disgust noticed that there was dust everywhere. It was Zero who, upon entering the barn, noticed that staying in such a place was unhealthy. Jang Hyun looked at him in surprise, after which Zero waved his hand at him with a friendly smile on his face and asked him how he was. Jang Hyun abruptly ran up to Zero and started telling him that he had just been waiting for him, after which he asked him if he knew how many questions he had for him, and why he had only just come now. Zero apologized to him, explaining that he had too much to do. Then Zero went up to the punching bag and touching it suggested that a lot had changed here, after which he asked if that was true. At that time, Jang Hyun, who was behind Zero, bent down to pick up the scissors from the floor and answered him affirmatively, explaining that he had updated the decor a little. Then Jang Hyun, taking the scissors in his hand, began to reason out loud that he needed to bring him a drink, because it would be polite. Zero said that there was nothing to worry about and asked him not to worry. Suddenly, with a sharp movement of his entire body, Jang Hyun stuck the blade of the scissors into the keyhole that was on the soda machine. While Jang Hyun was actively moving his hands, Zero watched this with a smile on his face. Soon after, when Jang Hyun was able to get one can from the soda machine, he grabbed Zero and happily ran to the side, telling him that in this case he would drink later. He quickly led him to the side, asking him to sit here. At this time, he met two plastic chairs that were standing near the machine. Looking at these chairs, Jang Hyun said that he heard that they say that this is a magical chair and this chair makes the one who sits on it tell the truth, after which Jang Hyun asked, "Isn't it amazing?" When they sat on the chairs, Jang Hyun with a serious expression on his face turned to Zero and asked him that if he had already sat down, then in this case, he would answer his questions honestly. With a smirk on his face, Zero noticed that he was incredibly talkative today, so he asked him if he was in a good mood. With wide open eyes and a gloomy expression, Jang Hyun answered him in the negative, explaining that he was not in a good mood at all, so he asked him to answer honestly. Jang Hyun then assumed that he had promised him, so he asked him if it was true. Jang Hyun then clarified his question by adding that he was talking about helping him find that person. Looking at Zero, who was smiling, Jang Hyun asked him if he was really looking for him and if this was taking too long. Zero answered him in the affirmative and assured him that of course he was looking for that person diligently and everywhere. With a sad expression on his face, Jang Hyun lowered his head and leaned back in his chair while Zero continued to talk about how they still had one more important matter to do. He asked him if that was true. Stretching his hand out to the side, Zero explained that this important matter was to take Sean, because he needed this child to fulfill his promise to him. Jang Hyun noted that in his opinion, Sean had nothing to do with finding this person. Then Jang Hyun, with a gloomy expression on his face, looking at Zero, reminded him that he had already said that this was the chair of truth and if he even thought about lying to him, then he would really kill him. Zero began to hastily prove that he was speaking honestly and not lying, after which he smiled, asking Jang Hyun to believe him. However, Jang Hyun continued to look thoughtfully in front of him with a sad expression, while Zero was thinking about the fact that he had previously assumed that Jang Hyun was just a crazy, but talented guy, but unfortunately he was much more insightful than he expected. At this time, Zero began to secretly pull the blade of his sword out of its sheath with careful finger movements. Taking out his weapon, Zero reasoned that he was too cunning to be a puppet. Jang Hyun, without looking at him but clutching the scissors in his hand, said that if he was going to recruit him, he should think about it 3 times. Demonstrating his friendliness, Zero slapped him on the shoulder and asked him to stop, after which he asked with a smile on his face, what kind of scary words were these? Then Zero explained that he understood it, and he would look harder. After that, Zero stood up, remembering that he had something to tell him. Zero addressed Jang Hyun by name and asked him if he wanted to go to an interesting place. With an interested expression on his face, looking at Zero, Jang Hyun asked him again, an interesting place? Some time after these events, the main character approached one of the classrooms inside which there were several schoolchildren. With a gloomy expression on his face, holding his backpack on his back, the protagonist entered the room, after which the students began to whisper among themselves. One of the boys asked, "Wasn't this student suspended?" Another student asked him in response, "Didn't he hear?" And then he explained that all these photos were fake and it looks like Park Cheyenne made them to seem cool. Exhaling heavily from his lungs, Sean approached one of the empty tables and began to sarcastically mentally confirm these words, repeating to himself that all the photos were fake. He remembered how he talked to Marie who, holding a phone in her hands, assumed that his suspension would be cancelled because the director did it only because of blackmail. Showing her the photo, Sean asked, "With the help of this photo?" Then he explained that he almost threw up when he saw it, and she should know that there must be a measure in Photoshop. At that moment, the protagonist showed her a photo with disgust, where a bald and large man in a maid's costume with a playful expression actively poses for the camera surrounded by many photoshopped hearts. Marie answered him that however this photo is not fake, after which the protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. Now Sean, remembering these events, tightly grabbed his head with his hands and, looking in front of him with horror, began to deny what was happening, asking for it to leave his head. Suddenly, someone addressed him by name from the side. These were several huge schoolchildren, the leader of whom asked Sean, "How is he?" With a bored expression on his face, looking at these thugs, the protagonist assumed that he was probably not bad. Then the protagonist began to say that this is really so, because if the photo is fake, then this is logical. He asked, "Is this really so?" The leader of the thugs with a threatening expression on his face brought his head closer to Sean's face and invited him to go outside. Soon after, a surprised exclamation was heard in the schoolyard from a boy who shouted that he could not believe it, after which a voice asked if he really was friends with gangsters. These were the thugs who were following Sean, and the main one asked the main character if he thought they could be fooled by a few photos. The main character, holding his hands in his pockets, asked, "Is there anyone here?" At that moment, the main bully was tightly clenching his fist and preparing to strike, saying that he still wanted to check it out. With an unperturbed expression on his face, without even looking at his opponent, Sean brought his hand closer to him, which he was going to strike with his finger. As soon as he flicked the bully on the chin, his face distorted. Suddenly, the huge schoolboy fell to his knees, while his friends looked at him in surprise. The main character asked him not to be afraid, because he would be careful. Then, showing his finger clenched for a strike, he suggested that they were on the same team, right? Some time before these events, Sophia, crossing her arms over her chest, told Sean that his problem was his obsession, after which she told him that he believed that he was controlled by 3 principles. With an exhausted expression on his face, Sean rested his hands on his legs, listening to Sophia tell him that he understood these principles with his mind, but his body did not fully respond to it. Then she called him a stupid child and said that they would have to use another method. With a painful expression on his face and beads of sweat actively flowing down his body, Sean looked up at her and asked again, "Another method?" Sophia told him that if the control of the 3 principles limited him, allowing him to use only part of the power, then they needed to increase the total volume of this power. The main character looked up at her with apprehension and mistrust. Now the muscular bodies of the schoolchildren fell to the ground unconscious. The last of the schoolchildren asked in surprise, "Were they joking?" At that moment, the main character finished off another schoolchild with blows from his foot. The last schoolchild grabbed a mop near the fence and, cursing loudly, he invited him to join. Then he expressively repeated his demand and began to shout that he seemed to have a chance to cope with him. The main character instantly began to approach him, and when the schoolboy swung a mop at him, Sean dodged and raised his leg to strike, after which he delivered a powerful blow to the mop, causing it to fly apart into many wooden pieces in different directions. The schoolboy looked at the wooden chips in bewilderment, which flew apart at great speed. By this time, Sean had already moved to another space and, looking at him calmly, said that the bell had already rung, after which he offered to follow him. The schoolboy with the mop fell to his knees and began to look doomly in front of him. Sean went forward and notified the others about this. Soon after, he walked along an empty corridor and thought that training with Sophia was not in vain. Sitting at his desk, he carefully looked at his clenched fist and realized that he did not yet fully control the force, but he did not think that he could hit so powerfully. At this time, a guy approached one of the schoolchildren entering the classroom and asked him to say if this was Class 2-1. After that, when the guy entered the classroom, he shouted, "There he is!" He apologized and explained that he was just passing by. At this time, the main character stared at his hand thinking that if he could use the maximum of his strength, he could fight Zero and even a guy named Jang Hyun. Suddenly, a shoe appeared a few centimeters from Sean's face, and the voice of the owner of this shoe addressed Sean and shouted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy who was asking about the class was thrown aside by the main character with a powerful kick. The main character managed to block with his forearm while the guy was talking about how something had changed in him since the last meeting. Then the guy suggested that perhaps his skills had improved. He asked if this was true. This guy was Jang Hyun, who looked at Sean with a smile, raising his leg up. While Jang Hyun made another suggestion, the students who were in this class were bewildered with wide-open eyes and mouths watching what was happening. Jang Hyun asked him, "Or did he stop playing the good kid?" He asked this with a sly smile on his face, looking closely at the main character. For some time to reach the events, the main character said that he would become bait. He was in the room with Rachel and explained to her that this way everything would be much easier because let the enemies try to find him. Rachel listened to him silently, after which Sean looked at her and asked, "But where was she going?" "Pay attention to her appearance," Sean asked her. "What kind of image is this?" Rachel answered him holding lipstick in her hands that if he is ready to become a target, then she simply cannot stand aside and their team will wait nearby. And then she began to apply lipstick to her lips and explained that he is the property of the Mansion of the Dead, and they are obliged to protect it at any cost. After that, looking at her reflection in the mirror, Rachel asked him for permission to ask him one question, after which she asked, "What is his goal?" The main character looked at her in surprise and asked again, "The goal?" Then he said that of course. Rachel interrupted him and answered him negatively, after which it turned out that now he knows everything and he is different from the others under his control, so there is no one else to give him orders. She looked at Sean's stern expression and asked him why he wants to fight Zero. She asked him if he still thinks that the old woman is his mother or something like that. The protagonist turned around and took the backpack in his hand, saying that he himself does not know. Rachel asked him not to try to avoid answering, to which he turned away and said that he really does not know. He explained to her that from the very beginning those memories of how he was thrown out, for example, he admitted that he does not remember this and even the fight with Zero he vaguely remembers. The protagonist said that everything hurt too much. Rachel looked at him warily and asked herself, does not remember? After that, she assumed that this meant that Sean did not realize that he was using his power. Looking at Sean's back as he walked away from her, Rachel told him that even if the three principles were sealed within him, he could not fully use his power, and if that was really the case, there was no point in putting himself in danger. Rachel then worriedly asked him why he was going so far. The protagonist told her that she was right and that they were not family, after which he added that they were definitely not friends. After that, he said that, however, if he could really choose something himself, he would choose to tear their offenders to shreds. The protagonist said these words with a confident expression on his face, turning to Rachel and adding that this was not an order or a principle, but his choice. Now the protagonist looked at the soul in front of him with a surprised expression. He understood that if bait was needed, it would be him. Now Sean was thrown back by Jang Hyun's kick, but he understood that by doing so, he was offering his enemies to try to come and bite him. Jang Hyun stared at him with a smile on his face while Sean understood that the hunt would be on their side. The protagonist looked at him with a confident smile on his face. By this time, the defeated bullies, the schoolchildren, were returning to class, and suddenly one of them began with a large impulse under the door. The door flew off its hinges due to the fact that Jang Hyun was kicked by the protagonist into the door, and together with the door, he slammed one of the schoolchildren into the floor. The protagonist continued to defend himself even while lying on the door, intercepting Jang Hyun's leg and then throwing him to the side. He threw Jang Hyun out the window, but Jang Hyun managed to grab onto it, and soon after, sitting in the window frame, he asked the protagonist in surprise if he had become stronger. Jang Hyun, with a sharp movement of his entire body, jumped forward and put his knee in front of him. The protagonist began to dodge this, shouting that this was only the beginning. However, looking around, the protagonist realized that too many eyes were focused on him now and they needed to move. At this time, Jang Hyun, clenching his fist and holding Sean's shirt with his hand, was preparing to strike, asking the protagonist, what was he distracted by? The protagonist looked closely at Jang Hyun's fist approaching him, after which he asked, was that how it was? Immediately after that, he performed a wrestling move, turning the confused Jang Hyun over in the air. Jang Hyun looked in surprise at the foot approaching him. Sean understood that this was his uncle's move. After that, the protagonist kicked Jang Hyun with great momentum, which caused him to be thrown to the end of the corridor. The room where Jang Hyun ended up was a toilet. He began to slow down, after which Sean, who had approached him, said that he understood. Jang Hyun looked at him in surprise, and Sean, entering the toilet, closed the door behind him and said that he assumed that someone would attack him at school, although he admitted that he did not think that this would happen on the first day. At this time, the confused schoolchildren were talking among themselves. One of them asked if he saw it. After that, he said that someone had just fought here. Then someone else's voice said that something happened so quickly. At this time, two school bullies were lifting the door under which their friend was pressed. An adult girl approached the schoolchildren and asked them what was going on and why everyone was gathered. One of the students assumed that Park Cheyenne had fought with someone, after which he pointed his finger in front of him and said that he had done something and went to the toilet. The adult girl, turning to the schoolchildren, said that the teacher should deal with it, after which she asked everyone to return to the classroom. At this time, two school bullies were carrying their injured friend away. Jang Hyun, with a sly smile on his face, asked him, when did he manage to change? And then, striking him with his knee, he assumed that this meant that he no longer needed to hold back. The protagonist struck back and asked him again, should he hold back? He then grabbed Jang Hyun by the collar and swung him over his head, hitting the back of his head on the concrete floor, causing stone fragments to fly in all directions. Looking at Jang Hyun, the protagonist with a serious expression said that he was not interested in him, after which he ordered him to just tell him where Zero was. Jang Hyun looked at him in surprise and asked again, Zero? At that moment, he made a sharp movement with his foot, hitting the protagonist right in the face, causing the protagonist to step back, then irritably asked him if he was tired. Jang Hyun, approaching Sean, said that Zero was right. After that, having dodged Sean's hand, Jang Hyun came even closer and intercepted it with his hand, bent his knees, after which, with a sharp straightening of both his legs at once, he hit the main character in the torso with great force, which caused him to be thrown aside. Jang Hyun continued to say that Zero was right when he told him to leave him alive. Then, with a wide smile on his face, Jang Hyun said that if he continues to resist, he will have no choice. The main character was lying in one of the toilet cabins while Jang Hyun recommended that he stop acting like a fool and asked him to follow him. after which Jang Hyun said that he would return him and they would find that person. A sudden swing of something sharp hit Jang Hyun's face, a bleeding cut formed on his cheek, and Sean, clutching a cleaning item in his hand, said that he was not going to kill him. Then the main character, getting to his feet, asked, "What about the others?" Jang Hyun answered his question with a question and asked, "Who knows?" At that moment, Jang Hyun was perplexed, realizing that he seemed to have become a different person. At that time, the protagonist, clutching a cleaning tool with a sharp tip in his hands, rushed to attack, but Jang Hyun was able to dodge this blow by stepping aside. The protagonist swung again, thereby forcing Jang Hyun to dodge. A long sweeping blow cut through the air and the floor and also the sink, but Jang Hyun jumped and avoided this blow. And then Jang Hyun kicked off the wall with his foot and punched the protagonist in the cheek from behind. Sean turned around sharply and was preparing to make another blow, but a loud voice was heard from outside and many blows were made on the door. The voice from outside addressed those inside and ordered them to quickly open the door. Jang Hyun and Sean looked at the door, after which Jang Hyun with a calm expression on his face cursed, noting that he thought he was too loud. Then he asked the protagonist, "Maybe that's enough for today?" The protagonist looked at him irritably and asked where he was going. Then he asked him if he really thought he would let him go. At that moment, the protagonist tried to strike again, but Jang Hyun was able to dodge that blow by crouching down and hugging the body of the confused protagonist. He said that if he didn't stop, he would do this. Immediately after that, Jang Hyun quickly headed towards the window and, together with the resisting Sean, jumped out of the window onto the street. The floor they jumped from was far from the lowest, and a confident Jang Hyun with a sly expression on his face looked at Sean and asked him if he was okay. Then Jang Hyun suggested that if you fall from that height, it will hurt a lot, after which he asked him if that was true. The protagonist looked ahead tensely, memories from his life experiences appeared in his mind, and with a calm expression on his face he suggested that it was probably true, after which he answered affirmatively, stating that he was sure of it. Suddenly, he put a cleaning tool in front of him and stabbed it into the concrete wall of the school with its blade, cutting through the stones and bricks. Thanks to this action, the speed of the fall was significantly reduced, but they still hit the ground with great momentum. After this impact, Sean stood up and looked at Jang Hyun lying on the ground. Sean had a gloomy expression on his face, and in his hand he was clutching a wooden stump. Jang Hyun looked at his thigh, into which this broken tool was stabbed. He laughed nervously and asked to continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, a female voice from the side addressed them. It was an adult girl from the school who cursed and began to ask what happened and are they okay. Jang Hyun without a moment's hesitation pulled the wooden stump out of his thigh, causing abundant blood splashes, and answered affirmatively, stating that he was okay. The main character grabbed his head tensely and cursed, thinking that everything happened like last time. He held his sore head and thought about the recall. Jang Hyun turned to the girl and told her that the uniform was new, but it could be sewn up. The girl asked him in surprise, "Who cares about clothes now?" After that, she asked him to sit still because he was wounded. Jang Hyun was confused and looked at the girl in surprise and asked himself, "Is she talking about clothes?" Then he asked himself, "Why is she doing this, and is she really worried about him?" With a smile on his face, Jang Hyun put his hand in front of him and said that he was really okay. At this time the girl injected him with some drugs into a vein. Jang Hyun looked at the place where the injection was made in surprise and asked, "What is this?" The girl answered him that it looked like an anesthetic. Jang Hyun asked again in surprise, "An anesthetic?" Then he asked why. Suddenly his consciousness began to fade and he began to fall, but the girl managed to catch him before he hit the floor. With a sly expression on her face, the girl looked at his unconscious body. This girl was Rachel, who asked him to just have a good rest since she had many questions for him. Then with a wide smile on her face she said that one was caught, and called him by name, Jang Hyun. The director of the Mansion of the Dead said that this is common all over the world, that is, children who were abandoned or discarded are everywhere, and they used such children as material to create the perfect weapon and then sent these children to parents who were willing to pay a high price. This was the project of good children from the Mansion of the Dead, but they were not the only ones engaged in this craft, since it was said that such material can be found everywhere, and take abandoned children and turn them into emotionless monsters. Rachel sat on a chair in the school doctor's office and held her hand out in front of her, said that she was sure that Korea has its own version of the mansion. The protagonist standing next to her asked if she wanted to say that this child? At this time, the two of them were looking at the unconscious Jang Hyun. Rachel answered him affirmatively and said that it was true and Jang Hyun was one of them, after which she called him by name. Jang Hyun was lying unconscious on a hospital bed and his injured thigh was bandaged. Sean frowned and said that Korea has its own version of the Mansion of the Dead, which means. Rachel interrupted him, and with a serious expression asked him to leave the rest to her and come back, after which she explained that interrogation was her specialty. The protagonist asked her again, interrogation? Then he asked her, where should he go back to? She asked him again, where else? Then she explained that he should go to class. After that, she assumed that he himself wanted to go to school, after which she asked him if he had forgotten about it. She began to push him out of the office while Sean, spreading his arms wide in different directions, began to agree with her and said several times that he was going, but asked not to treat Jang Hyun too harshly. Left alone with Jang Hyun, Rachel closed the door behind her and looked at his face. Soon after, Jang Hyun began to open his eyes, memories of his hair falling from his head and the man who stood behind him asking him to sit still if he did not want a bald spot to appear on his head. It was a man in a camouflage jacket who was cutting the little Jang Hyun's hair and asked him if he understood that a man's value lies in his hair. Then this man explained to him that if he was ugly, he would not be bought. Little Jang Hyun closed his eyes and then asked if in that case he could have the same hairstyle as his uncle. Jang Hyun said that he thought this hairstyle was cool. The man Jang Hyun was talking about asked him, really? And then he suggested that their little Jang Hyun had taste. He noted that he would have to add this to the questionnaire, calling this quality an understanding of art. Jang Hyun smiled and the man told him that the next time they offered to adopt him, they could ask for 200,000 more. However, the man then answered Jang Hyun negatively, explaining to him that this hairstyle would not suit him. Jang Hyun began to look at the man in surprise and ask him why. Then Jang Hyun noticed that if he became cooler, he could ask for even more. The man put his hand on his shoulder and explained that the reason for this was because Jang Hyun was not him and that everything in him should be his. The man showed Jang Hyun the scissors and told him that he was handsome, which meant that he should be handsome, and Jang Hyun was strong, which meant that he should also be strong. Jang Hyun looked at the man in surprise and asked him, Uncle Carpenter? The man continued telling him that the most important thing is that Jang Hyun should be alone because friends and family will only make him weaker. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the carpenter asked Jang Hyun if he understood him. At that moment, Jang Hyun stood up and looked ahead with a lost expression. Rachel turned to him and asked him with a smile on her face if he was awake. Jang Hyun looked at her with a surprised expression and then exhaled tensely from his lungs and looking at the bleeding wound asked her, did she bandage it? Rachel explained to him that she needed to treat the wound and for this reason she borrowed Sean's sports uniform. Jang Hyun turned to Rachel who was approaching him with a chair and began to ask her why she suddenly cared about him. Jang Hyun then assumed that he was her enemy and asked her, isn't that so? Rachel answered his question with a question and asked, does she really need to beat him with sticks now? She looked him in the eye and explained that if he cooperated then they might not be enemies at all. Rachel understood that she said that this was an interrogation but with children like him this method would work best because children like him were never loved before. With a confused expression, Jang Hyun lowered his head down and touched his hand to the wound. Rachel brought her face close to Jang Hyun's and asked him, will he answer her some questions? At this time, they were being watched from afar through binoculars. The observer looking at Rachel's actions said that this is not right, after which he assumed that she likes cute little children. Then the observer said that Zero would not like this. A man was sitting far from the school, pressing binoculars to his eye and saying that black hair suits her. Then this man with a smile on his face looking through binoculars said that he could not resist and wanted to take a closer look. He called Rachel Senorita and asked her to wait for him. Some time after these events, in one of the buildings belonging to the school, Jang Hyun, eating a bun, told Rachel that he would not say anything even if she was nice to him. Rachel sat next to him and said that he can do whatever he wants, after which she asked if this means that he is on Zero's side. Jang Hyun abruptly denied this, saying that he is on no one's side and that he is always alone. Putting her head on her palms, she asked him, in that case, why would he inconvenience Sean if he is not on Zero's side? Jang Hyun explained to her that they have a temporary cooperation in order to achieve a goal, after which he said that he needs Zero's information network so that he can find one person. With a smirk on her face, Rachel asked him again, information network? Then Rachel noticed that Zero is an orphan just like him, after which Rachel asked him if he is sure that he was not deceived. Jang Hyun began to zealously prove that Zero's network is real and that he has his own eyes and ears everywhere. After that, Jang Hyun shouted that he found him when he was running away from the carpenter. With a smile on her face, Rachel asked him again, from the carpenter? And then she asked him why he ran away from him. At this time, Rachel was thinking about how children always get irritated when their words are doubted. Jang Hyun began to tell him that the carpenter taught him strange things and it was very difficult because he trained so much, and then the carpenter persistently pursued him with his glasses and he ended up on the street, and Zero found him. Rachel handed him a drink and asked him to wash it down with a bun and then speak normally. Then she asked him how Zero found him in the end. Rachel understood that if she played along with him, he would tell her everything without realizing it. Jang Hyun took the drink in his hand and told her that he had a goal and he wanted him to help. Then he said that this goal was to free all the good children who were sold by the mansion of the dead and make them a family. After that, with a tense expression, frowning her eyebrows, Rachel looked at him menacingly. Jang Hyun wanted to continue talking about what else for them, but he did not have time to finish because a low voice interrupted him from behind. It was a man watching them who, cursing, called Jang Hyun a fool and explained to him that he should not talk about this. And then this man snatched the drink from Jang Hyun's hand and suggested that he was weak in the presence of beautiful women? Rachel abruptly turned towards this voice, but when she saw it, this man addressed her as Senorita Rachel. Then this man suggested that this was their first face-to-face conversation? The man took off his glasses and said that his name was Miguel, after which Miguel sat down next to Jang Hyun and hugged him by the shoulder, asked him not to be nervous and explained that he was on his side, after which he told her that Zero sent him for him. Rachel froze in place and began to ask, Miguel? Then she expressively asked, that same Miguel? Miguel turned to Rachel with a smile on his face and asked her what was wrong. Then he pointed to himself and asked her if she knew him too. Miguel said that it was an honor for him. Rachel knew that among the Spanish mercenaries they say that if you see a matador with a red cape, you should not try to stomp your feet and rush forward because the matador is always one step ahead, and this man is a black matador named Antonio Miguel. Rachel called him a matador and asked him why he works with Zero. Miguel waved his hand at her and said that he hated this nickname, after which he said that he really loved animals. Then he noted with a smirk on his face that killing bulls is prohibited by law and he does not do such things. He told her that he is hunting, after which Rachel looked ahead with a confused expression on her face. Miguel moved behind her and swung his weapon. With this instant action, he was able to cut the skin on Rachel's back. With a smile on his face, looking at her, Miguel shouted her name, after which he said that he had not been dodged like this for a long time, after which he, clutching a small metal mechanism in his hand, asked what he should do. A spear formed from the mechanical object in his hand. With a grin on his face, looking ahead, Miguel shouted that he liked what was happening more and more. Jang Hyun abruptly stood in Miguel's way and, spreading his arms wide in different directions, asked him to wait, after which he asked him why he was doing this. Jang Hyun noticed that he should have just taken his hand and left, after which Jang Hyun asked him, "Isn't that so?" Miguel put his hand on his forehead and called Jang Hyun impudent, after which he asked him if he had already fallen under her spell. Then Miguel asked him not to worry and, hugging him with the hand in which he clutched the spear, told Jang Hyun that he was as handsome as he was and that he would meet many more beautiful girls. The next moment, Miguel pierced Jang Hyun's stomach with a spear and shouted that this would only happen if he could survive until then. In a hoarse, painful voice, Jang Hyun asked in surprise, "What?" At this time, he was holding Miguel's forearm with a shaking hand, in which he was clutching the spear. Miguel explained to him that Zero had told him that if he saw even a hint of betrayal, he should kill him on the spot. Then Miguel told him that Zero had said that he was scaring him. After that, Miguel bowed and said goodbye, and Jang Hyun fell to the floor. Suddenly a gun appeared above the back of Miguel's head. Rachel said goodbye to him in Spanish and then fired a shot, but Miguel was able to dodge it and hit the gun that Rachel was holding in her hand with his spear. The gun instantly broke and Rachel began to retreat back in confusion. Miguel looked at her with a smile on his face and, holding the spear in front of him, approached her saying that he was sorry. He was preparing to strike with the spear, but Rachel was able to dodge this blow by turning to the side. The white shirt that she was wearing was torn due to a cut, which exposed the gun that was hidden on her stomach. Rachel grabbed the gun and began to shoot at Miguel, who was moving sharply from side to side dodging the bullets. Miguel looked at her with a smile on his face and said that this was good and that she was resisting better, but suddenly a cartridge case got stuck in the bolt mechanism of the gun, which is why the gun stopped firing. Rachel looked at this tensely, and after a moment Miguel took advantage of the momentary confusion and approached her and said that he was sorry, after which he said that even luck was not on her side. He ran up to her and attacked her with a blow of his spear. The wig that was on her head flew to the side. Miguel brought his face close to hers and said that she was really the best, after which he called her by name. Rachel, with a tense expression, clutched the spear that by this time had pierced her stomach. She insulted him, after which Miguel asked if they would end this. At this time, Jang Hyun was lying on the floor. His eyes were closed, and in his mind there were memories of how he wiped his head while the voice speaking to him said that he still lacked something and that this was something that he could not teach him. Jang Hyun looked ahead in surprise and asked what exactly? The carpenter placed his palm on his head and said that this was a skill and he could not. Then the carpenter said that only a real carpenter can teach this. In the mind of Jang Hyun, who had already begun to rise to his feet, there were words that perhaps he would learn this if he met a real carpenter someday. Miguel looked to the side in surprise and saw that on the floor where Jang Hyun had been lying until recently, only his bandage remained. Miguel began to ask in surprise what was going on and where the child had gone. At this time, Jang Hyun was approaching Miguel from behind at great speed, remembering that his real skill was that. In an instant movement, Jang Hyun used his claws to inflict many cutting wounds on Miguel's back, causing thick splashes of blood to fly in all directions. Jang Hyun had a concentrated and at the same time wild expression on his face. Miguel, spitting blood from his mouth, looked ahead in surprise. Jang Hyun's real skill is animal instinct. Like a wild beast squatting, Jang Hyun, baring his teeth like a wolf's grin, menacingly looked ahead. On the car was written that it was a garbage truck, after which there was a call for a clean Russia. This car was located near the school. Inside it, a man holding a phone in his hand said that this was Order 0. Then the man, turning to the other serious people who were in the car, told them that if he got in the way, then it was necessary to remove this child named Jang Hyun too. The guy pulling the slide of the gun noticed that it was just one boy and Miguel himself could deal with it. Another man asked again, "Is he really that cool?" Then he noticed that in appearance, he looked like an ordinary fool obsessed with women. Trying to turn the slide, the man noticed that it was stupid, after which another of the mercenaries said that he heard that he was quite famous in Spain as a matador. Then this man asked, "Isn't this just bullying?" Suddenly, a young guy reached out to the man fiddling with the gun and asked him to give it to him. The man looked at him in surprise, after which the guy took the gun in his hand, and while adjusting the mechanism, he noticed that the maintenance of this weapon was simply terrible, after which the guy noted that it should not break so easily. The man sitting opposite the guy asked him where he was from. Then the man said that he had an unfamiliar face. The guy, taking off his hat, asked if he understood this. Then the guy took off his hat. It was Sean, who with a confident smile on his face said that he was not on their side. At this time, Jang Hyun furiously tried to tear Miguel apart with his claws. He threw him aside soon after which they fell down. They stood opposite each other at a short distance. With a confident smile on his face, Miguel looked in front of him and asked himself what was going on here. He understood that this child had completely changed. Then he dodged Jang Hyun's new furious attack by stepping aside. Watching Jang Hyun's actions, Miguel understood that these movements were not typical for a person. Jang Hyun slowed down with his claws digging into the floor. Looking at Jang Hyun, Miguel understood that this was a beast. Then he turned to him with a smile on his face and asked if he was a beast. Miguel put his hand in his pocket and took out a red handkerchief, then said that in this case he could not afford to lose. Rachel approached the fence and looked at Miguel in surprise and asked, "Capote?" Miguel tied a red handkerchief around the spear, then turned to Rachel and told her that he knew that it was impudent on his part, but he asked her to stay put. Rachel in response to this looked at him questioningly, then putting out a spear wrapped in red cloth, Miguel said that this was a fight of honor between a man and a small beast. Jang Hyun continued to stare ahead with his feet planted firmly on the floor. Miguel looked ahead with an arrogant expression and then suddenly waved the red cloth. Jang Hyun rushed to attack with his arms wide apart. Miguel watched his movements closely and moved the red cloth. Suddenly Jang Hyun's hand began to tear the cloth apart. As soon as Jang Hyun threw the cloth away from himself, he saw that Miguel was not in front of him. Suddenly, Miguel's hand grabbed Jang Hyun's shoulder. It was a picador technique, and at that moment Miguel, holding Jang Hyun's shoulder with his fingers, was above his head, clutching a sharp spear in his other hand. Immediately after that, Miguel threw Jang Hyun's body to the floor and thrust the spear near his neck. With a sharp movement of his leg, Jang Hyun hit Miguel in the torso, causing him to drop his spear. Opening his jacket, Miguel demonstrated many metal mechanisms and said that this is how it should be. Jang Hyun looked at him tensely, shortly after which Miguel began throwing metal spears towards him, while also getting closer to him. This was a trick called bandurriero, and while performing this, Miguel threw one spear after another towards Jang Hyun, thereby limiting his options for retreat. Miguel, meanwhile, continued to advance towards him with another spear in his hand. Rachel watched the fight tensely and asked if he had always been this good. Miguel told her that he was a bullfighter. At that moment Miguel swung to strike with a spear, but Jang Hyun managed to strike back with his knee to Miguel's jaw. With a surprised expression on his face, looking ahead, Miguel said that when the beast in front of him rushes into battle so passionately, he also wants to look cool. Immediately after that, he struck back with his foot, hitting the center of Jang Hyun's torso, causing Jang Hyun to hit his back on the spears stuck in the ground. Jang Hyun began to look around with an irritated expression, realizing that he had nowhere to go while Miguel was rushing towards him at high speed, holding the tip of the spear in front of him. With a confident expression, Miguel said goodbye to Jang Hyun, calling him a friend, and was about to pierce his chest with the spear, but the spear could only pass through air. With a surprised expression, Miguel watched as Jang Hyun, holding onto the metal bars near him, raised his body up and then looked down at Miguel intently. After that, Jang Hyun kicked Miguel in the jaw so hard that his boot flew off his foot. A splash of blood flew out of Miguel's mouth. He exhaled heavily and hoarsely from his lungs, then fell to the ground and heavily said that this monster. He began to crawl away, confused, saying that it was not the end yet and that he was capable of more. With a frightened expression on his face, Miguel turned back, realizing that he was a matador who had tamed many beasts with a swing of his hood and given these beasts their last moment of life. But this was no longer within the power of man, because this was not a beast, but a monster. He rose to his feet and looked at Jang Hyun, who stood like a wild beast, and behind him, Miguel saw the threatening image of a monster. Holding a spear in his hand, Miguel said that it was time to put aside pride. He looked to the side and threw the spear into a fire extinguisher from which a thick powder began to come out. This powder spread very quickly in the air, which is why visibility was almost zero. Rachel watched this carefully while Miguel, loudly cursing, ran away from the building, shouting that he did not expect to meet such a thing in Korea. The guy stood behind the wall and calmly waited for something. Miguel ran at maximum speed to the van with Russian mercenaries, saying that if he cannot tame him, then he will have to hunt. He abruptly opened the door to the car and cursing said that they were changing the plan because these nobodies are real monsters. In the car, Sean looked at him with a serious expression on his face while Miguel continued to order to use dynamite, or that they want to blow up these children. When Miguel finished his speech and looked at Sean in surprise, he asked him who he was. At that moment, Sean grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the car body and asked him why he was saying such horrible things. Then the protagonist continued to slam his face into the metal and asked him how dare he even think about blowing up children since there is a school here? Then the protagonist calmly remarked that maybe it was for the best since he already had too many questions. With a tense expression on his face, Miguel looked ahead in surprise as he saw several Russian mercenaries lying unconscious inside the car. The protagonist explained to him that these guys don't know a lot. Then the protagonist abruptly threw Miguel inside the car. At that time, Jang Hyun picked up his dirty bandage from the floor and remarked that maybe she was right. Rachel was approaching him, while a sad Jang Hyun bandaged his palm and said that he was deceived by Zero after all. Suddenly blood began to actively flow out of Jang Hyun's back. He began to fall. Rachel caught him and looking at him with a smile said that even with such a wound he fought. Then she suggested that probably this wound hurt a lot. She looked at him with a friendly smile and noted that any help should be appreciated, after which she helped him move, offered him to go, and told him that she would heal him again. Jang Hyun tried to refuse this, saying that everything was fine, after which he said with a painful expression on his face that he should be alone. The muscular guy was addressed by phone calling him Eden. An adult man told him that this was his next order, after which the man turning to him on the phone ordered to end this. At this time, Eden was standing in front of the doors from which Rachel came out with the wounded Jang Hyun. Eden put a pneumatic nailer to Rachel's temple, which made Rachel's eyes widen in surprise. Then a gunshot was fired and a thick splash of bright blood flew out from the opposite side of Rachel's skull. She began to fall to the ground. Jang Hyun looked at her in bewilderment. Eden, with a cold expression on his face, pointed the construction tool at her and continued to hold the phone to his ear. Jang Hyun shouted loudly, "Rachel!" Due to the strain, blood began to flow out of the wound in his abdomen. With a painful expression on his face, he grabbed his wound with his hand. Eden noticed that something was happening behind him. It was Rachel who cursed loudly and furiously tried to strike at Eden, but he dodged it. Rachel, with an enraged face, asked sharply, "Just trying to kill someone?" Eden emotionlessly asked, "What did this hurt him?" Then he noticed that it was shameful and moved away from Rachel back while Rachel was clutching a miniature knife in her hand. Then Eden raised his head up and looked behind himself, asking who he was. At that moment, Sean was standing above Eden's head with a helmet on his head, preparing to strike with his foot. With a powerful blow of his foot, Sean began to press Eden's head into the ground. Suddenly, a pneumatic claymore was brought to his face. Sean's eyes widened in surprise. Eden held a construction tool in each hand. Looking at Sean, he noticed that he was the younger one who was talked about as a legend of the Mansion of the Dead. Then he fired 2 shots and 2 massive nails pierced the steel helmet that Sean had been on her head until recently, but he managed to step back. The protagonist looked at the helmet in surprise and asked himself, can a helmet be pierced? Looking at the 2 holes in the helmet, Sean came to the conclusion that it could not be an ordinary pneumatic nailer. Immediately after that, Eden got to his feet and kicked Sean, but he managed to put up a block in front of himself, which only sent him flying back a few meters. Eden put the nailer on his shoulder and said that this guy was really problematic, after which he noticed that he was starting to sweat. Rachel turned to Sean and shouted that this guy was also one of the good kids. Sean looked at her in surprise and asked her again, after which he noticed that he was somehow old for a child. Sternly looking ahead and holding the wounded Jang Hyun in her arms, Rachel confirmed this assumption, after which he noted that this was true and this guy was from the first batch that was created before them. Eden continued to look emotionlessly ahead during their conversation. At this time, Marie, dressed as a prisoner and chained, drank liquid from a glass. She sat opposite Evgenia near a huge panoramic window. And then Marie turned to Yevgeny with a tired expression on her face and noticed that he should also eat, after which she asked him if he was afraid of getting poisoned. With a serious expression on his face, Yevgeny answered her that he was just being careful because she was a shameless traitor, and he asked her not to forget that the main thing was information. Then he said that until her cooperation was proven, he could not relax. Marie looked away and said that he really behaved like the children from the first batch. Then she chuckled and asked him, "Cooperation?" With a smile on her face, she looked at him and asked if he knew that good children are also divided into batches. Yevgeny asked her again, "Batches?" Marie, opening a jar in which there was sugar, answered him affirmatively and said that other options for good children were also the most important information. Then she said that she would now tell him about the children from the first batch. With a serious expression on his face, Yevgeny asked her again, "The first batch?" Then he noticed that he had never heard of this even in the mansion. Marie confirmed this, noting that very few people knew. Yevgeny asked her if this was an important story. Marie asked him to consider this a form of cooperation, after which she said that the children from the first batch had a completely different training. Yevgeny looked at her in surprise, holding a cup of tea in his hands, and asked her again if she was talking about a different training now. Marie, using tongs, began to take sugar from the jar, saying that she had heard that the first batch could be customized, that is, they were raised according to the buyer's preferences. She threw sugar into the drink, noting that, to put it simply, the children were made to order, that is, the child's race, gender, age, and even skills. All this was done to the taste of the buyer. She began to pour milk into the drink, after which she said that based on the educational methods adopted in their upbringing, the second batch was created, that is, them. Yevgeny, frowning, asked her if this meant that they were stronger than them. Marie, looking tensely at the glass, said that after all, they received a comprehensive education. So she thinks that they are superior to them. However, since the members of the first party are focused on a specific feature from all the skills, they cannot be underestimated. At this time, Eden, holding 2 pneumatic nailers in front of him, fired nails in front of him. The main character, looking intently ahead, ran after him, at the same time dodging the nails flying at him. Then the main character jumped up and put his knee in front of him and struck Eden's torso with his foot. Exhaling heavily, Eden asked irritably, "What kind of worthless person is he?" Eden was kneeling and with an irritated expression on his face. He understood that his speed and destructive power were higher. Then Eden put his hand in his pocket where the measuring tape was, and during another kick attack from Sean, Eden put his hand in front of him and began to calculate the length of Sean's leg with the help of this measuring tape, after which with a smile on his face he assumed that the length of this should be 841 millimeters. Eden asked him where he got such long legs from. Then he said that he even envied him. The protagonist, with an irritated expression on his face, was about to strike with his fist, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Soon after, the protagonist pressed his fist into Eden's jaw. With a bloody face, Eden used the measuring tape again and said that the arms are 614 millimeters long, and these are also long. The protagonist with a sharp kick threw Jang Hyun a long distance back. Eden landed on the ground and with a painful expression on his face said that if he took another blow like that, he would die. And then Eden, putting away the tape, said, "Anyway, Jenna," which means finish. The protagonist approaching Eden addressed him as an elder and noted that children in their time are scary, after which the protagonist, looking at him coldly, assumed that he would soon faint. Then the protagonist noticed that at the same time he did not look like a completely decrepit old man. With a painful expression on his face, looking at Sean, Eden pressed his hand to his stomach and called him a little irritable person. And then, wiping the blood from his face, Eden smiled and noted that he had about a kata, that is, he had an idea. After that, Eden started shooting towards Sean, who, while trying to get closer to him, was asking, "What are these words?" Looking intently ahead, Eden said, "Legs 841 millimeters. Then he began to reason out loud that if you now calculate the step and speed, then. After that, Eden fired a shot and with the help of a flying bracket was able to hit Sean's foot, from which blood began to pour out. The protagonist, looking tensely at his leg, asked, "Did you hit?" Then he tried to punch Eden in the face, but he was able to dodge, saying, "Arm length is 814 millimeters. Eden said that with knowledge of the length of the arms, dodging should be easier. Then he began to shoot repeatedly from a pneumatic nailer, forcing Sean to retreat. Insidiously looking at his back, Eden explained that running is useless because pursuit is a different specialty. He took a hammer and a chisel in his hands and pointing the tip of the chisel towards Sean's head, Eden swung the hammer and said, "Hazuri, that is, attack." There was a powerful blow because of which many objects began to fly apart in different directions. Eden looked tensely in front of him, soon after which the dust fell down, and Eden, looking at the damaged metal pieces that Sean was holding in his hand, said, "Oh no." Then Eden asked, "Barashi, that is, disassemble," and blocked it with pipe fragments. The main character looked at him irritably, with a sharp movement knocked the chisel out of his hands and asked him what he was constantly saying. Eden answered him that it did not matter, after which he noticed that he had already shown his face. Eden began to retreat back, shooting in his direction from a pneumatic nailer, and began to say that if he calculated and fired like before. The main character, squeezing a metal pipe in his hand, began to approach him, after which he calmly said, "Kali Arnis." Immediately after this, the protagonist began to make a series of powerful blows with pipes, which made Eden look ahead in bewilderment. Eden tried to dodge these blows with a tense expression on his face. One of his next blows, Sean hit the floor, which caused many stone and wooden fragments from various objects to fly apart at great speed in different directions. Eden, looking at this blow in bewilderment, asked himself, did he pick up the tools and become stronger? Then, looking at how Sean raised his hands in order to strike him, he asked, was it really worth it for him to take this? Suddenly, a ringtone began to sound from Eden's pocket. Eden fearfully put his open palm in front of him and asked Sean to stop, and pressing the phone to his ear addressed the interlocutor as a father. The elderly man who was his father addressed Eden and asked him to stop and come back. After this command, Eden abruptly turned in the opposite direction and shouted, "Stop," said Yari Karita. The main character tried to repeat this word, after which, looking angrily at his back, he asked, "What?" Running away, Eden said that this means that the quota is fulfilled, after which he said that it was time for him to go. The main character, looking angrily at his back, asked again, "Is it time?" Then he asked him if he really came to play with him. Eden, stepping back, called Sean a white-haired psycho and asked him why he was not lagging behind him. Then Eden, getting ready to jump over the gate, shouted that his dad told him to go home and he was going. Sean abruptly ordered him to stop, after which he asked him, "So he knows where his home is?" Jumping over the gate, Eden noticed that he could not tell him this. With a tense expression on his face, Sean again ordered him to stop, but then with a painful expression on his face, looking at his pierced foot, he mentally cursed, realizing that he was at his limit, because he had already used force twice that day. He remembered these moments and realized that the recoil was already affecting his body, and also his mind. Sean looked ahead with pain. At this time Eden got into the van and exhaled heavily and uttered a curse at Sean, where he emphasized the color of his hair. Eden was driving the van along the road, saying that children in their time were really creepy, after which he noted that he would not like to fight with him again. Then Eden said that he had caused him problems. Suddenly, the roof of the car was pierced through by a large metal reinforcement. Eden looked in bewilderment at how this reinforcement went through his steering wheel. On the roof of the car was Sean, who asked him if he hadn't heard what he said. The protagonist put his palm on the windshield, then sat on the hood and, looking intently into Eden's eyes, shouted that there was a command to stop. In the eyes was shy and anger mixed with hatred. Eden reached for the grinder, loudly cursing, shouting that this fool is simply unkillable. Taking his weapon, he began to saw off the same metal pole that blocked his steering wheel and did not allow him to go further. After which he immediately pressed the gas pedal to make a sharp turn. With this, he planned to fight off Cheyenne, and he even succeeded, because the guy, unable to stay on his feet due to a sharp push, hung in the air for a few seconds. Eden called the members of the mansion of the dead madman. He clenched his teeth, looking back, wanting to check if he succeeded in this move. He was indignant that these people were able to create at all. He said that is exactly why he wanted to quickly figure it out and get out of there. He had already grabbed the steering wheel with both hands when suddenly a strong pain pierced his shoulder, literally passing through the same metal pole, piercing both the driver's seat and Eden's shoulder. Cheyenne was behind him again, and arrogantly asked, "What does it mean to quickly figure it out?" And he only clenched his teeth harder, feeling a strong pain. Then Cheyenne continued to say that all these were funny words for someone who hammers nails into people's heads. Park Cheyenne smiled, asking him if he didn't think it was funny. Eden cursed, asking himself in his mind, when did Cheyenne manage to sit on his tail? The pole came out of his shoulder in one sharp movement, going back, and Eden noticed in the rearview mirror that Schuler was making another swing. Cheyenne told him to sit still, because it was difficult for him to aim, and Eden barely managed to dodge another attack. The pole pierced his seat right next to his head. Picking up another construction tool, he again passed out in his thoughts, thinking that all of this was dangerous. Shouting loudly, like, come what may, he literally sewed the gas pedal to the floor so that the truck would not stop. After that, Eden climbed out of the driver's door window, shouting to Cheyenne that he won, so Eden was going. Jumping out, Eden shouted to Cheyenne that he had to do it himself from now on. An unexpected move, and only then did Cheyenne understand why this crazy woman did this. Noticing that the gas pedal was pressed to the floor, Cheyenne realized that the situation was a stalemate. At great speed, the truck crashed straight into the construction fence. Eden watched. He quietly wailed in pain, getting to his feet, and then began to drag himself in the other direction, asking himself out loud, what kind of situation was this? He said that he definitely needed to go to the hospital, and this really brought a lot of pain early. Eden closed one of his eyes, continuing to move. The truck that crashed into the fence at high speed destroyed several buildings inside the fence, and was now pelted with many stones. However, Cheyenne's body was not there. The sun gradually began to set outside, painting the sky in different colors. Iran arrived at his destination, then said that it was a serious matter, and he acted without thinking. Ethan could not imagine how he would explain the situation with the car to his father. He sighed heavily, holding his hand to his neck, and then turned around, saying that he was in deep trouble. Straightening up, he asked Cheyenne, is it true that he will follow him all the way here? Behind him, on the street, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared, illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, who was squeezing the same metal pole in his hand. His face was both tired and hypnotized, but did everything automatically. Hearing the noise, the gray-haired man, Eden's father, stopped his work and then walked outside, holding a saw in his hands. A very strange sight appeared in front of him. His son was pinned to the ground by some guy, and near his head, a rebar was stuck in the ground. Eden loudly called his father, wishing to quickly attract his attention, and the man looked at this with horror, not knowing what to do. He asked Eden, what is going on there? Cheyenne turned his bloodthirsty gaze to the man without letting go of his opponent and the fight. After that, he turned away and fell silent, remembering something from his life. The very moment when he fought with Marie, when Madame saw this and punched him in the face. Cheyenne with a sharp movement pulled a piece of rebar out of the ground, lifting it up, when Eden shouted to his father that this man is dangerous, and that he needs to hide. The protagonist's eyes widened as he swung the iron rod again, and Eden's father tried to stop him, approaching and shouting for him to stop it. However, to the surprise of those present, the protagonist hit himself on the head with the iron rod, and then did it again. There were traces of blood on his head. Cheyenne cursed, drops of scarlet liquid flowed down his face, and then he said to himself that the cursed memories had come flooding back again. The protagonist stood up, looking somewhere up. He then let his gaze fall on Eden, saying that he was asking him one last time to tell him everything he knew, and then he would leave. Eden looked at Park Cheyenne in surprise as he asked him where Zero was now. He looked menacing enough to believe that this was indeed the last time, and that his patience was running out. There were a lot of building materials everywhere. Shelves with boards, iron, and other things needed for construction surrounded this room. Eden scratched the back of his head. Now he was already clean, and his wounds were treated, and he began to say something unintelligible, but his father interrupted him, and then, bowing, apologized to Cheyenne. Eden looked at him in surprise, not fully understanding what he was doing. Then his father began to say that Zero came to him a month ago, said that he wanted to bring Eden back, tried to kill him. In his eyes you could see the remorse and guilt he felt. The man said that Eden tried to fight him. As a result, he suffered greatly in this battle. After all, it was all useless. The father could not see the bloody body of his wounded son. Then he added that Zero was so strong, although he was wounded at that time. Eden turned away, clicking his tongue in displeasure, while the protagonist thought, putting his hand to his chin, that perhaps it was the wound that he received from Sophia a month ago. Eden stood up from the table and then walked out of the room, while his father continued to say that in the end, under the pretext of cooperating with Zero, he and his son were able to survive. Eden cursed before leaving, and the protagonist watched him go. Cheyenne looked after him thoughtfully, while the man continued to say that he never expected that Zero would target such a child. The man apologized again, saying that he was sorry, bowing to Cheyenne. The protagonist awkwardly scratched his neck, saying that it didn't matter now, and then asked him to just tell them everything they knew about Zero. The man said that ever since Zero came to their house, he hadn't seen his face. He explained that he received orders through this phone, and then placed the mobile device on the table, holding it out towards the protagonist. That she said that in this case, he would take it, and then explained that if he tracked the location or records of the sender, he would find out something. The protagonist stood up from the table, while the man asked him with a smile, could he really do such a thing? He asked him if this was his specialty. Then Cheyenne explained in a cold voice that a good child should be able to do such basic things, and then asked if his child could not do the same. The man said that it was not so. He said that when he ordered Eden, he did not specify such functions. The man looked at the pictures that stood on the dresser with his adopted son, with Tolia and tenderly examining it. Cheyenne put his finger to his chin, asking with confusion, what did he mean when he said about the order? He asked for the opportunity to ask another question, and the man immediately agreed, saying that if he knew the answer, he would definitely give it. Cheyenne asked why he bought Eden. This question stunned the man, so they both fell silent for a few moments. After a while, when it was already dark outside, Eden, who was sitting outside, was still holding his sore shoulder. Suddenly, the door of the house opened, and the protagonist came out, complaining that his whole body hurt. Eden turned his gaze to him, asking what happened to him, and if he should go home? Ironically said that he had been sitting there for too long, and then asked when Cheyenne sat down next to him if everything was okay with that girl. Sean replied that if he was talking about Rachel, he shouldn't even ask. The protagonist said that Rachel almost drove a tank there to smash everything to pieces and was right, and he barely talked her out of it. Eden's awkwardly scratched his neck, looking away, that it was utterly creepy. Cheyenne told him that she wasn't joking at all, calling him an old man. He then asked him what he was going to do next. Eden's turned his gaze back to Cheyenne, asking him, what is he talking about? Cheyenne then stood up from his seat again, asking if he had agreed to cooperate with Zero. He asked if he didn't fight him, wouldn't he be in any danger? He allowed that by looking down, saying that it was quite a difficult choice. Then he raised his head back up, leaning his head against the wall, saying that he was indeed a problem, but he didn't want to fight Park Cheyenne a second time either. Eden said that he would prefer someone weaker, looking at Cheyenne, who asked his answer, what was that look? He asked if he wanted to try there again. Then Eden smiled, closing his eyes, and answered that he only wanted one thing, and that was his father's protection. He said that was the reason he was created. At this time, the man looked at old photos of Eden's childish face, stroking them tenderly with his fingers. He put the photo back, looking at their first photo together, where Eden looked completely lifeless. Eden said that his father had bought him for this very reason, and as long as his father was unharmed, the rest didn't matter to him. A pleasant, satisfied smile spread across his face, which felt like a sense of accomplishment. Cheyenne turned away, scratching his hair, and then said that he didn't know how best to say this. He put one of his hands in his pocket, and then, looking at Eden, asked him why he didn't have a heart-to-heart talk with his father. Eden waved it off. He asked if he was serious. Then Cheyenne replied that he meant that the man probably had his own thoughts on the matter, and he was sure that his father wouldn't want his son to get hurt. Then Eden replied that it simply couldn't be. He said that to his father, he was just a thing. He looked at his feet, after which the protagonist placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that he was annoying him. Cheyenne said that his father told him about all this completely different, asking him, why can't they just open up and have a heart-to-heart talk at least once? After that, Eden raised his eyes to Cheyenne, and he wanted to say something about his father, when suddenly a strong explosion thundered in the house. Everything inside was burning and engulfed in strong flames. Smoke was pouring out of the doors, and both boys jumped up. They didn't understand what was happening. Fear, horror were reflected on their faces. What could have happened? 20 years ago, in the same woodworking workshop where the explosion had recently thundered, a master was also working hard. A man with a glove, holding a hammer in his hand. In front of him was an unfinished chair of a blue shade. Suddenly a small silhouette burst into the workshop, and this little boy, shouting loudly, turned to his father. He was clearly dissatisfied with something, and shrank all over, loudly asking with anger, why didn't he come? The man looked at his watch in confusion, wondering how the time had flown by. He had clearly worked too hard today, and the boy walked past him, holding his head high, exclaiming that it was really annoying. He said that his dad had told him that he would pick him up today. He was indignant, because other parents were coming to pick up their children. The man apologized to the boy, calling his son by his affectionate name, Jin-Sol. The father said that he was going to come get him after he finished, but he didn't have time, so he would definitely pick him up tomorrow. Trying to earn the child's forgiveness, the man asked the child if he wanted chicken for dinner. The little boy opened one eye at this, and then puffed out in shock, looking at his father with an offended expression. He pouted and said that he definitely had to come tomorrow, and the man hugged his son, holding him close, with a smile on his face, saying that of course he would be there. The next day, the father's car was indeed parked in front of the school, and the boy, seeing this, immediately ran happily towards his father, waving his arms cheerfully. The little boy was smiling. His happy smile seemed to light up everything around him, and the father, admiring this, waved back, also smiling. However, the moment of family reunion was completely ruined. The car, which was driving along the roadway at that moment, without slowing down, knocked down the boy, throwing the air, causing him to spin several times in the air. Blood flew all over the father's car, and he froze, not fully understanding what was happening. The chair, which had remained assembled in his workshop, continued to stand there. After some time, the father arrived at that very fateful house. A mysterious voice said that now he understood what it all meant. The man listened to the story of the unfortunate father, and then asked why he had come all this way there. He said that there must have been so many other orphanages in Korea, right? The father said in a tired voice that he had heard rumors that there was an orphanage in Russia where they could create a child on request. His entire face was very haggard, his stubble was unkempt, the dark circles under his eyes indicated a lack of peace, and all his clothes were clearly shabby. The head of the orphanage asked, "Are such rumors really circulating?" The unfortunate father replied, "Let it be in the head," that since then he had been searching every corner of Russia for 3 years, and then said that the mansion of the dead was the very place, because only there could they create his child. He looked up at the director with hope, and then the director answered him that it was indeed true. He handed him a sheet of data, and then said that this was something that only they could really do, so the man had come to the right place. A strange smile appeared on the face of this man, and his eyes, full of madness, stared into what seemed to be the soul. He asked if the man could fill out the order form. Autumn had come. Autumn, after several long years of waiting. There were many fallen leaves around the workshop, and then one day, when the man remembered that the order for the method 2 to 3 years, a finished copy appeared in front of him. He turned away from contemplating the chair, staring at the child, and as promised, the finished child was delivered to his home. In front of him stood a boy, whose eyes seemed to be devoid of life. The boy with the calm face looked at his new parent, and the man, seeing such strong similarities, exclaimed in surprise. During this time, his face had aged greatly, although not much time had passed. He could not believe that something like this was possible. It seemed to him that it was just a miracle. He took a few steps towards the child, and then froze. The father recalled that he truly believed that his son would come back to life. He addressed him by his son's name, saying that he was his daddy, and the child only bowed in response, formally greeting his father. This was completely unlike his son's behavior, and it immediately destroyed the illusion that his head had created. The boy confidently asked what he should do first. At that moment, the man realized that the dead could not return to life. A realization flashed across his face: this boy was not his dead child. The chair that he had made for the little one stood behind him, but it seemed that, Even though a similar child was right in front of him, the owner of this chair was still not there. So the chair remained completely empty. Winter came, and they lived together. The boy returned from school and told his father about this, to which the man, busy with his work, greeted the boy, telling him to go to his room and rest. The boy accepted the instruction, telling his father to call him at any time if he needed help. At that moment the man froze, memories flashed before his eyes, when his son, complaining and disgruntled chattering, carried himself to him, scolding his father for not coming to pick him up. He turned his gaze to the boy who was developing, and then called him by name. Eden turned, asking his father if he called him. The man asked him if he wanted chicken for dinner. The boy froze in surprise, not knowing what to answer, and then smiled like an ordinary child, saying that he really wanted it. The father stopped, seeing the child's smile. That same evening, they sat down to dinner with that very chicken they had ordered. The boy ate happily, saying that it was very tasty. His face was slightly dirty here as an enthusiastic occupation, and the father just told him to eat more. He brought his can of drink to his face, looking at the photo, behind the boy, where his son was, while the child in front of him ate happily. He thought of his child again, thinking that he was his only son, and this child in front of him could never replace him. The man knew very well that no one could replace his gene soul. He looked carefully at the photo, then at the baby, knowing full well that he had fallen in love with this child too. The man smiled to himself, when suddenly he was interrupted by Eden's voice, telling him that everything was okay. The boy looked down at him, saying that he knew that he was created as a replacement for his son. That day, the man realized how his foolish greed and obsession had forced this child to live involuntarily in a certain way. The boy said that was why he would do anything to please his father, and then smiled as if it was okay. A deep sense of shame rose from somewhere deep in the man's stomach. Then he lowered his head down, starting to say that the boy should not do this, because he had no reason to say so. Eden froze in surprise, asking what this meant. Then the man said that he was not his son and never would be. Eden pressed his lips together, the feeling of fear from losing this place, as well as the pain that these words brought, spread like mercury through his veins. An oppressive silence fell in the room. After this dinner was finished, the boy took out the trash, and then put his father to bed, drawing the curtains so that the light did not fall on the parent's face. Suddenly his gaze fell on a photo of that same boy, Gene Soul, and he noticed that on his face there were 2 small moles at the bottom. A few moments later, a loud scream was heard from the hallway, and the man, hearing this, woke up, jumping up from his place. He ran into the workshop, loudly calling the boy's name, seeing the child sitting on the floor, holding his face, and a construction stapler lying next to him. The man asked him, "What happened?" Then the boy answered in a completely calm voice that he found a problem. He pulled the staple out of his cheek, which was bleeding. Eden turned around, telling the man that he had no moles. With a forced smile on his face, the boy asked, "He should be closer to perfect, right?" The man looked at the photo of his little son, and then turned his gaze to the photo taken with Eden. He said his name, looking at the boy's cheek, which was covered with a band-aid. After that, the man headed towards the small blue chair, which he once made for his son. He looked at it, but the wood, although it was dirty from time, but still had a good look. He stroked the surface of the chair, as gently as if it were his son. At that moment, a noise coming from the street caught his attention, and the man turned towards it. A girl was standing in the aisle, asking the man if he wanted to play with this. She had sparklers in her hands, and she told him to look at this, asking if it was not pretty. She was sitting on the couch, and her face was filled with pleasure. She told the man not to worry, because a sparkler contains barely 2 grams of gunpowder. The man asked her who she was and then turned back, noticing a huge number of the same sparklers in a bundle right behind him. The girl went on to say that of course, if you put them all together, everything would be different. In this huge bundle of sparklers, one of them was stuck, which was already lit. She reproduced the sound of an explosion with undisguised pleasure, showing the sparkler closer, that all of them could explode. Meanwhile, the sparkler that had been stuck in the pile burned to the end and in a second blew the workshop to smithereens. Eden and Cheyenne, who were talking outside, looked at this in horror, and then immediately rushed inside. Eden called out to his father in horror, and then saw him lying on the floor, covering the little blue chair with his body. Behind him, on the floor, sat the same girl who had waved at them in a friendly manner, and at that very moment, Eden rushed towards his father, screaming furiously. Cheyenne tried to warn him to wait, but he failed. Suddenly, an armed figure appeared through the smoke and the man swung his weapon at Eden right in the chin, sending him flying backwards. The blow left a strong mark on Eden's face, and the man said that he couldn't do it. Ask who he thought he was reaching out to? The threat and danger that was reflected on the face of the sudden attacker was obvious. Then this stranger addressed the girl, calling her Sparky, asking her, didn't he tell her to hide? He clicked his gun, and at that moment Park Cheyenne flew into the air, directing the attack with his foot right at the opponent's face. The man managed to dodge, although to the side, and then, when Cheyenne landed on the floor, said that it must be Cheyenne. Cheyenne took a fighting stance, and at this time, a construction stapler was pressed against the man's face. Staples flew out of the tool like bullets, began to fly out of the tool, intending to hit the enemy. As soon as Cheyenne and Eden were close, Eden said that he should let him clarify. They were already preparing for battle while the workshop continued to burn mercilessly, and Eden, straightening up to his full height, told Cheyenne that he was a demodo, a person who helps a skilled worker. Park Cheyenne did not argue, and nodded in response to the question of whether he understood this.